The scythe of death, which once claimed countless lives from the grim Reaper himself, has now sat unnoticed in a dusty general store for 50 years. Everyone thought it was a useless sickle, but Lin Moyu spent all his savings to buy it. Anyone who saw him believed he must have lost his mind. Little did they know, the moment Lin Moyu touched that sickle, he clearly felt the energy of death emanating from it. That's because this sickle was one of the growth-type weapons unique to Lin Moyu's exclusive set. It turns out this was a world where games and reality intertwined. Everyone, upon reaching 18, had to participate in a class advancement ceremony to discover their profession. However, 99% of people advanced into life-related jobs. Compared to popular auxiliary professions, these were truly useless. Combat professions, however, were what everyone dreamed of. Today happened to be the day for the entire school's unified class advancement ceremony. As the class advancement circle gradually appeared, the principal began calling names for students to step into the circle. But the first student was assigned the farmer class. It was like a bolt from the blue for him. He would be stuck as the lowest tier farmer for the rest of his life. The second student also rolled a life-related profession. The Grand Formation Master beside them frowned slightly. It seems your school will have a hard time producing a combat class. But when it was the school Beauty Xia Shui's turn, he looked utterly astonished. This student's spiritual energy is twice as high as the others. She has a high chance of advancing into a mage. No sooner had he spoken than Xia Shui on the stage triggered a heaven and earth vision. 2 giant elemental orbs appeared above her head, indicating at least a rare profession. Ultimately, she advanced into an elemental mage. This earned her endless praise from both the principal and the Grand Formation Master. At this moment, it was Lin Moyu's turn to step up for class advancement. The Grand Formation Master believed Lin Moyu could only advance into a life-related profession. But the moment Lin Moyu stepped into the class advancement circle, a terrifying energy continuously erupted from beneath his feet. Then a blinding light shot forth. Seeing this, the principal and the Grand Formation Master immediately understood it was a heaven and earth vision. Moreover, it was even more profound than Xia Shui's heaven and earth vision. At that moment, Xia Shui was looking worriedly in that direction. Suddenly, a student pointed to the sky and shouted, "Something's happening." Thousands of shadowy figures appeared in the dark clouds. Their fierce and terrifying appearance made everyone feel like they were undead from hell. The timid students were instantly terrified. Those shadowy figures in the sky actually bowed to Lin Moyu. Then, they transformed into streams of undead power that surged into his body. From that moment, Lin Moyu awakened as a necromancer, the unique hidden profession. But this only made everyone envious and angry. However, Lin Moyu didn't care at all. He was about to leave the school when the Grand Formation Master repeatedly called him back, saying he wanted to see the skills of this unique hidden profession. He quickly opened his professional skills, but found he could only summon a black Iron Tier undead warrior. Following Lin Moyu's thoughts, an undead warrior immediately appeared. The surrounding students looked terrified. Suddenly, the Grand Master sent a beam of light towards the undead warrior. Sure enough, the undead warrior's killing intent intensified. This greatly astonished the Grand Master. "I'm a level 52 individual, and this kid is only level 1. Yet the undead he summoned harbors hostility towards me. However, the summoned creature's attributes are merely average." After resolving the doubts in his mind, the Grand Master thanked Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu then recalled the undead warrior. Immediately after, the system prompted him, summoning space 10. At this moment, he finally understood. The scene he witnessed when he first awakened truly existed. As long as the summoned monsters are upgraded, the summoning space will expand. Powerful enough to even take down giant dragons. Before Lin Moyu could ponder further, Xia Shui ran up to him and said, "Lin Moyu, I want to compete with you. Let's compare our assessment scores. See who did better on the exam. Do you dare to compete?" Seeing this, he and Gao Yang, who was standing beside him, still looked confused. "Huh," he blurted out. After speaking, she turned and walked away. After a few steps, she turned her head back and said, "Consider it decided. I won't let you win again." After saying that, she thought to herself, "Even though I lost to you during the class advancement today, I won't give up." At Lin Moyu's house, he was inside his home, standing by a cabinet, looking at a photo he held in his hand. He looked at his grandmother in the photo and thought proudly, as if showing off to her, "Grandma, I successfully advanced my class. It's a rare hidden class." Then he looked at a photo of his sister and thought with certainty, Just wait, sister. I'll pass the entrance exam for the Xiaojing Academy too. Suddenly, a knock sounded from outside. Knock, knock, knock. When he opened the door, he saw Principal Lu Yun standing there. He said in surprise, Principal Lu. Seeing him open the door, the principal took out a bag of supplies and slowly said, Moyu, here's some living essentials. Take these for now. Then he remembered his sister. Last year in Shihai City, only this child's older sister, Lin Moam, was the only one admitted to Xiaojing Academy. At that time, I promised to look after her younger brother, which is why she agreed to go to Xiaojing. Therefore, I must uphold my promise. He thought with a serious expression. He handed the bag of supplies he had prepared to the boy, then turned to leave, raising his hand and saying, You'll enter the dungeon tomorrow, so get some good rest. He held the bag of supplies, watched him leave, and slowly said, Thank you. Outside, it was late at night. The sky was filled with sparkling stars. Only a few lights dotted the buildings. Inside his house, he looked at the system panel displaying a notification. System loading. He gasped in surprise, his face full of disbelief as he exclaimed, Why suddenly? Ignoring his doubts, the system continued to speak. Scanning detected host has awakened as a necromancer. Profession meets requirements. Strongest talent, system binding. Extracting world origin. Skill optimization complete. Congratulations, host, for awakening the unique god-tier talent. All stats increased by 1 level. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the passive skill, transfer damage. The more he listened, the more astonishment appeared on his face. The system continued to display messages. Passive skill, transfer damage. All stats increased by 1 level. All skill effects are boosted 5 times. Transfer damage. All damage received by the necromancer will be borne by the summoned creature. Seeing this, his astonishment grew as he spoke. Another talent, and a passive skill too. This effect could be considered god tier. Then, he tried to summon a skeleton. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Spirit power -10. The attribute panel also appeared. Skeleton Warrior, black tier. Strength, 75. Agility, 75. Spirit, 75. Stamina, 75. Skills, none. He observed the skeleton's attributes and thought, the Skeleton Warrior's attributes are all 5 times stronger. Combined with the transfer damage skill, I'll be practically invincible. The next day, Novice Promotion Dungeon. Gao Yang stood nearby and asked him, Mayu, do you want to team up with me? Holding his staff, he heard the suggestion and shook his head, refusing. Seeing him refuse to join him, Gao Yang angrily raised his fist and yelled at him. You rotten brat, are you looking down on me? This young master is sincerely inviting you. If you don't give this young master a good reason, I definitely won't let you off the hook. Hearing this, he slowly replied, leveling up in a team is slow. Solo activities are faster for leveling. Suddenly, Xia Shui approached from the other side, her expression arrogant, her eyes disdainful as she spoke to Gao Yang. Lin Moyu isn't wrong. When 2 people form a team, even though slaying monsters is relatively fast, experience points have to be split evenly, according to the experience compiled by previous generations. Dungeons level 10 and below are suitable for solo play. Only from level 10 and up is it suitable to form a team. After everyone finished speaking, Lu Yun stepped forward and addressed them, except for Xia Shui and Lin Moyu. All other main combat professions must team up with support professions to enter the dungeon. Don't just think about going solo. Later on, you'll understand. When entering higher-level dungeons, you won't be able to separate from your support. At least for now, you're all classmates. No conflict will arise between you. Hearing this, some people asked him confused, why don't those 2 need to pair up with a support profession? Hearing their question, he seriously explained, Xia Shui wants to test into Xiaojing Academy. Therefore, she needs to level up quickly. Moreover, she is an elementalist. As for Lin Moyu, I don't know anything about his profession. I also don't fully understand his strategy. You support professions can ask him if he's willing to team up with you. Hearing this, the support professions hesitated and said, I'm afraid of those skeletons. Me too. Hearing him, he spoke up from his side. Principal Lu, I also want to test into Xiaojing Academy. He held a magic staff in his hand. The notification panel appeared again. Magic staff, spirit power +1. But then he thought to himself, I also want to test into Xiaojing Academy. That's why I think solo activities suit me better. Hearing him, Lu Yun became astonished and said, Do you have any idea how difficult the entrance exam for Xiaojing Academy is? If you want to get into Xiaojing Academy, you You need to reach at least level 12 before the exam. The safest bet is to reach level 15. Your older sister, Lin Moam, was admitted to Xiaojing Academy at level 16. Yet, he continued to patiently explain to him and everyone else. In just one short week, reaching level 12 is already not easy. Reaching level 15 is incredibly difficult. The monsters in the novice promotion dungeon are only level 8. So, leveling up to level 12 is impossible. What's more, beside your level, there are many other requirements. You'll only find out during the exam itself. Hearing this, he calmly nodded and replied to him, I have confidence. Hearing this, the principal calmed down and praised him. Well done, kid. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, this kid has a hidden profession. It's possible he really can do it. A moment later, in front of the gate, Xia Shui stood before him, her face resolute as she said, let's compete to see who can level up faster. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as you accepting my challenge. Seeing her determined expression, he scratched his head in confusion, then thought, are competitive people always like this? After thinking, he entered the dungeon. Inside the novice dungeon. The sky inside the dungeon was gloomy. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he summoned his skeletons, then continued to think. Last night, summoning one skeleton consumed 10 of my spirit power points. After a night of meditation, my spirit power has recovered to 40 points. Then, I'll summon 4 more skeleton warriors. Then he raised his staff forward. His eyes, which were green, now turned bright red like car headlights. Then he commanded the skeletons, find and slay monsters for me. He positioned himself as the center for the skeletons. Hearing his command, the skeletons immediately rushed out in various directions to search. One by one, the skeletons began killing monsters. Experience points continuously increased. Successfully defeated Big-Eared Rabbit. Experience plus 10. Level 1, 1%. Successfully defeated Big-Eared Rabbit. Experience plus 10. Successfully defeated Big-Eared Rabbit. Experience plus 10. He looked at his continuously rising experience points and began to think, every time one of my skeleton warriors kills a monster, the experience value immediately increases by 1%. So, if I kill 100 of them, I can level up. This method is incredibly effective. In just a few minutes, my experience points have already increased by 10%. After a while of monster slaying, his experience points increased, leveling him up from level 1 to level 2. He thought, surprised, leveled up in half an hour. Lin Moyu's info panel appeared. Name, Lin Moyu. Profession, unique necromancer. Level 2, 1%. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 40. Stamina, 20. Equipment, none. Summoning slots, 6/20. Skeleton warriors, 6. Talent. All unique attributes gain 1 level. Passive skill, movement damage. Active skill, soul flame, level 2. Summon skeleton warrior, level 2. Then he raised his hand and summoned more skeletons. The attribute panel appeared once more. Skeleton warrior, black rank. Strength, 125. Agility, 125. Spirit, 125. Stamina, 125. Skills, none. Summoned 2 more level 2 skeleton warriors. After he gave the command, more skeletons appeared. He looked at the attribute panel of the newly summoned skeletons and thought. The attributes have increased again. The number of skeleton warriors has changed to 8. The efficiency of leveling up by killing monsters has increased once more. This is just the beginning. Following his command, the skeletons continued to frantically kill monsters and level up. The attribute panel constantly displayed notifications. Killed a level 2 gray furred cat. Experience plus 20. Killed a brown furred dog. Experience plus 30. Killed the blue-eyed rat king. Experience plus 40. Suddenly, he noticed a map that showed the movement of the skeletons as they hunted monsters. He thought, surprised, there's actually a function like this. Every movement trace of the skeleton warriors can form a map. Suddenly, he discovered a monster hiding in the bushes, waiting for an opportunity to attack him. Seeing this, he continued to think. It seems the skeletons missed one monster. Perfect, I could try out my active skill. Soul Flame. As soon as he thought this, he attacked, giving the monster no time to escape. Light on his hand enveloped the monster's body, causing it immense pain. After observing for a moment, he thought, with this skill that boosts power 5-fold, the level 2 gray-furred cat was instantly obliterated. After the monster was completely killed, the attribute panel announced, killed a level 2 gray-furred cat. Experience plus 20. Seeing the monster's corpse lying on the ground, killed before it could react, he continued to think. The spiritual attack system is too powerful. It bypasses all magical and physical defense. A hidden profession truly is formidable, even though there are only 2 skills. Both are very powerful, even without talent amplification. Then a necromancer certainly won't be weaker than any legendary tier profession. Just as he finished thinking, his body glowed again. He mused deep in thought. Another level up. The attribute panel reappeared. Name, Lin Mayu. Profession, unique necromancer. Level, 3, 0%. After leveling up, he smiled. He held his staff forward and continued to summon. Summon skeleton warrior. The attribute panel appeared once more. Killed a level 4 blue-eyed rat king. Experience plus 40. Killed a level 5 azure wolf. Experience plus 50. Killed a level 5 azure wolf. Experience plus 50. Killed a level 6 black panther. Experience plus 60. After a continuous monster hunt, he walked deep in thought. The rookie dungeon lasts for 12 hours. Only 4 hours have passed so far, and I've already leveled up to 4. At this rate, I could reach level 7 in less than an hour. If I can level up directly to level 8, I'll head out to the West Sea outskirts. There are higher level monsters there. The attribute panel reappeared. Name, Lin Mayu. Profession, unique necromancer. Level, 40%. Outside the dungeon, Lu Yun was cheerfully chatting with Xia Dongyang, the patriarch of the Xia family and Xia Shue's father. Lu Yun sat happily on a chair, crossing his legs as he asked, Patriarch Xia, you're here to see that girl Xia Shui, aren't you? Hearing this, Xia Dongyang replied, Principal Lu, you've looked after Xiao Shui quite a bit over the past few years. Lu Yun picked up his glass of water and continued, I didn't do anything. It's all thanks to that girl being smart, diligent, and hardworking. That's why this class change was so successful. You must have known already that it's a rare-tier profession. An elemental mage. Seeing this, Xia Dongyang responded with a hint of regret. It's a pity I was too busy yesterday, so I couldn't personally witness Xiao Shue's class change. He continued, Therefore, I couldn't possibly miss the girl's first entry into a dungeon. I simply couldn't miss it again. Lu Yun heard this and continued. Previously, both Su Qianxing and Lin Mohan had rare-tier professions, and they both reached level 5 after entering the rookie dungeon. I assume classmate Xia Shui won't be far off. As Lu Yun spoke, he recalled images of the two of them. Seeing this, Xia Dongyang replied with some worry. I hope so. That girl has been competitive and eager to win since she was little. Noticing Xia Dongyang's clear worry, Lu Yun continued. By looking at their leveling speed on the first day, we can basically predict their leveling speed for the following days. If that girl Xia Shui can't reach level 5 on the first day, then it will be very difficult for her to get into the Imperial Academy. After speaking, Lu Yun felt a sudden worry for Lin Mayu and thought, I wonder what level Lin Mayu can reach. A hidden profession shouldn't be bad. Then he continued, For everyone who enters the dungeon, a timer will immediately begin counting down. After 12 hours, they will automatically exit the dungeon. Let's wait and see after 12 hours how many levels they'll have gained. After a moment, Xia Dongyang asked again, Oh, right. I heard that during yesterday's class change event, our school even had someone with a hidden profession. I wonder what kind of profession it was. Hearing this, Lu Yun quickly replied, That's right. It was Lin Mayu. He became a necromancer who can summon skeletons. I've never seen one before, so I don't know how powerful it is. His older sister is Lin Mohan. If that girl Xia Shui goes to the Imperial Academy, perhaps you could ask Lin Mohan to look after her a bit. Inside the dungeon, he led the horde of skeletons on a rampage. The attribute panel reappeared. Killed a level 7 brown bear. Experience plus 70. He looked into the distance, then thought seriously, The farthest my skeleton warriors can go from me is 500 meters. Within this range, I can safely AFK and level up. The skeletons continued to slay monsters, and the attribute panel kept popping up. Killed a level 7 brown bear. Experience plus 70. He looked at the continuously updated attribute panel and continued to think. 7 hours have already passed, but there hasn't been any monster. Level 8, that is, appearing yet. Killed a level 6 black panther. Experience plus 60. Killed a level 7 brown bear. Experience plus 70. Then he suddenly remembered his classmates and thought, I wonder what level they've reached by now. He led the skeletons behind him to another part of the dungeon. Suddenly, something attacked him. The surprise attack startled him. Passive skill activated. Movement damage. The attribute panel appeared. His body glowed. He looked up at the tree ant in the forest. Its attribute panel also appeared. Whipvine tree. Level 8. Usually in a dormant state. It attacks any living beings that pass by it. He looked up at the tree and thought, "Finally, I found a level 8 monster." He said seriously, "This is a level 8 monster in the rookie dungeon. Can it compare to wild monsters?" Then he thought, "All of my skeleton warrior's attributes have already reached 275. Let's see how many hits you can take." As he finished thinking, a skeleton charged forward, attacking the tree trunk. Seeing that it wasn't instantly defeated, he said in surprise, "It wasn't one shot." He then pointed towards the trees for the skeletons to attack, and continued to think, "It takes 4 hits to kill a level 8 monster. If that's the case, my leveling efficiency will slow down considerably." The attribute panel then reappeared. Killed a level 8 whipvine tree. Experience plus 160. Then he looked around the forest, a joyful expression on his face, and said, "No, not at all. There seem to be hundreds of whipvine trees here. This place is practically a leveling paradise designed just for me." The skeletons, obeying his command, charged forward to attack the trees. With each strike against the tree trunks, the attribute panel continuously popped up. Killed a level 8 whipvine tree. Experience plus 160. Killed a level 8 whipvine tree. Experience plus 160. Killed a level 8 whipvine tree. Experience plus 160. Killed a level 8 whipvine tree. Experience plus 160. Outside, everyone was staring in astonishment at the dungeon's gate. Seeing a figure step out, everyone started murmuring. Someone came out. "That's strange. The time isn't up yet. Could something unexpected have happened?" Luyan saw this and thought in surprise, "The dungeon exit. Isn't it supposed to be in the deepest part of the dungeon? And to find the exit, one must pass through the monster-infested forest, protected by level 8 monsters. Could it be?" Seeing him step out, Luyan quickly asked, "Moyu, what are you doing out here?" He saw the question and calmly replied, "I cleared it out, so I came out." His attribute panel appeared. Lin Moyu, Necromancer, level 7. Seeing this, Luyan shouted in even greater astonishment, "You're level 7? But he secretly thought in shock. He reached level 7 in just 10 hours. Seeing his surprise, he calmly continued, "There were too few monsters in there. Otherwise, I could have probably reached level 8. Teacher Lu, I want to request permission to go to the outskirts of Shihai City." Disregarding his words, Luyan remained lost in his own thoughts. "This is the first time I've heard of someone clearing out all the monsters in a rookie dungeon, and in just 10 hours, no less. How could Lin Mayu do something like that? Is this the power of a necromancer?" He stood facing him, waving his hand and calling out, "Teacher Lu." After snapping out of his daze, he burst into delighted laughter and agreed. "Huh, I agree. I'll get you a pass to leave the city. You go rest first. Once the other students are out, I'll take you all back." The others, seeing this, also started discussing. "Why did that student come out so early? Did something go wrong? Yeah, is he hurt? But why is he out alone? Where are his teammates?" Xia Donyang, sitting on a chair, also asked Lu Yun, "Old Lu, what was that just now?" Lu Yun cheerfully told Xia Donyang, "That was Lin Mayu. He cleared out all the level 8 monsters in the dungeon. Then he found the secret passage leading out of the dungeon." Hearing this, everyone there was astonished. Then he continued, "He truly lives up to being a hidden profession." The person next to Xia Donyang immediately agreed with him. Then he voiced his own speculation. "That's right. Based on this, the necromancer profession must now surpass other rare-tier professions. It might even be comparable to legendary-tier professions." Another person, hearing this, began to speak. "I don't know how strong legendary-tier professions are, but speaking of rare-tier professions, there's absolutely no one with such astonishing efficiency. If a necromancer can be this powerful after leveling up." Luyan continued to smile incessantly. He continued, a proud look on his face. "This kid definitely has boundless prospects. We won't have to worry about what happens next. If he can get into the Imperial Capital Academy, then it'll be their headache." Xia Donyang, sitting nearby, nodded and said with a pleased expression, "That little Shui has been competitive since she was a child. I'm afraid she'll be quite shocked this time," becoming more and more animated. Lu Yun laughed heartily, clapped Xia Donyang on the shoulder, and continued, "Huh, it's not just this time. You're not usually home, so you wouldn't know. For the past few years, Lin Moyu's academic achievements have always overshadowed Xia Shui's. That girl has been stuck in second place for 3 years now. Hearing this, Xia Dongyang replied in surprise, "Is that so?" He then thought to himself, "That girl never told me about this." Meanwhile, as for him, he was sitting by a rock, eyes closed, concentrating and thinking. Currently, I've summoned 24 skeleton warriors, but my summoning space has increased to hold 70. Looks like it'll take a lot of time to fill up the summoning space again. Suddenly, a figure appeared near the dungeon exit. Xia Shui walked out cheerfully, a proud look on her face as she said, "This time, I definitely won't lose. I've leveled up to level 5, and the experience I gained matches the previous rookie dungeon record. Where's that Lin Moyu anyway?" Her attribute panel appeared at this moment. Xia Shui, Elementalist, level 5. Suddenly, she saw him sitting by the rock and was astonished. Her joyful expression quickly darkened as she said, "That's weird. What did he come out? Wait, you're..." She looked at his attribute panel, even more shocked. "Lin Moyu, Necromancer, level 7. How is this possible? How did he reach level 7? She exclaimed in shock, her face looking as if the world had collapsed. Xia Dongyang, standing near the car, saw her and called out, "Little Shui." She looked at her father and asked in surprise, "Dad, why are you here?" Her mind was still reeling from what she saw, thinking, how on earth did Lin Moyu manage to reach level 7? Inside the car, Xia Dongyang looked at her happily and said, "So, you and that kid are competing to see who's better, huh?" Hearing this, she answered silently, "That annoying guy. For 3 years, he's always been better than me." Seeing this, he asked her, "Do you need my help?" Hearing that he would help her, she immediately refused, "I don't need it." Seeing this, he burst into joyful laughter. "Huh, all right," but she continued resolutely, "This is my battle. I won't let that stupid kid defeat me again." Hearing this, he replied helplessly, "But I still want to tell you something. That Lin Mayu kid came out of the dungeon after 10 hours. Moreover, he cleared all the level 8 monsters in the dungeon." Hearing this, her eyes widened as she repeated in disbelief, "Cleared level 8 monsters?" As soon as she said it, she thought, "I only just reached the area with level 7 monsters. I haven't even seen any level 8 monsters yet, and he still came out 2 whole hours before the time limit. If there were just a few more monsters," she pondered, "wouldn't he have been able to level up directly to level 8? Meanwhile, Gao Yang was crying and begging him, "Moyu, how did you reach level 7? Moyu, no. Lin Big Bro, can you level me up too? Please, I'm begging you." Seeing him crying and pleading so pitifully, he felt awkward and reluctantly said, "Next time, definitely." Hearing this, Gao Yang immediately lit up, his eyes sparkling, and he smiled joyfully. "It's a promise. I'll be waiting for you at the school gate tomorrow." The next day, Gao Yang stood in front of the school gate, a disappointed look on his face, asking Lu Yun, "Teacher Lu, why isn't Lin Moyu here?" Lu Yun replied, "He went to the city outskirts." Suddenly, a cold wind blew. The chill mirrored his current mood. He immediately yelled in anger, "Lin Moyu, you tricked me. I'm challenging you to a duel." Lu Yun, seeing this, coldly stopped him. "Give up. You can't beat him." His words were like a bucket of cold water dumped over Gao Yang. At the Imperial Dynasty trading post, a hand was placed on a red stone floating in midair. An attribute panel appeared, displaying identity verification in progress. Verification successful. Citizen of the Imperial Dynasty. Lin Moyu. Access granted to the Imperial Dynasty trading post. Contribution points, 0. Authority level, 1. At first glance, this trading post doesn't seem to have any suitable tasks for me, he thought. He looked at the available tasks and said, "Unlimited purchase of green sapling sprouts. Purchase price, 50 gold coins per bundle. Unlimited purchase of black wolf fur. Purchase price, 20 gold coins per piece. Unlimited purchase of beast bones. Purchase price, 30 gold coins per piece. Quest, West Sea Mining Zone Dungeon Campaign. Level 14. Acquire the dungeon boss. Elf King's Core. Note, only boss cores from dungeons with nightmare difficulty or higher will be accepted. Quest reward, 1,000 gold coins." He looked at the last quest and thought, this quest, it's a bit interesting. Such a generous reward in gold coins. I guess the difficulty of this quest must be pretty high. Then he began to recall the dungeon difficulty levels. Normal difficulty is for 1 person and a few. Too small. Dungeon difficulty is divided into 3 tiers. Normal, nightmare, he mentally listed. Hell. Next is nightmare difficulty. You need a team to deal with a horde of monsters. He continued to think. Nightmare difficulty is considered several times harder than normal difficulty. Without a strong team, it's basically impossible to tackle. Finally, there's hell difficulty. You have to face an army of powerful monsters. He continued to think. Hell difficulty is definitely not a place for ordinary class holders. Looks like I can't take on this quest for now. Outside, a guard was checking his documents, then looked at him and said, Lin Mayu, summoner. Level 7. Then he thought suspiciously, what kind of class is a summoner? Which school is this? To allow someone to leave the city at just level 7. Then he began to advise him. Your city exit permit is valid. From now on, you can freely enter and exit the major cities of the Divine Realm Empire. There are many monsters outside. Pay attention to your safety and be cautious in everything you do, especially at night. If you encounter danger, you can always come back here. Preserving your life is the top priority. Hearing him, he nodded and replied, Thank you. I'll be careful. After stepping out of the city, he immediately exclaimed in surprise. This city wall is not simple. Inside and outside the city are like two different worlds. Even from afar, you can hear the roars of wild beasts. The air even seems to carry the scent of fresh blood. Suddenly, a foot appeared. A goblin, hidden behind something, was staring intently at him. At this moment, he began to summon his skeletons. Then he commanded, Go. Kill the goblin first. The goblin rushed forward. Its attribute panel appeared. Goblin Tra, level 10. Strength, 120. Agility, 50. Spirit, 50. Stamina, 120. None. He looked at the goblin and thought, a level 10 goblin. It's not enough for a skeleton warrior with 375 attributes to fully unleash its potential. The skeleton's attribute panel also appeared. Skeleton warrior, black iron grade, level 7. Strength, 375. Agility, 375. Spirit, 375. Stamina, 375. None. The goblin lunged, attacking the skeleton's head. Seeing that the skeleton was unharmed, the goblin was surprised. The goblin, caught off guard, was instantly struck down by the skeleton's swing. Then both sides clashed. He stood behind, watching the skeletons slaughter the goblins, and thought the strength of level 10 monsters is really just this much. At this leveling speed, I should be able to reach level 15 before the assessment. At this moment, the attribute panel continuously popped up. Killed level 10 Goblin Tra. Experience plus 300. Killed level 10 Terror Wolf. Experience plus 280. Obtained Goblin Bones. Obtained Wolf Skin. Then he remembered Lin Moam and thought, My sister reached level 16 in the previous assessment. How did she do it? He then recalled Lin Moam's gentle image, asking him, Moyu, what do you want to eat today? I'll make it for you. Then he said with determination, I will definitely get into Xiaojing Academy, sis. Suddenly, his attribute panel appeared again. Identity, Lin Mayu. Class, Unique Necromancer. Level 10, 0%. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 300. Stamina, 100. Equipment, none. Summoning space, 40/100. Skeleton Warriors, 40. Talent, all attributes increased by 2 ranks. Unique attributes. Skill, passive mobile damage. Active skill, Soul Flame, level 10. Summon Skeleton Warrior, level 10. All skills increased by 2 ranks. Possesses skill effects increased tenfold. Summon Skeleton Warrior, level 10. Summons Bronze Skeleton Warriors. He looked at his attribute panel and seriously thought, my attributes haven't changed drastically. Each level up only increased them by 10 points. But my spirit has already reached 300 points. It probably means a total increase of 120 points. I heard that after reaching level 10, there's a significant attribute boost. As a magic user class, the biggest change should be in my spirit attribute. I didn't expect to reach level 10 so quickly. My inherent skills have also changed a lot. My skeleton warriors have also upgraded to bronze rank. Then he looked at the skeleton's attribute panel. Bronze Skeleton Warrior. Level 10. Strength, 1,500. Agility, 1,500. Spirit, 1,500. Stamina, 1,500. Skill, Violent Strike, level 1. Violent Strike, level 1 deals 200% of caster's strength as damage to target. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Mayu continued to think. Not only that, My skeleton warriors also gained an active burst skill. Then he joyfully looked into the distance and said, "It seems I can simply stroll through this area with bronze skeleton warriors." Suddenly, he realized, "Oh no, I think I've cleared out all the monsters around here." Suddenly, an arrow flew towards him, startling him. He was hit by an arrow. Skill, passive mobile damage. Attacked. The attribute panel appeared. Suddenly, someone dashed past. He immediately thought, "Is it this person?" He looked at the girl who had just passed by and thought, "No, that person is probably an assassin. The attack on me just now must have been from a ranged attacker." The girl sped past him. Just then, two more people approached. He looked at them and confirmed, "It's them." He slowly pulled the arrow from his body and continued to ponder. Wrong direction. It definitely didn't catch up to that assassin from earlier. A blonde guy looked at his teammate and said, "That assassin is cunning. And we let him get away." The other guy looked at him and asked seriously, "Kid, did you see anyone in black pass by here?" He stared at the man coldly, his eyes glowing with an intense chill. "That arrow just now? You shot me." The curly-haired man looked at Lin Moyu and said nonchalantly, "Sorry." Then he thought to himself, "This kid got hit by my arrow. How is he completely unharmed?" Hearing his apology, he coldly replied, "Don't let there be a next time." The man stiffened upon hearing that. He glared at Lin Moyu angrily, thinking, "This brat, doesn't he know I'm already in a terrible mood?" The blonde guy accompanying him spoke up. "He's a skeleton warrior." He glared at the skeleton standing in front of Lin Moyu. His face contorted in anger, his words dripping with sarcasm. "An undead summoning type? Only latent criminals awaken such a disgusting class that can summon undead monsters. This guy is definitely no good." Seeing his teammate so agitated, the other man quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Don't cause trouble." Seeing his teammate's words, he could only angrily reply, "I know." With that, both men turned and left. He watched their retreating backs and coldly said, "Consider yourselves lucky." A surge of blue power emanated from his arm. He thought, if we actually fought, they would have paid 100-fold. As night fell, his attribute panel constantly displayed notifications. Killed a level 10 goblin scout. Experience plus 300. Killed a level 11 goblin soldier. He looked at the attribute panel and continued to think. Experience plus 350. Obtained goblin bones. He sat on a rock, letting his skeletons continue to kill monsters. Experience changes very little. After level 10, the experience needed to level up has nearly tripled. By my calculations, I'd have to kill 5,000 goblins just to gain one level. Even with tireless skeleton warriors, slaughtering all the way, I don't know if I can reach level 11 today. After thinking that, he looked up at the dark sky. Then he said, "Time is limited. No more turning back." With that, he leaped down. As he landed, he thought, to pass the Xiaojing Academy entrance exam, I must strive harder than anyone else. Deep within the forest, he sat by the flickering campfire, silently pondering. Based on my current leveling speed, I'll be close to level 13 tomorrow. Whether I can reach level 15 the day after is still unclear. After level 15, my leveling speed will slow down. Plus, I need a day to return. At this rate, I can only reach level 16 at most. How was she leveling up then? Even though she's a legendary grade blade dancer, her leveling speed shouldn't surpass mine. I'm definitely missing something. His expression hardened as he continued to think. Suddenly, something clicked. He remembered Lin Mohun coming home, covered in blood and unhealed wounds. The West Sea Mine Dungeon. Could my sister be teaming up with others to clear nightmare-level dungeons for more experience? Is that why she came back into that time? He thought, I must be right. His face hardened, and his hand clenched into a fist as he muttered, I'll investigate tomorrow. Deep within the forest, gusts of wind rustled the leaves. Suddenly, footsteps approached, making the nearby skeleton vigilant. He looked toward the person, his face cold. Is that an awakener coming here to grind levels? Not many come out to level up in the middle of the night. Or are they lost? The girl walked up to him and stopped. She hesitated, then asked him, Excuse me, do you have any food? Seeing it was her, he recalled the morning. He thought in surprise, It's her. After a moment, he pulled out a sweet potato and offered it to her. Seeing this, she happily took it. Her eyes gazed softly at the sweet potato. With one hand, she pulled down her veil. She ate ravenously, which surprised him. Is she really that hungry? Halfway through, she choked. He could only helplessly hand her a water bottle. She took the water bottle and quickly drank. Once she was done, she shyly thanked him. Thank you. What's your name? His face remained cold as he looked at her, but he still said nothing. Seeing this, she cheerfully made a suggestion. You don't like talking, huh? How about this? Let's use the appraisal skill. Both of them touched their fingers together. His attribute panel appeared. Appraisal skill. After a moment, the attribute panel reappeared. Appraisal skill failed. He was surprised. He thought, the appraisal skill failed? I didn't get any information at all. She, however, was still sitting cheerfully beside him, asking, nothing showed up, right? His attribute panel then displayed. Identity, Manhwa Yu. Class, Necromancer. Level 10. Looking at the attribute panel, she said in surprise. So your name is Manhwa Yu. Level 10. And your class is Necromancer? I've never heard of that class before. How strange. Suddenly, she recalled seeing him with the skeleton earlier. Then she continued. Earlier this afternoon, I think I saw a skeleton next to you. Was that something you summoned? Undead summons are extremely rare. She was still cheerfully waving her hand as she continued. Why don't you talk? You're not a mute, are you? You don't look like one. Suddenly, he spoke in a cold voice. Why? Hearing that, she excitedly exclaimed. So you can talk. He remained like a 1,000-year-old block of ice. He looked at her coldly and repeated, why? Seeing this, she happily pulled out something and told him. You're asking why the appraisal skill failed, right? It's because of this. This is an obstructing metal. As long as you wear it, anyone whose level isn't more than 10 levels higher than yours will have their appraisal skill fail on you. The item she took out looked quite old. Then she unlinked herself from the metal and said, now, try using the appraisal skill on me again. Hearing that, he raised his hand again. Her attribute panel appeared. Identity, Ning E. Class, Night Assassin. Level, 19. He stared silently at the attribute panel and thought, a level 19 Night Assassin. Suddenly, both of them sensed something and were startled. The two guys who chased Ning E earlier, along with an accomplice, were smirking sinisterly. Seeing this, he thought, the skeleton detected them. They're trying to surround us. Ning E stood up. Her eyes showed clear annoyance and disdain as she said to them, still at it, huh? It's just an intermediate level grab skill, isn't it? Haven't you given up yet? Then she turned around. She cheerfully told him, I'm leaving now. I'll find you to play with when I get the chance. Just then, an arrow flew towards both of them. Feeling the danger, she dodged. Suddenly, a bright light emanated from where she and he were standing. A marking arrow appeared above both their heads. The guy with the curly hair smirked sinisterly at the sight. Seeing the skill, she gritted her teeth in anger and shouted, damn it, a marking arrow. This is trouble now. He, standing nearby, calmly looked at the arrow that had just flown past and thought, that's the archer's hidden mark skill. That skill can mark targets. It makes targets visible, preventing them from entering stealth. It's especially effective against assassins with stealth skills and certain hidden monsters. He looked at the guys standing behind him and thought, it seems they came prepared. The blonde guy stepped forward, a smug look on his face. You won't escape this time. The three men surrounded him and Ning E. The blonde guy continued, I knew you two were in cahoots. A lowly assassin, like a rat, coupled with a dark and cunning undead summoner. Quite a perfect match, actually. Ning E was already in a fighting stance. She urgently explained to them, he has nothing to do with this. I'll give you the skill scroll. Let's go our separate ways. The curly-haired guy, still perched on the tree, smirked maliciously. His face twisted into a cruel sneer as he replied to her. If it were yesterday, that would have been no problem, of course. But now, we feel it's safer to kill you. Dead men tell no tales. Only then will no one know we have an intermediate-level skill scroll. Seeing that things are going south, she turned and whispered to him, I'll distract them in a bit. You run ahead on your own. Hearing that, he immediately asked, what about you? She was lost in her own thoughts. He's only level 10. I can't let my problems harm him. Hearing his question, she replied cheerfully, I'm a night assassin. The night is my home turf. Of course, I have a way to escape. Seeing this, he became pensive and thought, if she could fight them off, she wouldn't have had to run during the day. Clearly, their opponents are stronger. Then he began to observe. He continued to think. What's more, this guy was hit by a marking arrow. Her stealth skill is now ineffective. The curly-haired guy had run out of patience. He shouted at his comrades. The night is long and full of dangers. Don't waste any more time. Attack. The blonde guy, following orders, cheerfully raised his staff. His face was twisted in malice as he said, Today, not only will you die, but that little runt will die too. Then his staff shot out a sun-like light, illuminating the entire night sky. The attribute panel appeared. Illumination spell. After casting it, he thought confidently, the illumination spell isn't just for lighting. It can also dispel darkness and increase my hit rate against targets. Most importantly, the illumination spell can also counter assassins' stealth skills. Little thief, this time, your death is certain. Seeing this, she said quite panicked. I'll have to risk everything. The curly-haired guy had already drawn his bow. The black-haired guy was also in a ready-to-attack stance. And the blonde guy gripped his magic staff. All three men aimed at the two people who were surrounded. After observing the situation for a moment, he began to summon skeletons. Appear. The blonde guy saw this and sneered, pathetic. What a waste of energy. Undead summons. Truly sickening. Then he unleashed a fireball, launching it towards him. He boasted, my great fireball spell is a level 20 mage skill. Watch me burn you to ashes. Seeing this, Ning E rushed forward and pulled him away. She yelled, run. Suddenly, she realized her leg was bound by a spiritual thread. She exclaimed in surprise. A spiritual thread? Since when? The curly-haired guy took the opportunity to fire an arrow. He said with a malicious grin, enjoy 3 arrows, triple attack. Let's see what kind of damage I can inflict. Seeing the 3 arrows flying towards her, she screamed in terror. We're finished. And she quickly pushed him away. Her face filled with worry as she looked at him. Both of them were about to be hit by the attacks from the 2 enemies. Suddenly, 2 skeletons appeared, startling her even more. One skeleton blocked the blonde guy's attack. Another skeleton used its sword to deflect the curly-haired guy's arrows. Finally, a third skeleton was dealing with the black-haired guy. The black-haired guy was sent flying by a single blow from the skeleton. The skeleton that took the full force of the fireball stepped out, completely unharmed. The blonde guy's face contorted in fear. He stared at the skeletons, utterly disbelieving, and stammered, this. How can this be? My detection spell clearly showed this kid is only a level 10 necromancer. Then, terrified, he stammered again, don't come any closer. Though in his heart, he still couldn't believe it. I'm a level 21 mage. He's only level 10. How can he kill me? The curly-haired guy was now visibly terrified and screamed, What are you exactly? The black-haired guy also spoke up, his voice filled with disbelief. Our skills have absolutely no effect on those summoned creatures. Why are their attribute values so high? Suddenly, behind them, glowing red eyes appeared, floating in the air. The curly-haired guy looked on, curious. The black-haired guy also stared at the glowing orbs, confused. Meanwhile, the blonde guy's skeleton warriors appeared, one after another. They emerged, forming a large circle surrounding them. The skeletons continued to be summoned without end. Standing to the side, she watched in utter shock. Her mouth hung open as she thought. Are these really the skeleton warriors I've seen before? They clearly don't have a single intact bone. How are they so strong? Are these truly level 10 summons? Even the skills of a level 20 mage and an archer can't hurt them. She looked at the massive horde of skeletons again and thought, and there are just so many of them. After that thought, she looked over at him, standing there calmly, and called out. Suddenly, his eyes glowed. Following his command, the skeletons charged forward. The status window reappeared. Identity, Lin Mayu. Class, Unique Necromancer. Level, 10-0%. Strength, 100 Agility, 100 Spirit, 300. Vitality, 100. Equipment, None Summoning Space, 44 out of 100. Skeleton Warriors, Quantity, 44. Talent, All Attributes increased. Level 2, Unique Attribute. Passive Skill, Lethal Mobility. Active Skill, Soul Fire, Level 10. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Level 10. All Attributes increased. Level 2, All Skill Effects increased by 10 times. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Level 10 summons 1 Bronze Tier Skeleton Warrior. The blonde guy had conjured a barrier to protect himself from the skeletons. But before he could celebrate, his barrier was attacked by a skeleton and began to crack. After a short while, the barrier shattered into fragments. He raised his staff, creating a ring of fire that erupted with a loud roar. Seeing the skeletons pushed back, he gloated again. Taste my power! No sooner had he finished speaking than the horde of skeletons charged forward to attack. Seeing this, he cried out, Wah! Before he could finish, he was cut into many pieces by the skeletons. The curly-haired guy, currently fleeing from the pursuing skeletons, thought in terror, instant kill. It's only been a few seconds. My agility attribute is clearly 1,000. Why can't I escape these skeletons? As if to answer the audience's question, not his, the skeleton's attribute panel appeared. Agility, 1,500. Both sides moved so fast that it created a whoosh sound. Whoosh. No matter where he ran, the skeletons caught up. Seeing this, he thought helplessly, there's nowhere to hide. The other guy was still in his original spot. He was desperately defending against the skeleton's attacks, creating loud, crashing sounds. He continuously used his moves. Charge! Charge! His shield clashed against the skeleton's weapons, producing sounds of clang. Clang! Standing to the side, he watched surprised and said, Ultimate defense. I can't believe that knight possesses such a skill. He watched the knight still struggling to withstand the skeleton's attacks. Then he continued to think, this is one of knight's core skills. For a short period, defensive power is greatly increased. A level 20 knight using this skill can withstand the attacks of a level 40 mage. A knight with ultimate defense and a knight without this skill, they're like two completely different classes. Suddenly, the blonde guy's scream echoed. Seeing this, he looked over in fear. Then he began to think in a panic. How can these skeleton warriors be so terrifying? I wouldn't have come if I knew. To lose my life just for a mid-level skill book. It's not worth it. He raised his hand. His hand was enveloped by a surge of power. Then he said coldly, use your skills. Stop him. Don't let him escape. Giving commands to the skeletons, he remained completely unfazed, thinking, I can't let him get away. If I'm going to kill, I'll kill them all. At this moment, powerful energy enveloped the skeletons. The status window reappeared. Furious Strike. Furious Strike. Deals 200% damage to the target. Strength, 1,500. With a whoosh, the skeleton's swords slashed towards him. Seeing this, he screamed in fear. They could still use skills. At this moment, his shield was already shattered. He thought in despair. Ultimate defense can last for 1 minute. But the more intense the attacks, the shorter its duration. I can't take it anymore. The skeletons had now surrounded him. He could only cry out helplessly, damn it. Suddenly, he remembered Lin Moam lecturing him. Her expression was stern as she told him, Moyu, you must remember, either don't do it at all, or if you do, show no mercy. After a moment, Ning E asked him in disbelief, what? They're all dead. But in her heart, she secretly thought he didn't even move. He put his hands in his pockets, calm, and continued to think. After an awakener dies, everything in their storage space will drop. Let's see what they had. After collecting everything, the attribute panels for each item appeared. Mage Staff of Initiation, Bronze Tier Spirit, plus 20. Increases Mage Skill Power by 5%. Usable after level 18. Battle Bow of Initiation, Bronze Tier. Agility, plus 20. Increases Archery Skill Power by 5%. Usable after level 18. Shield of Initiation, Bronze Tier. Constitution plus 20. Increases Defensive Skill Effectiveness by 5%. Usable after level 18. Sword of Initiation, Bronze Tier Strength, plus 10. Constitution, plus 10. Increases Physical Attack Skill Power by 5%. Usable after level 13. She walked over to examine the items he picked up and said, these are all weapons dropped from the Initiation Orc Legion dungeon. That's a level 20 dungeon outside Sea City. Those three must have frequented that dungeon. He listened to her, still stoic. He raised his hand, storing the items in his mobile bank. Then he thought, these 4 pieces of equipment are useless to me, but I can sell them for some money. Suddenly, he paused, looking at the scroll in his hand, and thought, Beginner Skill Scroll. This skill scroll is worth 10,000 gold coins. That's quite valuable. Should I sell it or use it? Ning E, standing nearby, happily said to him, you probably don't have any beginner skill scrolls yet, right? So you can use this one. Even though there's a chance of getting a skill you already have, you might also get a new one. The scroll's attribute panel appeared at this moment. Beginner Skill Scroll. Can grant skills below level 20. Can grant skills already learned. It was as if Ning E could read his thoughts. She said incredulously, you're not planning to sell it, are you? Are you short on money? This skill scroll is just a beginner one. It's not worth much. Hearing her words, he secretly thought, she doesn't seem to care about 10,000 gold coins. Looks like she comes from an extraordinary background. After thinking this, he asked coldly, how do I use it? Hearing him ask, she happily instructed him. It's very simple. Just hold the skill scroll and say use. She dared to teach. He dared to do. He immediately followed her instructions. Use. After a while, nothing happened. And she, standing beside him, was still cheerful. She spoke to him again. Oh, come on. Not like that. You're not saying it loud enough. You have to say it loudly to activate it. She said it with a playful, teasing tone. Seeing this, he remained silent and thought to himself, it seems I need to infuse spiritual power to use the skill scroll. After thinking this, he immediately poured his spiritual power into the scroll. Seeing that she had been found out, she became a bit dejected and said, how did you figure it out so quickly? What a fail. After a moment, the scroll in his hand ignited. The attribute panel then appeared. Skill acquired. Corpse explosion, level 1. Detonates a corpse, dealing 10% damage to enemies within a 1m radius. He looked at the attribute panel and then thought, I got a new skill. This scroll wasn't a waste. Then he imagined the scene of a corpse exploding and continued to think. Corpses, in the eyes of a necromancer. Corpses also have life. He thought again, though this skill is quite weak if I factor in my innate talent. After being enhanced by my innate talent, its damage power could reach a range of 10 meters. He then imagined a scene of countless corpses exploding all at once. He couldn't help but marvel, thinking, and as long as one corpse explodes, it can continue to deal damage to surrounding enemies. This is truly an area of effect attack skill. He closed his eyes, feeling it out. Then he continued to think, because of my innate talent, almost all my skills become divine miracle. Meanwhile, Ning E, standing nearby, asked curiously, well, did you learn a new skill? Hearing her question, he looked over at her and replied, I did. She then happily said to him, your voice is clearly so pleasant to listen to. Why don't you like to talk? What a shame. Seeing her acting so strangely, he remembered her image and secretly thought, this girl, she doesn't seem like the other girls in school. After thinking this, he complimented her in return. Your voice is very pleasant too. Seeing this, she became even happier, smiling brightly as she replied, haha, thank you. I know my voice is pleasant. Suddenly, she took out a small chest and placed it in his hand. Then she said, considering you saved this young miss and complimented this young miss, take this as a gift. He opened the chest. The attribute panel appeared. Can awaken skills from level 40 to 70. Can grant skills already learned. Looking at the system panel, he was astonished and thought, a medium skill scroll. It costs 1,000,000 gold coins on the exchange. That's 100 times more than a beginner scroll. This thing, it's a valuable gift. Then he looked over at her, still smiling cheerfully, and continued to think. Wasn't she being hunted because of this medium skill scroll? Now, she just gives it away like that. A moment later, she sat warming herself by the flickering fire. Then she told him, I found a fortuitous treasure chest in the camp of the Orc Legion in Shanghai City. You know, these kind of treasure chests appear randomly, and I just happened to find it. She continued, I opened the treasure chest and got this medium skill scroll. Then she was chased by the group of people from before. She continued speaking. I didn't expect them to see it. They wanted to snatch this skill scroll. Even if it's not super valuable, this young miss worked hard to get it. How could I just hand it over easily? So they chased me down. I ran and ran for days. From Shanghai City all the way to Shihai City. Don't you think they're annoying? Like flies. As she spoke, her expression was a little aggrieved. Seeing her like that, he sat down beside her and said, you almost died just now, you know? Hearing this, she happily replied, don't worry, I can't die. When I take a fatal blow, I'm automatically teleported away. But I still have to thank you. Otherwise, even if I didn't die, I'd still be severely injured. Then she hugged herself, trembling, and looked at him continuing, you have to know, getting hurt really hurts. I'm most afraid of pain. He looked at her, his face stoic, and thought to himself, looks like I worried for nothing. She's definitely a young lady from some prominent family. She has a precious artifact. She basically can't die. After saying that, she turned back to look at him. She happily said, I gave you that medium skill scroll, so do you have any food? I'm practically starving to death. I want to eat sweet potatoes. Seeing that, he could only helplessly take out some sweet potatoes and hand them to her. Ning E gnawed on a sweet potato, looked at him, and asked, Silly Lin, did you come here to level up? Looking at your level, you probably haven't joined an academy yet, right? Which school are you planning to test into? He nodded at this and replied, Xiaojing Academy. Hearing that, she replied, Xiaojing Academy is very good. But then she thought to herself, with his strength, getting into any school wouldn't be a problem. Before now, who at level 10 could easily fight a level 20 professional? And he's a triple jobber. If he can't pass the exam for Xiaojing Academy, then no one else possibly could. Suddenly, she remembered something and said to him, if you go to Xiaojing Academy, remember, there's Xiaojing Divine Tower. The first challenge gives double rewards. If you try hard and clear as many floors as possible, it's for the best. As she spoke, she remembered the mysterious Black Tower, surrounded by a massive surge of power. But she continued to share her experience with him. That way, you'll get a lot of accumulated points in Xiaojing Academy. Accumulated points are even more useful than gold coins. Also, Xiaojing Academy has the Academy of Divine Creation. If you can get in, you absolutely must. After chatting for a while, she was now fast asleep. Seeing this, he covered her with something so she wouldn't be cold. Then he started meditating. The attribute panel reappeared. Meditation, mental power, is recovering. The next morning, Ning E woke up. She rubbed her eyes and asked him, silly Lin, I'm hungry. Are there any more sweet potatoes? Hearing this, he took out some sweet potatoes and gave them to her. After a moment, she was already hugging a pile of sweet potatoes but still reached out her hand and said, not enough. More. Can't you give me a lot? Men should be generous. Hand it all over. Seeing this, he helplessly shrugged and said, I'm really out. Hearing this, she happily replied, all right, this young miss trusts you. With that, she hugged her pile of sweet potatoes and stood up. She looked at him and continued to say, I need to go level up. Silly Lin, we'll meet again later, okay? You should level up quickly too. Then you can take me with you to level up. He watched her retreating figure and replied, take her with me to level up later. Goodbye. A moment later, he stood, looking at the corpses of the people from last night. He said coldly, now I can test out that skill. Corpse explosion. I just acquired yesterday. Lin Mayu enveloped his hand in power. He looked at the corpse on the ground and said, explode corpse. The corpse immediately began to glow. That erupted in a massive explosion. He looked at the spot where the corpse had exploded. The surrounding trees had been blasted apart, leaving only their roots. Seeing this, he said, after my talent upgraded it. Its range increased quite a bit, and it's a 360-degree blast with no blind spots. It's truly a divine skill for corpse destruction. It seems the power of detonating it mid-air might be even stronger. With that, he turned and left, then made the other two corpses explode to clean up. He thought coldly, I should go check out the West Sea Mine instance. He walked through the dense forest. He continued to ponder as he went. After the Bone Soldiers evolved from Iron Rank to Bronze Rank, it takes 70 spiritual power to summon one. And I only have 300 spiritual power. Thinking this, he then said, after meditating and recovering last night, I can summon 4 new Bone Soldiers. The attribute panel appeared. Summoning space, 48 out of 100. Bone Soldier count, 48. Seeing this, he happily said, no ruse. One day, I'll fill up this summoning space. A moment later, he emerged from the forest. Looking into the distance, he saw an instance dungeon entrance. He wondered, is that the entrance to the West Sea Mine instance dungeon? At the entrance, people leveling up were bustling, looking for teammates. Normal difficulty, 3 short 1. Need a healer. Normal difficulty. Have a mage and a healer. Need a knight. Elite team for the Ore Mine instance. Nightmare difficulty. Have a knight mage. Assassin. Need a healer and a system-based support. At this moment, he approached. Everyone who saw his Bone Soldiers immediately gave him a wide berth. He went to check the attribute panel for the Ore Mountain instance. Difficulty can be selected. Normal. Nightmare. Looking at the attribute panel, he thought to himself, although there's no hell difficulty, even normal difficulty features elite monsters. They're several times stronger than monsters outside. Nightmare difficulty contains even more challenging reinforced elite monsters. For normal, you need a tank, DPS, and a healer for the party. Nightmare requires at least 5 people with a dual support lineup, plus DPS. Suddenly, a person next to him approached and asked, young man, are you a summoner? Then he used a detection spell to probe. Suddenly, a Bone Soldier looked over, startling him. The attribute panel then appeared, because he is wearing a Dar Weijong barrier badge. The detection spell has lost its effect. At this moment, the crowd rushed over and surrounded him. The young man with the light green hair began to invite the young man. Do you want to run the instance with us? A girl from behind also said, we're still missing a DPS. You must be a summoner, right? A summoner's DPS isn't bad either. Want to team up? He was surrounded, but remained silent, thinking to himself, good thing he gave me that blocking badge. It saved me quite a bit of trouble. The green-haired person still didn't give up. he said to him. After hearing them, he nodded and said, "No need, thank you." The crowd fell silent at this. The attribute panel reappeared. It was asking to confirm whether to choose nightmare difficulty. He looked at the attribute panel, his expression thoughtful. Then he said, "Confirm." Seeing him teleport into the instance, the crowd gasped in surprise, shouting. Another person asked in disbelief, "Alone? He went into the instance alone?" Another person heard this and said, "No way, he's really going in solo? That's way too arrogant." Another person then looked at the one who had just probed him and asked, "Hey, buddy who used the detection spell, tell us a bit about him. What level is he? What's his class?" Hearing someone ask him, he immediately replied, "No, I didn't get any information at all." Hearing this, someone else said, "Then let's wait and see if he can make it out alive or not." Hearing this, someone else said, "Inside the West Sea Mine instance." As soon as he entered, he exclaimed in surprise, "It seems if I step out of this circle, I'll be detected by monsters." The attribute panel appeared. Reinforced elite monster, level 14. Strength, 800. Agility, 400. Spirit, 200. Stamina, 1000. Skills, stun attack. He then raised his hand and pointed at the goblin. Looking at the goblin's attributes, he thought, as expected of a reinforced elite monster, its attributes are several times higher than normal monsters. Both its strength and stamina are extremely high, indicating its attack and defense are incredibly abnormal. Even a level 14 knight's class stamina attributes are only around 300 to 400. They absolutely can't contend with this reinforced elite monster. If they don't team up, a normal class user would be completely unable to clear this nightmare difficulty instance. He continued to think. As he thought, he summoned his army of skeletons. After summoning them, he immediately stepped out of the circle. As he walked, he thought. His eyes were sharp, his expression cold. After his thoughts, he commanded. Hearing his command, the skeleton soldiers immediately rushed forward, attacking the goblin. The attribute panel appeared. Killed level 14 Mine Guard Goblin. Then the attribute panel appeared again. Experience gained, 4200. Seeing this, he thought in surprise. For 1200 experience, that's 10 times more than monsters of the same level. Or rather, killing one monster here is like killing 10 out there. Then he pointed and commanded his skeleton soldiers. Killing monsters only takes 1 or 2 seconds. At this rate, my leveling speed will increase significantly. A map appeared in his mind. He slowly instructed his skeleton soldiers. Every path must be thoroughly searched. Nothing can be overlooked. The attribute panel kept displaying notifications. Experience gained, 4200. Obtained, Bone X5. Killed level 14 Mine Guard Goblin. Experience gained, 4200. Obtained, for X6. After a while, his level increased again. After leveling up, he said, "Finally, level 11. After leveling up, my mental power is fully restored. I can summon 4 more skeleton soldiers." As he finished speaking, he summoned the skeleton soldiers. His attribute panel reappeared. Name, Lin Mayu. Class, Unique Necromancer. Level 11, 1%. Strength, 120. Agility, 120. Spirit, 40 of 400. Stamina, 120. Equipment, none. Summon space, 56/100. Skeleton soldiers, 56. Talent, all-around boost LV2 unique. Passive skill, damage transfer. Active skills, soul flame LV11. Summon skeleton LV11. Corpse explosion LV1, damage transfer. All damage received by the necromancer is borne by the summoned creatures. Soul flame LV11. Burns the target's soul, inflicting burning damage. Power depends on mental power and skill level. Summon skeleton LV11. Summons a bronze tier skeleton. Corpse explosion LV1. Explode that corpse. Dealing 10% of the corpse's enemy life as damage to enemies within a 1-meter radius. He looked at the attribute panel and began to voice his conjectures. After level 10, the increase in basic attributes is even greater. Before, with each level up, strength, agility, and stamina all increased by 10 points. Now it's become 20 points. My mental power increased by another 100 points. With each subsequent level up, the attribute growth will become even greater. At this moment, the skeleton soldier's attribute panel also appeared. Bronze tier skeleton soldier. Strength, 1,700 plus 200. Agility, 1,700 plus 200. Spirit, 1,700 plus 200. Stamina, 1,700 plus 200. Skill, Frenzied Strike. Deals 200% of its own strength as damage to the target. After speaking, he looked over his leveling skeleton soldiers. Seeing the skeleton soldier's attribute panel, he continued. The skeleton soldier's basic attributes increased by 20 points. After being amplified tenfold, it ultimately increased by 200 points. Suddenly, the attribute panel reappeared. Corps explosion élevée. Seeing this, he felt puzzled. He widened his eyes and thought, why did all my skills level up? But corpse explosion, which I just learned, is still level 1? Then he recalled her image. He then sighed and said, the attribute panel appeared again, announcing, level 11, 32.22%. Suddenly, something appeared, creating a gust of wind. Seeing this, he looked over and exclaimed. A wolf king emerged, its expression fierce. It glared at him and his skeleton soldiers, snarling. Its attribute panel also appeared. Mind Wolf King. Elite Alpha. Level 15. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 2,000. Spirit, 2,000. Stamina, 2,500. Skill Roar. He looked at the Wolf King's attribute panel, finding it hard to believe, and said, it seems the final boss of this dungeon will be even stronger. The Wolf King was still snarling at him. He continued. After speaking, he pointed at it. Then he ordered his skeleton soldiers. Seeing the skeleton soldiers charging, the Wolf King used its skill, sending the skeleton soldiers flying back. Seeing this, he thought, with their stamina, they can barely withstand the Wolf King's attacks. Then he gave another command. Seeing it still struggling, he continued. The Wolf King, now heavily wounded, used, sending the skeleton soldiers flying far away. Seeing this, he remarked, the stunning effect is quite good. After escaping the encirclement, it rushed towards a gate. Seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise. It's running away. A dungeon boss actually knows how to flee? Suddenly, he sensed something and told his skeleton soldiers. Something's not right. Everyone fall back. A pack of wolves appeared. He looked at the attribute panel of one of them and saw. Mind Wolf. Level 14. Strength, 600. Agility, 600. Spirit, 200. Stamina, 1,000. Skill Bite. After seeing this, he looked around and said, their attributes aren't strong, but there are too many of them, at least 100. Then he started to think. An ordinary adventurer, even a 5-person party, would be completely unable to deal with so many mind wolves. After thinking, he looked cheerfully at the pack of mind wolves and said, but I'm a necromancer. All of these are just EXP for me. The skeletons had already begun their attack. The attribute panel announced, killed level 14 mind wolf. EXP plus 2,800. Received, wolf hide. Once there was a corpse, he happily used corpse explosion. The attribute panel displayed, corpse explosion. The mind wolf's corpse immediately exploded. He looked at the situation before him and thought, after being enhanced by my talent, corpse explosion's damage now equals 100% of the mind wolf's max HP. The result is an instant kill. The attribute panel continuously displayed, killed level 14 mind wolf. EXP plus 2,800. Received, wolf hide. Killed level 14 mind wolf. EXP plus 2,800. Received, wolf hide. Killed level 14 mind wolf. EXP plus 2,800. Received, wolf hide. At this moment, the mind wolves' corpses continued to chain explode. His attribute panel updated. Level 11. 32.22% to 72%. After a while, only the Wolf King remained standing. It glared at him and growled. Seeing this, he told it, you should taste it too. As soon as he finished speaking, he detonated the mind wolf corpses where the Wolf King stood. The chain explosion attacked it. Hit by the explosion, it too turned into a corpse. He muttered, that's only equivalent to 5 regular mind wolves. The quality-to-quantity ratio is too low. Still, my luck isn't bad. The dropped items are quite valuable. The attribute panel then appeared. Killed level 15 mind wolf king. EXP plus 15,000. Received, Wolf King's Fawn. Received, low-grade monster core. After examining them for a moment, he stored the monster core and then told his skeletons, clear a path along the corridor. We should reach the final boss quickly. As he walked deeper inside, he said, later, in Hell-tiered dungeons, the experience might be even greater. On the other side, a skeleton just killed a monster. The attribute panel displayed a notification. Killed elite goblin warrior. EXP plus 4,500. Received, Beastman Bone, X6. His expression was cold, his sharp eyes fixed forward as he thought. This dungeon consistently provides a level up in just over an hour. At this rate, if I gain a few more levels, forget level 16. Levels 18 or 19 are entirely possible. After thinking, he spoke. All right then, we'll meet very soon. He then walked towards the sleeping boss and called out, Big guy, just dealing with you. Should get me to level 12, right? The boss's attribute panel appeared before him. Goblin King. Leader tier monster. Level 16. Strength, 3000. Agility, 1500. Spirit, 1500. Stamina, 3000. Skills, Fiery Eruption. Sweeping Demolition. Looking at the boss's attribute panel, he began to think with a sigh of wonder. As expected, the final boss's attributes, especially strength and stamina, are much higher than my skeleton warriors. Suddenly, the Goblin King's eyes snapped open, looking at him and the skeletons before it. It reacted swiftly. It drew its sword and suddenly swung it towards him. Seeing this, he dodged to the side. Crack! His skeleton warrior shattered. The skeleton's entire body broke apart and vanished. The attribute panel now displayed. Skeleton warriors, 54/56. Seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise. Damn, that one strike made me lose 2 skeleton warriors. The attribute panel then showed Frenzy Blow. He looked at the skeleton warriors and the Goblin King fighting and thought, I get it. My own attributes are too weak. With only 120 stamina points, against a Goblin King with 3000 strength, my defense is too low. The transfer damage is naturally much heavier than what the skeleton warriors themselves take. After thinking, he helplessly ran a hand through his hair and said, It seems I'm the only weak link here. I'll have to accumulate stamina from now on. The attribute panels for the Goblin King and Skeleton Warrior appeared. Goblin King. Leader tier monster. Level 16. Strength, 3000. Agility, 1500. Stamina, 3000. Spirit, 1500. Bronze Skeleton Warrior. Level 11. Strength, 170. Agility, 1700. Stamina, 1700. Spirit, 1700. No matter how you looked at it, the Skeleton Warrior was significantly weaker than the Goblin King. Seeing this, he thought to himself, It's clear, with my skeleton's current strength, they can't go head-to-head with this boss. However, I have a whole army of skeletons. As he thought, he continuously summoned more skeleton warriors. A brutal battle raged between the Goblin King and Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors. The Goblin King's eyes blazed with a fierce, fiery red, as if it wanted to incinerate every single skeleton surrounding it. Watching the spectacle, Lin Moyu calmly stated, Keep this up, and my skeleton army will wear it down until it's dead. Meanwhile, the Goblin King, crackling with powerful magic and wielding its razor-sharp sword, lunged towards the skeletons. With its sweeping demolition skill, the Goblin King effortlessly annihilated Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors. Witnessing the Goblin King's maneuver, Lin Moyu immediately realized, this sweeping demolition skill is far more potent than the Wolf King's roar ever was. This moment wasn't just a temporary setback. It ignited an even fiercer will to fight deep within him. Then, the Goblin King, with its stamina at 259 out of 1700, unleashed its next move. Fiery Eruption. It spewed out an incredibly powerful flame, dealing massive damage. This made all of Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors vulnerable, easily overwhelmed and destroyed. Lin Moyu's heart tightened as he watched his forces dwindle under the Goblin King's vicious attacks. But simultaneously, a powerful catalyst ignited a surge of fury within him. Seeing this, he immediately said, Return to the summoning space. His mind began to race with plans. I have to interrupt its skill. He unleashed his Soul Flame skill. Spirit -40. His power exploded, and even though the goblin tried to resist with fire, it couldn't retaliate. Finally, the Frenzy Blow. He thought to himself, I don't have much spirit left. I have to seize this chance to capture it. A perfect synergy between him and his skeleton warriors left the Goblin King with no strength to resist. An emerald flame consumed the upper half of the goblin, burning away its malevolent energy and darkness. The Goblin King's screams echoed, but it couldn't escape the destructive power of the flame. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Moyu thought, that should do it. A notification panel appeared. Killed Goblin King. EXP plus 40,000. Received, Bronze Tier Weapon, Goblin Dagger. Received, Bronze Tier Armor. Magic Tool Knowledge. Received, Goblin King's Core. To secure that victory, Lin Moyu had expended a significant amount of his spirit. After defeating the Goblin King, he said, Finally, I've leveled up to 12. Maintaining soul flame. My spirit is completely depleted. Good thing leveling up restores spirit. Once I tally the spoils, I can leave the dungeon. After tallying the spoils, he mused. Although a necromancer is considered a magic user class, my skills aren't like a typical mage's. If there's no cooldown, this magic tool knowledge seems useless. Still, 10 points each to spirit and stamina is good enough. The information panel appeared. Magic tool knowledge. Bronze tier armor. Spirit plus 10. Stamina plus 10. Reduces cooldown of mage skills by 5%. Usable after level 12. Holding the core in his hand, Lin Moyu mused aloud. This core can fetch 10,000 gold coins at the exchange. That's worth far more than those 2 pieces of equipment. The haul from this dungeon isn't bad at all. He thought to himself, now that I've leveled up, my spirit is completely restored. I can summon 4 more skeleton warriors now. The information panel appeared. Summon skeleton warrior, level 12. Summoning a skeleton warrior costs 110 spirit. Summoning capacity, 6110. Skeleton warriors, 60. Spirit, 510. It was a rather risky move, considering his spirit. But Lin Moyu had no room for hesitation now. His gaze was resolute, unwavering. Time to head out. With a flash, they exited. But to their surprise, they were surrounded and ambushed. All surprised eyes were fixated on the magic tool knowledge robe Lin Moyu was wearing. They gasped in astonishment. He's out. I can't believe he actually made it out alive. Did he really solo that dungeon? Look at his gear. Isn't that magic tool knowledge? He's so young. I can't believe he's a big shot who can solo a dungeon. The atmosphere was thick with vague suspicion. All eyes remained glued to Lin Moyu, yet he held his head high. His resolute gaze radiated strength as he walked alongside his skeleton warriors. He remained silent, offering no explanation, for his very survival spoke volumes. As he walked, he thought, this dungeon has a 12-hour cooldown. The EXP from wild monsters is too little. Killing a dozen of them isn't even worth 1 monster in the dungeon. I'll wait until the next dungeon refresh. In the meantime, I'll meditate to restore some spirit. It was clear he was meticulously planning his next moves, leaving nothing to chance. He calculated carefully, knowing precisely what he needed. He sat beneath a tree to restore his spirit, guarded by his skeleton warriors. During that time, he recalled the life and death moments he had just experienced. This dungeon run didn't just help me find my biggest weakness. It also helped me understand the full scope of my... He realized the strengths of his abilities. Corpse detonation worked incredibly well. It truly is an unparalleled area of effect skill. Soul Flame can not only interrupt enemy skills, but its spiritual attack, which ignores defense, is also extremely powerful. Even a nightmare-level boss would struggle to withstand it. Strong currents of spiritual energy surged through him, regenerating his strength. After 12 hours, he was done. His eyes, initially shut tight from exhaustion, now opened completely free of fatigue. My spirit is almost fully recovered. I can summon 4 more skeleton warriors again. This powerful new energy ignited the inherent strength within him, making him fear no challenge ahead. Fully recovered, he and his skeleton warriors descended the mountain. They arrived at a wild area where a few people were resting by a campfire. Lin Moyu assessed them. Those who often roam the wilderness gain a lot of experience. Their preparations are also thorough. He turned his head, looking elsewhere. He remembered Ning E, wolfing down a sweet potato until she choked. He thought again. As for that girl, before he could finish his thought, something happened on the other side. The sounds of arguing and conflict piqued his curiosity. What's going on? Someone angrily shouted. You guys from the Dynasty Guild are too overbearing. What right do you have to stop us from entering the dungeon? Yeah, what right? The dungeon doesn't belong to your Dynasty Guild. Us entering the dungeon doesn't affect you at all. One person said, then another, a rapid-fire exchange. Neither side would back down. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. A man spoke up, seemingly a guild member. Our vice guild leader is completing a quest inside the dungeon. Until his quest is finished, none of you can enter the dungeon. That didn't stop their verbal sparring. By what right? You Dynasty Guild members are truly tyrannical. To prevent the argument from escalating further, the man who had been patiently explaining just moments ago, fueled by rage, launched an attack. He unleashed a blazing golden flame towards the others. That person was thrown far back, unable to retaliate. One of the men panicked, his face pale, constantly exclaiming in terror. They're dead. How could you just casually kill someone? After the slaughter, They acted as if nothing had happened, brazenly taunting them. A girl from the Dynasty Guild said, "These low-level job holders. What's wrong with killing them?" Another chimed in, "If you got the guts, come seek revenge at the Dynasty Guild. You're welcome anytime." The indifference and cruelty of this group left the witnesses feeling helpless and utterly enraged. "You people." Standing afar, Lin Moyu had witnessed everything. He stepped forward and asked, "What's going on?" One of the men recognized him and thought to himself, "It's the expert who soloed the dungeon." Then he answered Lin Moyu's earlier question. "It's like this. The Dynasty Guild needs the core of the spirit demon. But the drop rate for this core is incredibly low. Only nightmare-level dungeons have a slight chance of dropping it. What's more, it only drops once every 100 days. Today marks exactly 100 days since the last drop, so they're taking matters into their own hands. Now, their vice guild leader is doing a quest in the dungeon, and they won't let us in." With a worried, sweaty face, he added for Lin Moyu, "Those quests on the exchange are actually all posted by the Dynasty Guild. It's just that no one has ever been able to complete them. It's ridiculous. The Spirit Demon Core is worth 30,000 gold coins. They offer 10,000 and expect to buy it? Only an idiot would sell it to them." While the man spoke, Lin Moyu recalled the quest he had fought and whispered aloud, "Such a coincidence, huh?" To clarify, he asked the man from before, "What's this core used for?" The man replied, "The Spirit Demon King's core can help alchemists craft the Spirit Demon King ring. It increases all attributes by 10, and all skills gain 1 level. It can be used from level 15. It's hailed as the most powerful accessory below level 40. Upon learning about the core's effects, he fell into deep thought. Such powerful attributes are indeed formidable. For a diligent job holder, it's practically divine. The man continued, "I hear the vice guild leader of the Dynasty Guild wants to test into the Capital Academy. So he absolutely needs to get this equipment. The Dynasty Guild isn't short on alchemists. All other materials are already prepared. They're just missing the Spirit Demon King's core." Hearing this, Lin Moyu stepped forward. "What's the point of bothering with that guild? Hindering my leveling is unacceptable." The man called out after him, "Hey, where are you going? Get back here. We can't afford to provoke the Dynasty Guild. You'll die." He kept walking, ignoring the man's warnings. He saw the group of murderers from earlier, trampling on the corpses, spewing endless insults. "You're not even guild members, yet you dare to act so brazenly in front of us. Don't ever show your faces in front of the Dynasty Guild again, got it?" Seeing Lin Moyu approach, the leader of the group arrogantly challenged him. "You want to die too, huh?" Lin Moyu's eyes glowed green, completely ignoring their words. He stated, "You guys are disturbing my leveling." His firm words infuriated the other guy. He kicked the corpse aside and yelled at Lin Moyu, "You brat, did the spirit demons rot your brain? Do you even know who you're talking to?" Lin Moyu repeated once more, "Move." The other side continued to insult him. Turns out it's just a level 12 noob who can't understand human speech. He's good for assessing monsters, sure, but entering a dungeon? A spirit master? Huh, never heard of it. He continuously insulted Lin Moyu. The others, worried for Lin Moyu, tried to stop him. "Get back. The Dynasty Guild doesn't care about reason. They'll really kill you." However, Lin Moyu's eyes showed no sign of giving up. His narrowed eyes, full of killing intent, stared directly at the other man, making him feel a slight fear. That kid's gaze. Why does it make me feel uneasy? How come he's not scared? He began to unleash an attack on Lin Moyu. "You damn brat, you're asking for death. Take one more step, and I'll kill you." He still calmly walked forward. The Dynasty Guild members looked dangerous, raising their weapons. The orange-haired man commanded, "Kill him." A fierce, tense, brutal battle ensued. The orange-haired man created a protective shield. The orange-haired man, it turned out, was Zhao Ji, a level 25 mage. He yelled, "You level 12 brat. Even if I stood still and let you hit me, you wouldn't break through my energy shield." Meanwhile, Lin Moyu's skeleton soldier charged forward. The skeleton soldier slashed at the shield, causing cracks to appear. Zhao Ji thought anxiously, "What kind of summon is this? How is its attack power so strong? My energy shield can withstand 5 attacks from a high-level warrior. Now it can barely take one more hit." Without stopping, Lin Moyu's skeleton soldier brought down another furious, heavy blow on the shield. Zhao Ji thought in terror, "No, if this attack lands, the energy shield will shatter. I'll die." Another person rushed forward and unleashed a skill. "Resist the fire ring." He aggressively shouted, "What are you staring at? Attack!" Zhao Ji, having just escaped the jaws of death, thought in a panic. "I'm alive." He lunged, engaging the skeleton soldier in close combat. You brat who doesn't know your place. Watch me turn your disgusting summon into dust. But how could a summoned skeleton soldier be so easily destroyed? He had barely unleashed his skill when the skeleton soldier sent him flying. He yelled in disbelief. I'm a knight. How is this possible? Seeing that victory was impossible, he reluctantly ordered, kill the summoner. Just kill him, and the summoned creatures will disappear automatically. At this moment, a woman and a man drew their bows, aiming at Lin Moyu. The arrogant man said, provoking the Dynasty Guild. The onlookers, worried for him and seeing the unfavorable situation, yelled, be careful, get away. Lin Moyu, without an ounce of worry, summoned more skeleton soldiers to continue the fight. Go! The skeleton soldiers quickly intercepted and broke the arrows. The two were astonished, unable to believe their eyes. What? They gasped in shock. He doesn't just have one summon. Seeing this, the leader and another person stepped forward. He commanded, block him for me. He skillfully used the Fire Serpent combo skill to attack Lin Moyu. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, that's a rare skill that only level 20 mages can learn. Only a third of mages can master the Fire Serpent combo. It's a mage's strongest attack skill. That kid is in deep trouble. The flames continued to surge towards Lin Moyu. This made Zhao Ji ecstatic. This time he's definitely dead. An explosion rang out, but it had no effect on the skeleton soldier army. The skeleton army continued to advance. The Dynasty Guild members cried out in panic. How are there so many monsters? Zhao Ji's face turned ashen with fear. They've outnumbered us. The battle continued as he raised his sword, the cold light reflecting from the sharp blade. He yelled an order to his team to form ranks, engage the enemy, and advance towards Lin Moyu. The members activated their powerful abilities. Strength enhancement, agility enhancement, spirit enhancement, speed enhancement, berserker's soul. At the same time, a girl was providing support to the entire team. Support class, boost. Their coordination was seamless, and he was certain victory was already in his grasp. Our guild has extensive experience, and our teamwork is perfectly in sync. Our Dynasty Guild is invincible. On the other side, seeing the enemy's arrogance, Lin Moyu showed no worry. Confident and calm, he reminded everyone step back. Powerful energy coursed through him. His eyes seemed to devour the scum blocking his path as he activated the soul flame. The attack he just unleashed struck directly at the opposing guild. One member was sent flying and fell from his powerful strike. Seeing this, a woman from the guild unleashed a skill. Healing Art, a powerful and dazzling skill. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking this was a blow Lin Moyu would find hard to withstand. However, not long after, the woman was drenched in sweat. Her hands covered her mouth. Her eyes wide with disbelief, she stammered. He's dead. The healing art has become a double-edged sword. The situation became more chaotic than ever. The leader was furious, yet also felt the pressure. Is our Dynasty Guild really being besieged by just one person? While the opponents were in disarray, Lin Moyu summoned skeleton soldiers and ordered them to attack the leader. The tense atmosphere grew even more strained. The leader shouted loudly, ordering them to set up an extreme defense. But it was mostly ineffective as the skeleton soldiers continuously broke through, creating immense pressure that shook the entire battlefield. Under that horrifying pressure, one of them yelled, lacking confidence, "Quick, reinforcements! Where's the support? Boost us!" Yet, before reinforcements arrived, their defensive line shattered. The entire team descended into chaos. Screams echoed in despair. Where's the support? Help! And a gap appeared in their formation. The guild members who had been arrogant and aggressive moments ago were now terrified. That guy isn't human at all. Lin Moyu's powerful counterattack made them scream and try to escape the devastation of his power. It's too late to run. With overwhelming strength, Lin Moyu unleashed his corpse explosion skill. His skeleton soldiers, now brutally powerful, easily annihilated the guild members. Victory was now firmly in Lin Moyu's grasp. He mused, after my talent was upgraded, the range of corpse explosion has expanded to 10 meters, and it now deals 100% damage based on the corpse's health. A knight's vitality is among the highest of all classes. The teammate and the leader, after desperately trying to flee, were also engulfed by Lin Moyu's power. Screams echoed amidst all resistance was now crushed. Both of them were gone. He lightly wiped away a trace of blood remaining on his cold face. His firm steps carried him straight into the deadly void. He used the corpse explosion skill to utterly destroy and clear everything. Yet, a group of people, astonished by his power, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and gratitude. There's really no one left. Even the bodies have been obliterated. A wide area corpse destruction. Truly merciless, no kidding. The Dynasty Guild won't let this go. What are we going to do? Before they could finish, a man in the group spoke up, given the Dynasty Guild's nature. They definitely won't spare anyone. If they catch us, it's certain death. The man subtly advised everyone to retreat, to avoid further trouble with the Dynasty Guild. With the innocent and kind people's conversation concluded, half an hour later, Wang Zihao returned, looking quite displeased because he hadn't obtained the Elf King's core. He immediately asked, "Where's Zhao Ji's group?" A woman among them replied worriedly, "Vice Guild leader, there's no one left." The atmosphere became grim and heavy. The Vice Guild leader's face darkened, and he ordered a signal flare to be launched to search for Zhao Ji's team. It would surely be answered if they were nearby. However, contrary to his calm demeanor, he seemed to have an ominous premonition. What in the world happened? Did Zhao Ge and his men run away? Countless doubts arose in his heart. At the sight of the bloody battle, Zihao's ominous feeling intensified because there wasn't a single person left. He knew for sure that with Zhao Ji's gang strength, it would be difficult for them to be killed. This area was even where Zhao Ge could maintain overwhelming dominance. He thought so, yet he still had to face reality, because there was no trace left to prove a battle had taken place here. Perhaps the Vice Guild leader suspects something. He wasn't simply looking for Zhao Ge and his men's bodies anymore. After a long moment, he and his comrades left, as he felt a sense of danger. An hour later, in another area, Lin Mayu had defeated the Elf King, easily gaining 40,000 experience points and obtaining a bronze-tier weapon, the Elf King's magic book, and a low-grade monster core, holding the Tome of Power in his hand. He thought, as expected, this time the Elf King's core didn't drop. When I get to the academy, I'll find an alchemist to use this core to make an Elf King's ring. Next, the Elf King's magic book granted Lin Moyu a bronze tier with 10 spirit points, 10 constitution points, increased mage spell power by 3%, and could be used at level 12. The book held immense value. It could be combined with Soul Flame and Corpse Explosion, a perfect combination, although it had no effect on the skeleton soldiers. He also leveled up to level 13 Necromancer. Joy and pride filled his heart, but he also knew that to reach higher ranks like 14 and 15, he would need to accumulate even more experience. He calculated the time remaining for dungeon runs, 5 more times, which would get him to level 16. Though not high, it was enough to meet the requirements for him to enter Hanjing Academy. Everything's done. Teleporting back to his previous location, Lin Moyu's face wore a contemptuous, victorious smile. Everyone's gone, huh? That's right. Leaving was the best choice for those scattered few. The dungeon resets. I'll come back tomorrow. The next day, Xia Shui, an elemental mage of high standing, confidently strode towards the dungeon, radiating confidence. Lin Mayu was there too, which surprised Xia Shui. She looked again and again to confirm it was him. And indeed, it was Moyu. Her gaze grew sharp, envious of Moyu's capabilities. He can solo dungeons now? I won't lose, just you wait. 45 minutes after defeating the Elf King, he leveled up again. He was meditating to restore his spiritual energy. The number of his skeleton soldiers had now increased to 72. Having recovered his strength, Moyu looked at the Elf King and said, "Stop sleeping. Wake up." The Elf King fell, and Moyu gained another 40,000 experience, obtaining a bronze-tier weapon, the Elf King's longbow, and a low-grade monster core. With the bronze-tier longbow, Moyu gained 10 strength points, 10 agility points, increased bow skill power by 3%, and it could be used at level 12. Looking at the fallen Elf King, Moyu offered a comforting thought, telling it not to be sad, because but with Moyu, death would be less painful and quicker. Moyu had also leveled up to level 13. 12 hours later, not letting the Elf King rest, Moyu returned, his face hinting at amusement as he promised the Elf King it only had to endure 3 more times. And, as usual, he gained more experience, weapons, and leveled up to level 14. This time, he received the Elf King's staff. The number of skeleton soldiers also increased to 76, though their skills were still weak. Not strong enough. As he sat restoring his energy, a woman's voice suddenly called out, "Lin Moyu." He looked up. It was Xia Shui. She had just exited the dungeon. Before he could say anything, Xia Shui spoke up. "What level are you?" He replied with a brief answer. "Level 14. As soon as Lin Moyu finished speaking, Xia Shui was shocked and incredibly surprised that Moyu could level up so quickly. She had run the normal dungeon twice and was already exhausted, but she had only reached level 11. Xia Shui still couldn't believe it and kept questioning Moyu. Before, in the dungeon, he was only 2 levels higher than her, but in such a short time, he was now 3 levels above her. She grudgingly accepted the truth and left, but deep down, she couldn't accept this outcome. She declared resolutely that she wouldn't lose to Lin Moyu. Moyu wondered, didn't she just come out? Why is she looking for a team to enter the dungeon again? Does she not have a cooldown period? Thousands of questions about Xia Shui remained unanswered in his mind. An hour later, he and Xia Shui met again. With an unyielding gaze, Xia Shui went to find a team to enter the dungeon again. Her actions made Moyu think even more deeply. He felt that Xia Shui was being too reckless, and he didn't get a chance to ask her why. Another hour later, they met again. This time, Xia Shui looked exhausted and worn out. She panted and said, I won't give up. Then she continued to enter the dungeon. And as always, she came to Lin Moyu. I'm dead. She had reached level 12 by then. She was sweating profusely, utterly exhausted, but still declared fiercely that she would catch up to Moyu. With a cool demeanor, but a warm heart. Moyu softened and asked Xia Shui how she was, and learned why Xia Shui was pushing herself so hard to level up. When he realized Xia Shui didn't want him to surpass her. That's why she was torturing herself to level up like that. He felt helpless and thought, if I'd known, I would have gone easy on her in this competition so she could get first place. The atmosphere lightened then. The two youths had resolved the misunderstanding in their hearts. They sat together, talking and sharing their plans and aspirations. Coincidentally, Xia Shui also wanted to enter the Xiaoling Academy, just like Moyu. Both shared the same ambition. They sat down together to discuss the scores and levels. To enter Xiaoling, the minimum level was 15, but Xia Shui was only 12. Xia Shui felt extremely insecure at this point, not believing she could do it. But with his encouragement and persuasion, a spark of motivation was reignited within her. Xia Shui, sitting by the river, suddenly said, You mean you don't know about it? She twinkled, giggling. Turns out there are things you don't know. Say some nice things, and I'll tell you. He sat beside her, his face turning dark. Speechless. Seeing he said nothing, she immediately handed it to him. You really are an idiot. You can't even take a joke. People say mages have the most flexible and sharpest minds. You're just too foolish. This is the cooldown talisman. It helps me shorten the dungeon cooldown time for items. He looked up at the clock. At the same time, a notification panel appeared. Beginner cooldown talisman. Uses: 7 out of 10. Description: can shorten dungeon cooldown time. Only effective for dungeons below level 20. Only now did he realize, so an item like this exists. Xia Shui said, Do you understand now? Lin Moyu asked, Is this thing expensive? She replied, It's probably quite expensive. Well, my dad gave it to me back then. He looked pretty heartbroken. He thought with regret, Looks like I can't get my hands on one of these talismans. Suddenly, Xia Shui scratched her head, frowning as she said, There's still 2 days left. I have to use all 7 opportunities, plus my own cooldowns. I need to clear the dungeon at least 9 times to guarantee reaching level 15. Oh, I'm going to be exhausted. He said nothing, just watched her. Then he said to her, I can take you to clear the dungeon. I guarantee you'll reach level 15. Moreover, she wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Xia Shui looked up, surprised. She realized, how could I forget this guy can clear a dungeon by himself? Both of them clearing it means even more experience, and she wouldn't even have to lift a finger. If that's the case, won't I ever be able to catch up to him in level? Xia Shui happily said, I agree. You take me to run the dungeon, and I'll share the talisman with you to use. She secretly calculated. But then again, if I don't stick with him, I won't be able to keep up with his level. Sooner or later, there'll be a day I can surpass him. He reminded her. You rest first. We'll start clearing in 2 hours. Xia Shui stretched and rubbed her eyes, saying, Perfect. This young lady will take a nap first. System notification. Spiritual power is recovering. 2 hours later, Xia Shui, Lin Moyu, and the skeleton warrior entered the dungeon. She stretched, saying, Those 2 hours flew by. She pressed the talisman. The red skull emblem immediately lit up. She cried out in alarm. Wait a second. You're choosing nightmare difficulty. The two teleported into the dungeon. She said, Did you choose the wrong one? He said coldly, Stick close to me. She angrily ran after him. She said, Are you crazy? We're going to die. She followed closely behind him. She thought fearfully, But if I escape the dungeon now, He'll definitely laugh at me. He turned back and reminded her. Hurry up. You're not scared, are you? Xia Shui immediately retorted. No way I'm scared. Xia Shui watched his skeleton just run, not killing any monsters. She asked. She was shocked. She clung to him. As she ran, she thought. Suddenly, her face went pale as she heard a roar. The two stood facing a white-furred wolf. She thought, it's twice the normal size. Suddenly, he raised a corpse, which caught the wolf's attention. Lin Huayu said, explode corpse. He thought, fighting like this is a waste of time. I can just insta-kill it with corpse explosion. That'll save me a lot of time and effort. Xia Shui stared in disbelief at the exploding corpse. A notification popped up. Kill mine guard goblin elite, level 14. She thought, my experience instantly jumped by 30%. She exclaimed, can a dungeon really be cleared like that? The wolf was blown far away. Xia Shui stared blankly as the wolf fell. Just like that? That's it? She shuddered, remembering how her 3-person party struggled for over 20 minutes to kill the Wolf King. And he just insta-killed it. He called out to her. She snapped out of it and asked him, do you really clear nightmare dungeons by yourself? She thought, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. A professional at only level 15 or so, clearing a nightmare difficulty dungeon all alone. Xia Shui asked him, are we starting to clear from level 10? No need. From the moment we entered the dungeon until now, only about 10 minutes have passed, and we've already reached the final boss. The two stood before the goblin. She told him, before, when we formed a party to clear a normal difficulty dungeon, it took us at least over an hour just to get to this point. Another loud explosion rang out. She thought, it was insta-kill just like that. The system panel displayed. Necromancer, level 15. She exclaimed in surprise. You leveled up again. Level 15. She glanced at her own status bar and pouted. Sure enough, the gap between us widened again. System notification. Killed Goblin King. Experience plus 25,000. Received bronze tier weapon. Goblin King's longsword. Received low-grade monster core. She looked at the rewards and regretfully said, a longsword? Too bad it's not a staff. He asked her from afar, you want a staff? Xia Shui sadly replied, the Goblin King's staff is the best weapon for mages under level 20. Even though the auction house has one, I don't want to ask my dad for money, she said, not noticing a black object flying toward her. Xia Shui instinctively caught it. The system announced, Goblin King's staff. He said, it's for you. She stammered slightly. Thank you. Why don't you keep it? He indifferently picked up a book. Goblin King's spell book. He said, I have this. Besides, I don't like staffs. Xia Shui gripped her skirt tightly. She thought, I haven't seen him use a spell book from beginning to end. Or any kind of spell-casting item. This thing, he doesn't even care about it. The status window appeared. Name, Lin Huayu. Class, Necromancer, unique. Level, 15, 8%. Strength, 200 agility. 200 spirit, 800. Plus 20 stamina, 200. Plus 20 he walked over to the Goblin King's corpse. He thought, sure enough, using corpse explosion to clear it is much faster. Even though I have to share some experience by being in a party with Xia Shui's special item. 5 more dungeon runs. And I'll be level 16. The system panel appeared again. Equipment, Goblin King's spellbook. Arcane knowledge. Summoning space. 84 of 150. Bone soldiers, count. 84 talent. All upgrades, tier 2. Unique passive skill, damage transfer. Active skill, spirit fire blaze. Level 15 summon bone soldier, level 15. Summon bone soldier, level 15. Corpse explosion, level 1. Lin Huayu sat down and gently stroked its head. As he put the corpse into his bag, he said in a chilling tone, I'm really sorry. I might have to kill you 5 more times. Xia Shui was confused. She asked him, why are you talking to the boss? It won't understand anyway. He explained, I just wanted to say it. It doesn't matter if it understands or not. She watched him walk away and murmured, who seriously apologizes to a boss like that? Isn't a dungeon supposed to be a challenge? Xia Shui fondly remembered him stroking the boss's head and thought, he's such an eccentric, and somehow a little cute. Lin Huayu stood at the exit and said, let's go. We'll continue. She carried her staff and followed him. Let's continue. He pressed the watch again. The two of them teleported again. Second dungeon run. She held the crystal, smiling at him. Third run, boss killed. Fourth run, boss killed. Fifth run, boss killed. Xia Shui made a V sign with her fingers, taking out her watch and happily saying, there's still more than a day until the exam. Still enough for 2 more runs. I can reach level 15. I'm absolutely certain I can get into the Xiaojing Academy. Are you about to level up too? He nodded. She squinted her eyes and smiled. Do you want to try aiming for the provincial top scholar? He asked, confused. Provincial top scholar? Xia Shui told him. You get a lot of points. Those are incredibly useful at Xiaojing Academy. Most importantly, you'll have a chance to join the Divine Radiance Academy. Lin Moyu asked. Divine Radiance Academy? She replied. The Divine Radiance Academy is the most powerful academy in the Divine Realm Empire. If Xiaojing Academy recruits the elite geniuses, then the people in Divine Radiance Academy are the absolute cream of the crop among those geniuses. She continued. He's the only one from our West Sea city who ever did. Xia Shui excitedly said, I think you have a chance to be the second. If you can get in, Principal Liu would be so happy he'd wake up laughing from his dreams. She also thought, the way this guy soft clears dungeons is unheard of. It's completely changed my perception. If he can't get into Divine Radiance Academy, then who can? Hearing her words, Lin Moyu fell into thought. My sister is at Xiaojing Academy. I definitely have to get in. Divine Radiance Academy? If there's an opportunity, I should definitely give it a try. At this moment, she said, Gao Yang, the level 11 knight. Xia Shui said regretfully. He reached level 11 already? Too bad he's a knight. His level is too low. He can't fight monsters. I'm afraid a normal dungeon party would require at least a level 13 knight. Gao Yang forced a smile and waved his hand. He said, Lin Moyu said, let him come along. Xia Shui casually replied, I don't mind. The man in the room roared furiously. How could you even think of sealing off a dungeon? Do you think the Divine Realm Empire and the Professional Guild are just decorations? If you want to die, don't drag our guild down with you. He said wearily, just stay in the guild hall. You're already level 16 anyway. Just relax and wait for the exam. Gao Yang asked anxiously. He replied, this doesn't concern you. To make so many people disappear at once. That person's strength is not something you need to worry about. He thought to himself, someone actually dared to push around my guild, huh? He then chuckled. Gao Yang turned around. He called out in surprise. Moyu, Xia Shui. Before he knew it, Gao Yang was already teasing her. You too, are you? Xia Shui indignantly crossed her arms and said. He scratched his head. He smiled and explained. Xia Shui crossed her arms and said. Don't look for a party anymore. Once our cooldowns are over, we'll take you to a dungeon. It'll definitely be no problem to get you to level 12 before the exam. Gao Yang immediately burst into tears of gratitude. He said, you two are truly my great benefactors. The academy I want to get into requires level 12 to be certain of admission. Xia Shui warned, if you keep acting like this, we won't take you with us anymore. Gao Yang bowed 90 degrees and said, don't worry, young Miss Xia Shui. I will absolutely listen to your command. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare go west. If you want me to play dead, I absolutely won't get up. Xia Shui was utterly furious at his exaggerated words. She growled. Gao Yang immediately straightened his back. He wiped his sweat and said, your humble servant obeys. I just wonder how long your cooldowns are, honored sirs. Xia Shui reigned in her anger. She said. Gao Yang turned and saluted with 2 fingers to his temple. Then you two rest and chat well. I'm going to farm some monsters. Moyu, you can do it. I'm counting on you. Lin Moyu was speechless hearing him. Before he could finish, a fireball shot towards him. Gao Yang screamed and ran off. He ran, yelling. Xia Shui, her face flushed, held a fireball. She fumed. That Gao Yang, his mouth is too much. He needs a beating. He's just a bit silly. 10 hours later, the 3 of them stood before a gate. Gao Yang asked frantically, young Miss Xia Shui, you two didn't choose the wrong difficulty, did you? Why is it nightmare difficulty? She crossed her arms and said, just follow closely behind. You don't even need to fight the monsters. As they teleported, Xia Shui smiled to herself. Finally, I'm not the only one reacting like this. She was amused by Gao Yang's wanting to speak, but not daring to expression. Inside, he clung to her. Xia Shui said, this is nightmare difficulty. If a monster even touches me, I'm toast. She said loudly. Up ahead, he was already slashing away. Then he used the skill, corpse explosion. Gao Yang exclaimed in horror. And it's already dead. Xia Shui scoffed with a laugh. The more you see, the less surprised you'll be. Gao Yang, utterly shameless, knelt down and tightly hugged his leg, saying, can you take me with you for dungeon runs from now on? Xia Shui couldn't stand his behavior. She said, you're a warrior, for goodness sake. Can you stop being so spineless? He yelled, completely unashamed. What good is a warrior's spirit? With Big Bro here, who needs a warrior? He, embarrassed, told Gao Yang to let go. Let me go. Fine, I'll take you. He immediately said happily, that's great. One more dungeon run, and I'll also reach level 16. Xia Shui can reach level 15. Gao Yang can reach level 12. Lin Muyu gradually disappeared into the teleportation gate. He thought to himself, after this, all there is left is to wait for the exam to begin. On the city wall, a man said. The old woman next to Lu Yun said, I wonder what the results will be. The old man with glasses next to Lu Yun also said, Old Lu, I hear both of our school geniuses are aiming for Ha Jing Academy. Lu Yun confirmed. Based on the standards of previous years, level 15 is when you can be confident of victory. Level 16 ensures there's no room for error. Another person said, that's tough. Level 15 is one thing, but level 16 is extremely difficult. In our West Sea City, besides Su Tianxing, only Lin Moyu's older sister reached level 16 last year. Lu Yun gazed into the distance, pondering. One is Lin Mohan's younger brother. The other is the Xia family's heiress. Perhaps both can create a miracle. The old man with glasses said. The first to return was Su Jun, sword duelist, level 12. He carried 2 tattered swords. The people on the city wall cheered. Not bad, as expected of one of our school's geniuses. The second to return was Wan Ming, Hawkeye Archer, level 13. She was a girl with black makeup, covered in ash, but walking with a straight back, the crowd said. The old man with glasses said, level 13, one level higher than our third high. Levels don't mean anything. Exam results are what truly matter. Lu Yun stood between the two, still not getting it. A bunch of old geezers, truly shameless. But everyone's pretty much the same. Not a single person above level 14 has appeared yet. They said, Lin Moyu, Gao Yang. How come none of them are back yet? They should have returned by now. Did something happen? Just then, all three, Lin Moyu, Xia Shui, and Gao Yang, approached from the direction opposite the sun. Immediately, someone exclaimed, They're here. They're here. They're finally back. Lu Yun sighed in relief, saying, It's good that they returned safely. I wonder how many levels they gained. The displayed status showed, Gao Yang, Shield Knight, level 12, Xia Shui, Elemental Mage, level 15. The people on the city wall were utterly astonished. That girl actually reached level 15. Lu Yun also said, with this, she has at least an 80% chance of getting into Ha Jing Academy. The old man with glasses said. When Lin Moyu arrived, an astonishing aura emanated from him. Lin Moyu, Spirit Master, level 16. What? Level 16, even higher than Xia Shui. The old man also added, Look at their weapons. Gao Yang has a shield and a sword in his hands. Xia Shui has a staff. They're all Fiend King weapons. The drop rate for weapons is incredibly low. It's truly not easy to acquire equipment of that caliber. It seems they've worked extremely hard. Lu Yun patted Gao Yang's shoulder, saying, Get on the bus and wait. Once everyone is back, we'll head back to school together. Gao Yang replied tearfully. This time, I can really hog the spotlight in front of those old farts. On the bus, he rested his chin in his hand, thinking about what Lu Yun had said. Tonight, everyone should rest early. Tomorrow morning, gather at the school. We'll go to the examination site first. He thought, I'm absolutely confident I can get into Xia Jing Academy. Now it seems, I might even contend for the top scholar position in the province. And there's also Shun Chuang Academy. Early the next morning, Lin Moyu walked down the street, a faint smile on his face. My mental energy is full. A total of 100 skeletons. My stats have also reached 2,500. Status displayed. Name, Lin Moyu. Class, Unique Spirit Master. Level, 16, 8%. Strength, 220. Agility, 220. Spirit, 900, plus 20. Constitution, 900 plus 20. I'm currently in peak condition. Equipment, Fiend King's Grimoire. Knowledge Relic. Summoning capacity, 100/160. Bone Soldiers. Quantity, 100. Talent, Universal Upgrade. Level 2. Unique. Passive Skills. Damage Transfer. Active Skills. Soul Flame, level 16. Summon Skeleton Soldiers, level 16. Corpse Explosion, level 1. As he approached, Gao Yang raised his hand and called out, Boss Lin. He nodded back. Xia Shui stepped forward and asked, Are you confident? He nodded confidently. She said happily. A teacher came out and said to everyone, or stimulate it with your mental energy. You'll be teleported to the examination site. Let me add one more thing. During the exam, your safety comes first. Life is the most important thing. All right, begin teleporting now. Jiangning Province Examination Site. He looked around the examination hall. He thought. A cylindrical trial tower descended. The trial begins. The gates gradually appeared. The voice from before resounded. All examinees, please listen carefully to the rules of the examination. No talking is allowed. No questions are allowed. Violators will be immediately disqualified. One person nervously asked. No questions allowed. Another chimed in. The voice from earlier boomed again. Violating the rules. Disqualification. The two people who spoke were instantly teleported out. Lin Moyu saw Gao Yang covering his own mouth and nodded slightly, thinking, that guy at least knows his place. Several people stood on the tower. The voice resounded again. The trial tower will arrange different examination scenarios for different professions. A red-skinned, white-haired, sharp-toothed monster appeared. Combat-oriented professions will face combat-oriented trials. Support-oriented professions will face non-combat trials. After passing the basic trial, each profession will gain the right to choose the difficulty level. Different difficulties will yield different results. A blue system panel appeared. On it was the score, 1,200. Your scores are your achievements. They can also be used at the academies you wish to apply to. There, scores are even more valuable than gold coins. Finally, one last reminder. All personal equipment may be used normally. A red X appeared over an emblem. A red check mark over a book and a person in armor. Aside from those, no other items can be used. Storage spaces will be sealed. Violators of these rules will also be disqualified from the examination. All examinees, line up and enter the tower. He thought. The entire nation will probably have over 1 million examinees. He thought. The trial tower is just like a dungeon instance. We'll be taken to different spaces based on our professions. The people standing on the tower observed him. There were mages, knights, assassins, healers. They said, a necromancer? According to the information they provided, he's a summoner-type mage. I hope this new profession doesn't disappoint us. First, following the rules for a rare-grade mage, set up a monster of the same type, 2 levels higher than him. Facing him was a monster holding a staff. He thought. The system panel appeared above the monster. Defeat the wolf beastman mage. Countdown 3. Lin Moyu calculated. This screen completely blocks any detection spells. There's no way to know the monster's attributes or level. The countdown reached 0. He closed his eyes and raised his hand. But it doesn't matter. He cast Soul Flame. In an instant, the monster before him was incinerated to ash. The warrior among the 4 on the tower was surprised to see the system panel for Lin Moyu. Time taken, 0.1 seconds. He repeated, astonished. Time taken, 0.1 seconds. Instant kill. In the trial tower surveillance room, one of the examiners said. Lord Ning replied, I heard there was a new profession. I came to see for myself. Someone approached the monitor, exclaiming. He instantly killed the monster. This profession's power is truly unfathomable. Lord Ning leaned in and asked the man. So he's a necromancer, right? If the rare grade profession's settings can't measure his strength, then for the second trial, increase the test intensity to legendary grade. The other person spoke up. Lord Ning reassured him. It's fine. If he instantly killed it the first time, add 100 points to his score. If he can pass the second trial as well, I'll personally reward him with another set of points. The other person replied, all right, proceeding with the second trial. Monster facing him. Wolf Beastman Mage, level 20. Lin Moyu unleashed a blue flame towards the Wolf Beastman Mage, saying, Soul Flame. One examiner exclaimed, there's no need to measure anymore. Proceed with the second trial. The first round of trials has concluded. Out of a total of 10,632 participants, 5,220 have qualified. Now, we will announce the results. Xia Shui looked at the scoreboard, deep in thought. I knew that idiot would definitely take the top spot. Still, less than a second, it's hard to believe. But no matter what, I won't give up. Meanwhile, Wang Ziheo furiously exclaimed. They must have made a mistake. On the other side, Lin Moyu propped his chin, muttering, looks like I overdid it a bit. The second round for combat-oriented professions has begun. Contestants may choose their own difficulty. Please be advised, the second round may result in injuries. Please assess your own abilities and proceed with caution. If you encounter danger, you may shout, surrender, and your trial will conclude. Your score will be based on your performance up to that point. A panel appeared before him, showing 3 difficulty levels. Trial duration, 30 minutes. Please select your trial difficulty. Defeating a normal grade monster earns 1 point. Defeating a nightmare grade monster earns 3 points. Defeating a hell grade monster earns 5 points. So, this round is about who could defeat the most monsters within 30 minutes. Back to Wang Zihao. Wang Zihao, a level 16 paladin, arrogantly declared as he chose hell difficulty. Killing 1 hell difficulty monster is equivalent to 5 normal difficulty monsters. That punk who got first place. Even if you won the first round, there's no way you're beating me in this one. Xia Shui, level 15 elemental mage. At this moment, she was calculating in her head. Elemental mages aren't great at close combat, nor are they good at fighting high difficulty monsters alone. But I can win through sheer numbers. Another person spoke up. They should be able to get good results in this round. Contestant Zhuome, level 16 Shadow Walker. Elemental mages have good burst damage, but are very weak at close range. This girl is smart to choose normal difficulty. Shadow Walkers are rare grade assassin-type professions. They're very strong in close combat. Choosing hell or nightmare difficulty isn't a bad idea for them. They discussed amongst themselves. Move. You're blocking me. This round tests continuous combat ability over 30 minutes. Not every contestant can easily endure it, but that doesn't include me. At this moment, Lin Moyu had chosen hell difficulty. The judges all exclaimed in unison. You're going to strike it rich this time, old 6. If you old 6 get 2 of the top 3 spots, and Lin Moyu brings home the provincial champion title, you'll be laughing in your sleep. Elite Wolf Beastman Warrior, level 13. Strength, 500. Agility, 300. Spirit, 150. Stamina, 400. Lin Moyu thought to himself, these stats are too weak. Then he ordered his skeletons. Lin Moyu mused in his mind. Well, that makes sense. If the monsters were too strong, this trial would eliminate most of the contestants. Bone Soldier, level 16. Strength, 2,500. Agility, 2,500. Spirit, 2,500. Stamina, 2,500. Lin Moyu spoke. This is too simple. After one monster is killed, the second will appear 5 seconds later. 2 bone soldiers are enough. The judges were startled to see Lin Moyu summon his bone soldiers. Lin Moyu summons are that powerful. They're stronger than any summon from any summoner profession we've ever seen. And he can summon 2 of them. This profession must be much more formidable than I imagined. On this side, Wang Zihao was howling, laughing like a mad dog. Go! This contestant, Wang Zihao, is fighting so desperately. He has no idea how to manage his stamina. Looks like he's even worse than Xia Shui. But on Lin Moyu's side, he was casually eating a sweet potato, which utterly baffled and flabbergasted everyone. Eating a sweet potato during a competition. Never before. Has anyone done that? Record this. Record this. Let him be famous for all eternity. Is this competition too easy for him, or something? Lord Ling rubbed his chin, thinking to himself. This guy is truly interesting. By now, Wang Zihao was out of breath, slumped on the ground, but still wore a smug smile. It's finally over. I, for one, killed over 50 hell difficulty monsters. That was seriously not easy at all. I'm the top scorer this time, right? This round of trials has concluded. A total of 5,220 contestants participated in this trial. 2,780 contestants were injured or voluntarily withdrew. Wang Zihao's face was brimming with excitement. His eyes lit up as he shouted. The remaining 2,440 contestants may choose to withdraw or advance to the next round. The scoreboard appeared, and it was no surprise. Lin Moyu's total score, 1,605. Zhuomai's total score, 470. Xia Shui's total score, 270. Wang Zihao's total score, 265. Wang Zihao immediately yelled, "No way! How could a score be so high? Monsters spawn every 5 seconds. A maximum of 12 monsters can spawn in 1 minute. 5 points per monster, with a 30-minute limit. That's exactly 1,800 points." Wang Zihao's face turned pale. He got 1,605 points. That means he killed 301 monsters. Does he not need time to kill monsters? Outside, everyone cheered. Your student is absolutely monstrous. Oh, it's nothing special. The old woman beside him was equally surprised. Back then, even Su Qianjing, with her extraordinary talent, only managed 700 points in this round. Lin Mohan also only scored 650 points. Inside the tower, the announcement for the 3rd trial round appeared. It still had 3 difficulty levels as before, but this time, the bonus points increased 100-fold compared to round 2. Without hesitation, Lin Moyu once again chose the held difficulty. He quickly realized this challenge would be a one-on-one battle with a leader-class monster to test extreme combat ability. When a level 15 werewolf chief appeared before him, a creature with the chaotic wind/skill, he simply thought to himself, this is a hell-class leader? It's not even as strong as an elite monster in the West Sea Mines nightmare-level dungeon. Although he understood the Empire wouldn't release overly terrifying monsters, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After summoning his skeletons, he let them handle the opponent with ease. Meanwhile, the judges switched their observation screens to other contestants, like Wang Zihao and Xia Shui. Wang Zihao was frantically battling monsters, laughing heartily, while Xia Shui appeared calmer. She attacked while retreating to defend herself. Meanwhile, a female archer was being pushed back by the leader monster, struggling to hold her ground. But when the screen returned to Lin Moyu, the judges were stunned to see his skeleton defeat the leader monster with a single blow. Their surprise grew even greater when they realized the skeletons not only possessed superior strength, but also skillfully used abilities. The judges continuously discussed it, believing they still couldn't fully measure Lin Moyu's true combat power. They even hoped that the 5th round would be challenging enough to test him. At the end of round 3, the leaderboard appeared with Lin Moyu still in first place, achieving 2,105 points. He far surpassed the second place Zhuomei with 970 points and Xia Shui in third with 770 points. In fourth place, Wang Zihao scored 765 points. That's still slightly lower than Xia Shui. Lin Moyu simply looked at the scoreboard and mused. Immediately after, an announcement echoed from the tower, stating that the 4th trial round would begin. Both difficulty and danger would increase significantly. All contestants had the right to choose whether to continue or withdraw. Hearing this, Wang Zihao confidently muttered. The tower then announced the rules for the trial round. Each contestant would face 10 waves of monster attacks. Each wave consisted of 10 monsters, and regardless of whether they were defeated or not, new monsters would appear after 1 minute. The final wave of monsters would be led by a leader-class monster, and the points for this round would be doubled. The judges, who had been waiting to see how the contestants would cope, smugly believed that the best way to suppress a summoner was to attack them directly. But another old judge simply smiled. I don't think this challenge can stump him. And, just as predicted, Lin Moyu summoned his bone soldiers. Each one blocked a monster. As the 4th trial continued, Lin Moyu summoned a 3rd skeleton, even though the previous 2 were already strong enough to overwhelm the monsters. Just to make things a little more interesting, he unleashed more soul fire, letting them kill whatever they could. As for the rest, he just let his skeletons clean up. The monsters, barely out of the gate, were instantly annihilated by the soul fire or the skeletons before they could even attack, leaving them slumped right where they stood. Observing this scene, the judges couldn't help but exclaim in outrage. Why didn't he release it from the start? Why all the secrecy? But even though they felt taunted, they couldn't help but be thrilled by the kid's power. Lin Moyu, after clearing out the monsters, pulled out a sweet potato and started eating. He quietly thought to himself that this competition really wasn't challenging enough. Watching him with such a nonchalant attitude, as if on a picnic, the judges became disheartened and quietly left, muttering to themselves. Meanwhile, with the other contestants, Xia Shui used her flame mirror to control the monsters, taking advantage of an elemental mage's area of effect abilities. Wang Zihao, on the other hand, was lost in a frenzy of battle, his eyes bloodshot as he swung his sword relentlessly. The tide of battle gradually turned in his favor. As more and more monsters appeared, many who had given up and watched from outside the tower couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. One person shouted, "The monsters are wiped out by his skeletons the moment they appear." Among the spectators, Gao Yang relentlessly boasted to everyone, "Lin Moyu is my big bro. He's super strong. He can even solo clear nightmare-level dungeons." However, his story left the listeners half believing, half doubting. Many people reacted, "Solo a nightmare dungeon? That's truly hard to believe." After some time, the 4th trial round concluded with only 5 people remaining, each in a cautious and serious state. In contrast to their tension, Lin Moyu simply stood there, letting his skeletons clean up the monsters. The judges switched their screens to Feng Su, a talented swordsman from the Feng clan, who was beginning to show his strength after conserving energy. Wang Zihao also activated his berserk skill, increasing his power by 500%. though he would suffer a 200% reduction in agility and enter a weakened state for 30 minutes after the skill ended. After activating his berserk skill, Wang Zihao became enraged. He transformed into a frantic knight. He plunged into relentless slaughter. His strength increased significantly. Each slash was like a hurricane, tearing through the surrounding monsters. In stark contrast to Wang Zihao's fervor, Lin Miyu maintained his relaxed demeanor, observing calmly. He was likely calculating that the final wave of monsters would arrive soon. He found his battle increasingly boring. As Wang Zihao's monsters gradually dwindled, a bell rang, signaling the end of the fourth trial round. As the fourth trial round concluded, the leaderboard was announced with Lin Miyu in the lead, holding 3,605 points. Next was Zhuomei, Xiaoshui, Wang Zihao, and Feng Su, each with a small but clear score difference. The crowd outside the tower couldn't help but buzz with discussion, wondering how difficult the fifth round would be if the fourth had already been such a challenge. Inside, Wang Zihao was confident that the fifth round was the real chance to decide the winner. Meanwhile, Xiaoshui looked at the leaderboard and breathed a sigh of relief, having made it into the top 5. As for Zhuomei, she was filled with fighting spirit. She declared that she would enter Xiajing Academy. Just then, a voice from the tower echoed, warning that the final trial wasn't just about making it into the top 5. It also required contestants to achieve excellent results if they wanted to guarantee entry into Xiajing Academy. This reminder ensured no one dared to be negligent. After announcing the difficulty, the tower continued to announce the rules for the fifth round, the Conquest round. Contestants would be teleported to different spaces, where monsters would appear continuously in large numbers. This included elite monsters, leaders, and even bosses. The difficulty of the round would increase as the number of monsters became more numerous, their refresh rate became faster, and their strength continuously grew. The Conquest space was divided into 5 stages, each stage corresponding to different points awarded for defeating monsters. From 50 points for level 15 in stage 1 to 800 points for level 19 in the final stage. Lin Miyu appeared in a gloomy space covered in lightning. It seems intense battles took place here. They want us to experience the battlefield atmosphere. Standing on a rocky outcrop, he observed level 15 feathered beastmen warriors beginning to gather below. Noticing they only had levels but no outstanding skills or attributes, he calmly waited until they gathered in large numbers. Once they were close enough, he ordered his skeletons to attack. Even though each strike from a skeleton severely wounded the monsters, he was still surprised that he couldn't defeat them in a single blow. He realized that the monsters here had rather high stats. Not overly concerned, Lin Miyu summoned all his skeletons to clear them out. As he calmly advanced, he used his corpse explosion skill to wipe out groups of monsters with area of effect damage. On the judge's side, Lin Miyu's score instantly jumped to 4,150 points, surprising them with his ability to annihilate a group of 10 monsters. Back with Lin Miyu, he still leisurely waited for the next group of monsters, but the monster corpses disappeared after 10 seconds, forcing him to change tactics. To quickly gather monsters, he split his skeletons into 2 groups, dividing them to search for and lure monsters. After a while, the 2 groups had herded the monsters into a large crowd. As he approached, he immediately used corpse explosion, turning a section of the ground into a sea of fire. Monsters were obliterated in booming explosions, sending rocks and dirt flying. Lin Miyu's score rapidly increased to 8,605 points, leaving the judges stunned, unable to track the real-time situation, yet witnessing his score jump by over 4,000 points in a flash. The judges were both surprised and curious, wondering about Lin Miyu's capabilities. They speculated that his necromancer profession might harbor terrifying power. As the battle temporarily quieted down, Lin Miyu sighed. "I hope I don't have to wait a whole minute for the monsters to respawn." He grumbled that this space lacked excitement. Immediately, he was drawn to the dazzling light of meteors falling from the sky. Seeing the meteors, he ordered his skeletons to charge in suicidally to block them. Meanwhile, he calmly walked down the rocky path, searching for the source of the attack. After a moment, he spotted another rocky outcrop, where a group of level 16 feathered beastmen were gathered. Seeing them, Lin Miyu subtly curved his lips into a smile and thought to himself. A horde of monsters advanced forward. They charged fiercely, unheeding of the ravaging flames. Lin Miyu commanded his skeleton soldiers to rush forward. One skeleton soldier charged in, cleaving a demon beast to death. Lin Moyu unleashed the power of corpse explosion. Both sides clashed in chaotic combat, creating a tumultuous scene. Two old men in hooded cloaks and a young man in armor exclaimed in astonishment. He's already annihilated 120 monsters. His summons are already so powerful, and he has area of effect skills too. Just his soul flame skill alone is ridiculously overpowered. The two old men debated amongst themselves. Could this profession have already surpassed even the legendary tier? It might even rival those other professions. It's too early to say. Being powerful at low levels doesn't necessarily mean he'll be powerful at high levels. Let's observe a little longer. On the ravaged battlefield, Lin Moyu said, the scent of death grows stronger again. Stage 2 then? On the tall rock pillars, vague figures stood. Lin Moyu thought, at least 40 squads of beastmen are scattered around. Level 16 feathered beastman archers. The monsters' levels have increased, and their numbers have also multiplied. A horde of level 16 feathered beastman warriors. Based on this difficulty, other professions would probably find it very difficult to pass stage 2. Even if they could, it would take a long time. But for me, there's absolutely no need to worry. The old man in the white hood said, in the history of the Divine Xia Empire's competitions, only one professional managed to pass the third stage of the Conquest space over 100 years ago. I think Lin Moyu has a real chance. His skills are extremely abnormal. The young man in the armor said, I suspect he awakened a talent. In a basement, the conversation among the group continued. If he truly awakened a talent, it would be extremely beneficial for our people. That's right. A genius who awakened a talent, right, after changing professions. Who knows, he might even awaken a new one when he undergoes his second profession change. A professional with an awakened talent is already incredibly rare. But a dual talent wielder is even harder to come by, practically 1 in a million. How could we be lucky enough to stumble upon such a miracle? Lin Moyu's total score, 34,605. Xia Shui's total score, 7,270. Feng Xiu's total score, 6,200. The group stared at the leaderboard, exclaiming in surprise. Quick look! That Lin Moyu guy has already entered stage 2. Each monster is worth 100 points now. He's already instantly killed 200 monsters. This is practically just handing him points. If I didn't lack the authority, I'd definitely send him a few bosses. In the capital of the Divine Xia Empire, with its towering skyscrapers, a luminous tower stood encircled by an aura. This was the true form of the Trial Tower, one of the 3 great divine towers of the Divine Xia Empire. A rat cowered in a corner, peering out into the gloomy exterior. Suddenly, something hurtled towards the tower. A voice boomed, "How dare you?" A hand-shaped force emerged from the tower, confronting a demon beast. The demon beast sneered, "You can't stop me." The hand moved closer and closer, and the voice continued to echo. Seeking death, the demon beast was seized by the hand. He struggled. "This is just a clone. Kill it if you wish." TCH, all you brats in the Trial Tower. The hand crushed the demon beast. He only managed to gasp out, "You." In the sky, 3 figures floated, their voices ringing out. To think those things from the abyss would dare to attack. That evil radiance was too fast. It seems they were prepared. Their target is the young ones in the Conquest space. One of them channeled power. They spoke. These wretched creatures from the abyss have infiltrated. The space within the tower has been disrupted, and the power of the abyss has infected its rules. The soil in the tower was originally derived from purified abyssal earth essence. It's highly beneficial for them. Bai Yuan asked, how much longer until order can be restored? He was Bai Yuan, the strongest expert in the Divine Xia Empire. The person behind him replied, 1 hour. Amidst his skeleton soldiers, Lin Moyu said, the monsters are gradually disappearing. What's going on? Why have all the monsters disappeared? A pair of feet ran up. It was Xia Shui. She exclaimed in surprise, Lin, you dummy. Lin Moyu saw Xia Shui and turned around, thinking, Xia Shui? What happened to the Conquest space? Why are there other contestants here? Xia Shui said, I was just killing monsters, then suddenly they all vanished. Do you know what happened? Lin Moyu replied, I'm not too sure myself. Wang Ziheo let out a puzzled, huh? A phantom of Bai Yuan suddenly appeared, addressing Lin Moyu's group, children. I am Bai Yuan. The people below shouted aloud. Godbai. It's actually Godbai. A man cautiously said, why has Godbai appeared? Could something have happened in the Conquest space? Bai Yuan's phantom continued. Demons from the abyssal world have infiltrated the Conquest space. Their target is all of you. We are working to repair and restore the spatial rules. It is estimated to take about 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Xia Shui thought in fear the abyss. Demons. Infiltrating the Conquest space. The phantom continued. Therefore, for the next hour, you must protect yourselves well. We do not know what methods the abyssal demons will use to confront you, but I believe, as long as you unite as one, the encroaching power from the abyss will be unable to harm us. Bai Yuan's phantom said gravely, My people of divine Xia, we do not fear battle, nor do we fear death. The crowd roared in unison. We do not fear battle. We do not fear death. Wang Zihao and the others shouted loudly. We do not fear battle. We do not fear death. We do not fear battle. We do not fear death. We do not fear battle. We do not fear death. Lin Moyu pondered. Even the weakest monsters in the abyss are level 70. If Gabai said, we can resist their encroaching power, then this force must not be very strong. A gray-haired old man said. To think such a thing would happen. The old man in the purple headscarf exclaimed in dismay. The abyss deliberately chose this trial to attack. They are targeting the geniuses participating in the 5th round of assessment. This act is meant to sever the roots of our divine Xia empire. If we don't handle this well now, I fear they'll return every year after this. The gray-haired old man said, Enough talk. All of you tell those outside. Tell them not to panic. Trust in God Bai. A faceless person repeated. Trust in God Bai. Near Lin Moyu, a blood moon appeared. Everyone looked up, murmuring, It's the blood moon of the abyss. The power of the abyss is starting to act. Everyone prepare yourselves. Everyone resolutely declared to the abyssal demons. If you want to kill our comrades, you'll have to step over our nightly corpses first. The abyssal demons sneered. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad at all. Indeed worthy of being the future of the divine Xia Empire. What a pity all of you must die. 1 hour is more than enough time to wipe you all out. TSK, TSK. It's a shame we can't savor your delicious corpses right here. Lin Moyu, Xia Shui, and Wang Zihao remained silent. Beneath the blood moon, an abyssal corrupted Phaeline Beastman warrior, level 19, entered. A girl with a freckled face exclaimed, I remember now. The Conquest space has a level limit. The highest level is 19. The young man in the hat beside her said, That's right. Why did I forget this? Then what's there to be afraid of? There are so many of us. A horde of abyssal demons advanced. That young man exclaimed, How can there be so many? At the very least, they're enhanced elite monsters. Xia Shui, gripping Lin Moyu's arm in fear, said, What do we do? Lin Moyu calmly replied, Troublesome, but still manageable. Lin Moyu thought to himself, Enhanced elite monsters. Aren't these just like the ones in a nightmare-level dungeon? Corrupted by abyssal power and mutated. So, will these monsters grant experience? Lin Moyu looked at the monster before him. Among the crowd, an abyssal monster said, TSK, TSK, TSK. How unfortunate. So Gabai said you could win if you united? You have over 100 people, perfectly one-on-one. Wang Zihao said, terrified. Win? We can't win. Their aura makes me numb. How can we even fight? Everyone prepared their weapons, ready for battle. Lin Moyu calmly headed toward the densest cluster of demons. Xia Shui grabbed him. Lin, you fool. What are you doing? Get back here. There are over 100 enhanced elite monsters over there. Lin Moyu turned his head and said, Go back. I don't want to. Xia Shui desperately followed Lin Moyu. He simply said, Suit yourself. Her following won't affect me anyway, so let her follow. The crowd watched Lin Moyu, murmuring, What is this guy trying to do? He's charging in. Lin Moyu summoned a level 16 necromancer. The surrounding crowd began to whisper, What kind of profession is a necromancer? Are those skeletons his summons? A new profession? A summoner? What do we do? Should we go together? Lin Moyu and Xia Shui turned around to see everyone following behind them. Zhuo Mei and Feng Su gritted their teeth and declared, People of divine Xia do not fear battle, nor do we fear death. The abyssal demons saw this and laughed. Ha ha ha. Finally, someone's here to offer their head. You got guts. I'd truly hate to kill you. Why don't you come to the abyss and be my servant? Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. The demon said, thinking it over. He continued, The great gate of the abyss is always open for you. Lin Moyu thought, about 50 meters. At this distance, explosion will achieve its best effect. The people behind him saw this and said, Why did he stop? Why isn't he going any further? Lin Moyu replied, This spot is fine. Then he raised his hand to cast a spell. Skeleton soldiers appeared one after another around Lin Moyu. Skeleton soldiers. Quantity, 100. The sudden appearance of so many skeleton soldiers astonished the crowd. They exclaimed, "So many! How can he have so many summoned creatures? What kind of profession is this, anyway?" Zwomai watched the skeleton soldiers, a sudden thought striking her. Their speed is incredible. These summoned creatures are even faster than me, a stealth-type agile infiltrator. The skeleton soldiers began to attack. Furious strike, Lin Moyu thought. Still not dead? The monsters that were struck down got back up again, continuing to fight the skeleton soldiers. HP, 1,995 out of 2,500. Lin Moyu thought. It seems the strength of these abyss-corrupted monsters is only around 3,000. He looked at the scene before him, a small smile playing on his lips as he thought. They can withstand so many attacks. Their HP must be over 3,500. However, for the corpse explosion skill, the higher the HP, the better. An abyssal monster was killed. Killed LV, 19 feline beastman warrior. EXP plus 8,000. Lin Moyu thought. As expected, they grant experience. He then cast another spell. Corpse explosion. He thought to himself. Although the experience is quite low, it's better than nothing. And the sheer number of them isn't small. The power of corpse explosion erupted. Seeing this from a distance, everyone panicked and cried out. What's happening? Series of massive explosions continuously rocked the area. There wasn't a single monster left on the ground. Everyone who saw it exclaimed in shock. They're all wiped out. Just like that. What kind of skill is that? How can it be so powerful? Wang Ziheo said, utterly stunned. How can this be? How can he be so strong? Why didn't I awaken a profession like that? The people nearby cheered loudly. We're saved. We're saved. A necromancer. This profession is just too incredible. The abyssal demon looked at the skeleton soldiers and Lin Moyu, stammering. No way. This is impossible. You insignificant worm. This demon lord will kill you. Drink your blood. Eat your flesh. The blood moon then spawned more abyssal demons. The abyssal demons advanced toward the dungeon clearers. The abyssal demon said, Heh, let's see how you deal with this now. You'll all die. You'll all die. Lin Moyu looked up at the blood moon and said, So you're up there. The skeleton soldiers and monsters engaged in fierce combat. Lin Moyu flew up towards the blood moon. The demon gasped, You fool. He's big. What do you want to do? Lin Moyu approached, unleashing his corpse explosion skill. Soul flames. The abyssal demon erupted. It screamed in agony. This demon lord will kill you. Kill you. Lin Moyu said. Still not dead? He continued to cast soul flames. The abyssal demon cried out in pain. It shrieked. What kind of skill is this? How can it burn my soul? What profession are you anyway? Impossible. Such a profession can't exist in this world. Lin Moyu landed. The abyssal demon shattered within the blood moon. Lin Moyu stated, Intruding upon a trial space comes with a steep price. The three observers outside gasped. Meng and Yun exclaimed in surprise. The abyssal power interference is significantly weakening, a mysterious person said. Are all the test takers inside the tower dead? Meng and Yun replied. No, that's not right. I can sense the life force of quite a few people. However, the abyssal demon's consciousness aura has become extremely weak. They're injured. Bai Yun, transformed into an adorable cheese stick baby, pouted. I told you so already. You had me worried sick. Meng and Yun sighed helplessly. Next time, could you please not randomly burst out with your aura? Bai Yun said, but the abyssal demon used abyssal power to interfere with the trial space's rules. Even we couldn't enter. So who could possibly injure them? Based on those level 15, 16 test takers? The enraged abyssal demon generated countless abyssal monsters. It shrieked, Kill them. Kill them. Let me go. Kill him. A terrified young man collapsed to the ground, trembling as he stared at the monster before him. Corpse explosion LV. 1 upgraded to LV. 2. Explodes corpses, dealing 15% of the corpse's HP as damage to enemies within a 2-meter radius. Lin Moyu thought. Corpse explosion leveled up. After the talent upgraded, corpse explosion's range would become 20 meters. Its damage would also become 150% of the target's HP. So, does that mean skills need to be used repeatedly until mastery to level up their type? Or does it mean that besides innate class talents, skills learned from scrolls all require such repeated use to level up? Lin Moyu looked at the abyssal monsters behind him, thinking, perfect timing. Lin Moyu leveled up. Thundering booms and golden light shone upon him, celebrating his level-up victory. Everyone was discussing, who is that guy? How can he use these kinds of monsters to level up? I think he's Lin Moyu, the one with the new profession. Thank goodness for him. Otherwise, we'd be dead for sure. Lin Moyu watched the beast warriors flying into the air. The demon said, looks like you won't be escaping. So your name is Lin Moyu? This demon lord will remember you. Just wait until you come to my abyss. He cackled. Lin Moyu used his corpse explosion skill, striking back at the demon lord, causing an explosive boom. Everyone cheered. The trial space has returned to normal. We won. Outside the abyssal gate, Meng and Yun, by Yun and a subordinate were flying in the air. Meng and Yun was channeling power into the tower. He said, the abyssal consciousness has been destroyed. The trial space is recovering. Bai Yun asked, how are the kids? Meng and Yun said, the kids are all safe and sound. There were no casualties whatsoever. Bai Yun said, not a single casualty? That's completely different from my predictions. What exactly happened in the trial space? Bai Yun said, just to be safe, let's teleport the kids back first. Then we'll review what happened in the trial space. Meng and Yun said, still channeling power. Xia Shui said, you idiot Lin, are you okay? Lin Moyu was fine. Bai Yun announced, everyone, the power from the abyss has vanished. The trial space has returned to normal. You will now be teleported back to your original examination halls. The competition results will be announced later. Xia Shui thought, we had no way to fight against those beast warriors. Luckily, he was here. Everyone had returned to the examination hall. They received a notification. The combat type assessment has concluded. Please await your final scores and evaluations. Ning Xianfeng stood on the tower, pondering the assessment. The results for the combat type assessment are compiled from scores and evaluations. Having a high score doesn't guarantee entry into top academies. Your evaluation also needs to be excellent. Moreover, the evaluations for the 5 of them are different from other test takers. They're directly given by the high-ranking officials of the Divine Realm Empire. I wonder what happened in the trial space. I'm actually a bit curious to see what kind of evaluation that kid, Lin Moyu, will receive. Footage of Lin Moyu fighting the beast warriors was replayed. Bai Yun asked, this person is... Another person replied, a necromancer. I've heard of him before. He's the new profession that appeared in Shihai City, Jiangning Province. I can't believe it was him who turned the tide. Very well done. Calmness, decisiveness, and formidable power. That kid already possesses all the necessary qualities. Not only is his profession powerful, but he must have also awakened a mighty talent. This year's evaluations are going to be tough. What's so tough about it? Those who ran away are all softies. They'll just be deserters on the battlefield later anyway. Nothing to expect from them. They're just teenagers, after all. Lin Moyu is definitely exceptional. Let's discuss. The Academy announced, first place, Lin Moyu. Score, 34,605. Evaluation, excellent. Lu Yin cheered excitedly. First place, the top scholar. The top scholar. That kid, Lin Moyu. Well done. The bespectacled senior in the blue robe said. Congratulations, old Lu. The senior with the purple scarf said. Giving old Lu a provincial top scholar? Old Lu will be bragging about this for another 30 years. In another corner, Xia Shui happily said, congratulations, Lin Moyu. You really got the provincial top scholar. He smiled and replied, thanks. She asked, you actually know how to smile? You look really handsome when you smile. Why have I never seen you smile before? The Academy continued to announce. Second place, Xia Shui. Score, 7,600. Evaluation, excellent. The senior wearing the wizard's hat said. Old Lu took first. Second place is also yours. Another senior said. How enviable. Third place, Feng Xiao. Score, 6,700. Evaluation, excellent. Fourth place, Kai Mei. Score, 6,325. Evaluation, excellent. Fifth place, Wang Ziheo. Score, 6,300. Evaluation, poor. Wang Ziheo was utterly shocked. Poor. Why? With this evaluation, forget the Imperial Capital Academy. Even the top 20 colleges in the Empire won't want me. Why? I refuse to accept this. Why do you have to give me poor? This is unfair. He yelled. The Academy announced, Wang Ziheo has violated examination hall rules. Expulsion. He loudly protested. No. The Academy continued to announce. This year's combat type, provincial top scholar for Ningjiang Province, is Lin Moyu. Gao Yang Zhou Fuli exclaimed. See that? That's my boss. The top scholar. The provincial top scholar. This brought joy to everyone. They cheered in celebration. The academy announced again, silence. An order from the Empire has arrived. Lin Moyu will become. Everyone was confused. An order from the Empire? The provincial top scholar wasn't the end of it? Lin Moyu has become this year's national top scholar. Everyone was astonished. What? The national top scholar? Did I hear that right? Moyu, the national top scholar. Lu Yin couldn't believe his ears. His mind was floating in a dreamland, hearing the sweet melody of a tiny angel playing a horn. The senior said, "Old Lu, are you all right? Don't get too excited. Watch your health. You didn't miss here. This time, you can brag for the rest of your life." The parents happily chatted. The national top scholar. Our Ningjiang province has a national top scholar. Lin Moyu is incredible. Later, I'll have to send my son to the first high school too. Zhuomai said, Lin Moyu. Feng Xiu said, congratulations. Thanks. If it wasn't for you this time, we all would have been in big trouble. Zhuomai asked, you also want to apply to the Imperial Capital Academy, right? Feng Xiu shook hands with Lin Moyu and said, then I'll see you at the Imperial Capital Academy. I'll treat you to a meal when we get there. Lin Moyu said, okay then, Xia Shui made an X with her 2 index fingers and said, this guy doesn't like to talk much. We've been classmates for 3 years, and combined, I haven't even said more than a dozen sentences to him. Lin Moyu said, 26 sentences. That drove the 3 of them crazy with irritation. Zhuomai and Feng Xiu chuckled, while Xia Shui rested her chin in her hand, utterly bored. Lin Moyu's face darkened at his own words. Inside Lin Moyu's home, he picked up a photo and said, Grandma, I become a national top scholar. Sister, I'll be able to enter the Imperial Capital Academy very soon. A knock echoed at the door. Lin Moyu opened the door and asked, Principal Lu, why are you here? The other person accompanying the principal exuded a powerful aura. Lin Moyu felt it. This oppressive aura, it's making it hard to breathe. He immediately activated his skill to summon his bone soldier. Bai Yuan said, not a bad reaction. Lin Moyu recognized him. He bowed his head and said, it's an honor to meet Lord Bai Shan. After the previous victory, Lu Yun and Bai Yuan paid a visit to Lin Moyu's home. Lin Moyu and his bone soldier bowed in greeting. Yuan said, this time, I'm here to discuss the Imperial Capital Academy. He thought to himself, evaluating Moyu calm. Cautious, excellent instinctive reaction, truly a good seed. At the small table, Moyu was pouring tea. Meanwhile, Lu Yun added about Moyu, please don't mind him, Lord. Moyu's older sister got into the Imperial Capital Academy last year, so he's been living alone for a while now. Bai Shan thought, with such a family background, for both siblings to enter the Imperial Capital Academy is truly remarkable. And for a genius like him to appear is even rarer. Bai Shan turned to examine the bone soldier. 4-dimensional attributes, 250. Normal attributes. So how did you do it in the battle realm? How did you do it? The question made Moyu ponder. 4-dimensional attributes, 250. It seems others can't see the bone soldier's attributes after my talent upgraded. Bai Shan then asked him another question. What talent did you awaken? Lu Yin was a little surprised after hearing the question. Moyu, you actually awakened a talent? Moyu calmly replied. My talent is Ascension. All skills Ascension. Bai Shan had guessed correctly. Then he brought up the main topic of their discussion. I've come here today for 2 reasons. First, to give you the Imperial Capital Academy's reward. Second, to bring you to the Academy. There's a special trial the day after tomorrow. I hope you can participate. Moyu was surprised. Everyone participating in this trial is internal personnel. We can only give you the specific details after you agree to participate. Bai Shan explained. Moyu pondered for a moment. Participation isn't mandatory. The decision is mine. What does internal personnel mean? It must be confidential. It seems the trial's content isn't ordinary. Bai Shan added, I cannot disclose the content, but I can tell you that this trial opportunity is very rare. Originally, you wouldn't have been able to participate in this trial. Just hearing that much, Moyu decisively agreed. Bai Shan laughed heartily. Ha! In that case, I'll give you your rewards first. As the national top scholar, your rewards are substantial. As he spoke, a surge of magic and a dozen treasures appeared on the table. The first reward is an additional 100,000 points on top of your exam score. All your points are in here. You must have heard already. Points are even more useful than money at the Academy. Next are 1 beginner skill scroll and 1 intermediate skill scroll. Finally, based on your performance in the battle realm, you will receive an additional reward. With it, you'll be qualified for 1 entry into the Divine Tower. Bai Shan further instructed, this qualification to enter the tower is very valuable. Especially if it's your first time, you must be fully prepared. A cool statement escaped Moyu's lips. I understand. Perhaps because of that statement, Bai Shun slammed his hand firmly on the table. Moyu thought to himself, Bai Shun said that, so it must be extremely important. Ending his train of thought, Bai Shun told him to pack his things and head to the Imperial Capital Academy. A moon like a jade gem in the sky, accompanied by Lu Yun's encouragement. Good luck, kid. Bai Shun and Moyu teleported to the academy. Before them stood a colossal fire gate. This gate was both an entrance and a weapon. Even top-tier powerhouses attempting to force their way through would pay a heavy price. Let's go. Bai Shun introduced him to the dormitory. Get some good rest. Someone will come to pick you up tomorrow. In that luxurious room, a young man was bowing to Bai Shun. He thought to himself, what kind of status does this guy have to be personally escorted by Bai Shun? And his tone with Bai Shun was so indifferent. His doubt quickly turned to friendliness. He asked Moyu, are you Moyu? Where would you like to stay? After asking, he listed the different types of rooms. 4-person dorm, 500 points a month. 2-person dorm, 1,000 points a month. Single dorm, 2,000 points a month. And finally, a villa for 10,000 points a month. Student Lin, I know you just finished your exam and have a lot of points, but I still advise you to save as much as possible, because you'll need points for many things later on. First, consider staying in a 4-person or 2-person room. Before he could finish, Moyu's impassive face turned towards him. I want a single dorm. Hearing this, the guy was surprised. Single? Are you sure? His mind was now overflowing with questions. He really is spending money as he pleases. If he doesn't learn to save now, he'll regret it once he realizes how hard it is to earn points. Moyu simply gave a dismissive glance. The single dorm. Give me the room. All right, Student Lin. Give me your ID card so I can register you. When he scanned it on the registration machine, the number 133,605 astonished him. Huh. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. How do you have so many points? National Top Scholar Award. The guy's face paled. 130,000. No wonder he wanted a single room. Thinking back, since I entered the academy, I've only earned a total of 10,000, not even a fraction of Moyu's. With a pale face, he cheerfully bade Moyu farewell again. All right, for now on, this room is your dorm. Get some rest. Call me if you need anything. Remember to buy a communicator tomorrow, otherwise it'll be very inconvenient. After he left, the luxurious room now contained only Moyu. He looked out the window. There were still people practicing their skills. It truly is the Imperial Capital Academy. Everyone is so diligent. In an atmosphere like this, my ascension will surely be much faster than before. The next day, the doorbell interrupted Moyu's meditation. Behind the door, a familiar face appeared. It was Ning E. Ha! What's wrong? Don't recognize me? I do, Moyu said. She quickly pulled Moyu away. Come on, I'll take you to breakfast, then give you a tour of the Imperial Capital Academy. At the dining hall, hundreds of dishes were laid out in the spacious room. After getting the food, Moyu paid with points, which surprised Ning E. Why did you pay with points? You can use money here. Never use points where money is accepted. In response to her surprise, Moyu simply replied, I don't have any money, only points. If you don't have money, just tell me. This young lady is so poor. She only has money. She kept emphasizing, don't waste your points. Points are really hard to come by. Good thing it was only 5 points. Looking at the scanner again, Moyu's point total astonished her. Wait a minute. How do you have so many points? The steam bun in her mouth dropped out. After eating, Ning E reiterated her advice about using points versus money. She also added, points are all used to buy weapons and blades. Even if you have a lot, it's the same. After walking for a while, Moyu handed Ning E a red stone. This is for you. It's beautiful. This is a spirit stone from a fairy king, isn't it? Her expression shifted from delight to bewilderment. This is one of the 5 core items of the fairy kings. The Boston Jewel. Do you even know its value? If you were to trade this, the lowest price would be 1,000,000 gold coins. Are you really giving it to me? Moyu affirmed, really. Ning E was as happy as a child. Thank you. Then I won't be polite. Meanwhile, Moyu thought, something so valuable? It seems the Dynasty Guild really is a scam. The two of them strolled all over the campus. They arrived at the Academic Affairs office. All right, your enrollment procedures are complete. Moyu wondered aloud. Why can't I find any information on Sister Su Lin Mohan? Data conflict? Perhaps she's on a special secret mission for the academy, so you can't find her. It's also possible she joined a more specialized academy, such as the Divine Light Academy. Your sister might have joined one of those academies. After speaking, the two left. Ning, you didn't forget to comfort Moyu. All right, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Moyu smiled faintly. Thank you. Come on, come on. It's time to talk business. I brought you to the academy today, but I still have a task. Ning E led Moyu to a classroom. Sister Tao Tao. I brought him. He's the national top scholar. A girl with blue eyes and neatly braided hair on one side approached. Hello, Jiang Tao Tao. Level 23 Elf Knight. Lin Moyu. Level 17 Necromancer. While they were greeting, a guy with a staff appeared out of nowhere. Only level 17? Are you kidding me? Even if you want to bring someone along, don't just pick up any random stray off the streets. Ning, he immediately shot back. Ling Zhun, what do you mean by that? Watch your mouth. MOU is the national top scholar. As if her warning fell on deaf ears, Ling Zhun retorted. Compared to our hidden dragon team, the national top scholar is nothing. Every national top scholar before him was absolute garbage. He flashed a sly smile, then turned to confront MOU directly. Your name is Lin Moyu, right? I know you were personally recommended by Lord Baishan. Don't think that just because you have connections with Lord Baishan, you can do whatever you want. In my hidden dragon team, entry is based purely on strength. Bringing you along for this trial isn't a problem. But I suggest you shut your mouth and don't say a word. It's best if you don't make any noise, and definitely don't drag us down. Otherwise, I'll be the first one to teach you a lesson. MOU's only response was, brain dead. Even Miss Xia from the noble family isn't as arrogant as this guy. At MOU's words, Ling Zhun flew into a rage. What did you say? A pillar of crimson fire erupted from his body. Seeing this, Jiang Tao Tao quickly intervened. Ling Zhun, you dare make a move? Stop. Ling Zhun gritted his teeth. Sister Tao Tao, I'll let it slide for your sake. With that, he turned away. Tao Tao then shifted to another topic. We depart tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Gather here. The details of tomorrow's trial will only be revealed then. MOU's gaze lingered on Ling Zhun. I understand. Thank you. Ning E immediately said, let's go. We need to buy some supplies. In the corner of the room, a tense atmosphere lingered. Ling Zhun, I know you have grudges, but you can't bring personal resentment into the trial. Furthermore, he was recommended by Lord Baishan. Ling Zhun replied, I know my limits. I just want to see what kind of trash this new guy is, replacing my brother's spot. Tao Tao added, while this means nothing to us to become the national top scholar, he must have something extraordinary about him. Besides, his profession is a newly appeared unique one. Even if we're bringing someone, they should at least be somewhat useful. Every year, a few new professions appear. Most of them are garbage. This necromancer is probably no different. Outside, Ning E was talking to MOU. Don't argue with him. He's a madman. Come on, let's go buy some potions and supplies. Mana potions and a communicator. Upon arrival, in contrast to Ning Yi's expression, we need 10 red and blue potions. And we also need a communicator. Once we're done, I can bother you anytime. First, let's add each other as good friends. The two said goodbye in front of MOU's dormitory. Back to training. When he returned to his room, he threw himself into training. I still need to prepare much more for the next trial. He used a basic skill scroll. Upon using it, he acquired the slow curse skill. It curses enemies within a 5-meter radius, reducing their speed by 5%. It lasts for 1 minute. All sorts of strategies popped into his head. After being upgraded by his talent, the range increased to 50 meters, and the slow effect also reached 50%. The duration also extended to 10 minutes. Another divine artifact. MOU's skills could now be divided into the summoning type, attack type, and curse type. No matter the type, they're all very important and incredibly powerful. I hope I can learn other skill types in the future. The next day, a call came in from Ning E. All right, get up already. The sun's practically burning your butt. I am downstairs. Let's grab breakfast together, then head out. As departure time neared, Tao Tao gathered everyone and instructed, after we teleport in a moment. Don't wander off. Seeing this, Ling Zhun scoffed. Hey kid, don't drag us down. Hearing this, Ning E also teased. You just make sure you don't drag us down. Tao Tao could only sigh helplessly and say, whatever conflicts you all have, save them until after the trial. You all know how important this trial is. Now, introduce your professions. Miao Yu, level 20 Elf Elder. Duan Gao, level 20 Prophet. Rare class. Ling Zhun, level 21 Warlock. Rare class. Jiang Tao Tao, level 23 Knight. Rare class. Lin Moyu, Necromancer. Level 17. Unique hidden class. Ning E Knight Assassin. Level 19. Rare class. Tao Tao added during this trial. We must stick together. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ning Yi's face was filled with determination. Don't worry, Sister Tao Tao. We absolutely won't interfere with the trial. Tao Tao began to activate the magic circle. Xiaojing Academy. Hidden Dragon Academy. Preparing for the trial's teleportation. A mysterious blue formation, imbued with potent magical energy, materialized. A colossal tower, glowing fiery red, loomed around them. It's the Divine Descent Tower, Ning E murmured. Both Ning E and Moyu were stunned. So the Divine Descent Tower is in the sky. Is it the power of the Divine Descent Tower that's teleporting us? After a flash of red light, the entire party was transported to Mermaid Island. A forest appeared before them. In front of them was the quest stone. Tao Tao explained, "Everyone, touch the quest stone to receive this trial's mission. This trial's mission is to enter the Mermaid's Tier dungeon, defeat the dungeon's final boss, and obtain the Mermaid's Tier." Note, a team entering the island can have a maximum of 6 members. The highest average level is level 20. The Mermaid's Tier can only drop from dungeons of nightmare difficulty. Only 3 Mermaid's Tiers will drop. In other words, only the top 3 teams to complete the dungeon will be able to obtain the Mermaid's Tier. MOU thought. The Mermaid's Tier dungeon is located at the center of Mermaid Island. In the end, it's just about clearing a dungeon. Is there something special about the Mermaid's Tier? I didn't expect this mission to be on Mermaid Island. Sister Tao Tao, you participated in many trial missions, so you have a lot of experience. Please tell us about it, Ning E suggested. The Mermaid's Tier can create a special piece of equipment. Its effects are immense. Mermaid Island is not within the territory of our Divine Descent Empire, and only 3 Mermaid's Tiers drop each year. Therefore, besides our Divine Descent Empire, other nations will also come to Mermaid Island every year, Tao Tao explained. Our Hidden Dragon Academy has a total of 10 teams, and we are Team 2. In other words, we not only have to compete with students from Hidden Dragon Academy, but also with professional teams from other countries? Ning E asked, bewildered. Huh, what if we encounter a team from another country? What should we do? Something similar has happened before, but at most, they would only guard the dungeon entrance to prevent others from entering. However, don't take it lightly. Fatal incidents aren't unheard of. If conflicts truly arise, act accordingly. Your lives are the most important thing. A chilling scene flashed through Ning Yi's mind. MOU reassured her. Don't worry, we won't run into that kind of situation. All right, we're ready to enter Mermaid Island. Duan Gao activated a buff. Understood. A burst of light erupted. Meanwhile, for Moyu, all 4-dimensional attributes increased by 30%. Skill power increased by 20%. Last for 1 hour. The Prophet class is truly a powerful support role. What a shame. Its enhancement effects are still too weak compared to my own talent. Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right. Apply the Prophet's buff to the Bone Soldier. What kind of effect would that have? A surge of energy filled the air. A Bone Soldier appeared. Everyone seemed startled. An undead type summon creature? Don't be scared. They're just very cute Bone Soldiers. Ning E quickly reassured everyone. Mayu turned to one of them. Would you mind applying your buff to my Bone Soldier? Thanks. Why, yeah, sure. The man stammered in reply. My skill, it won't work on it. The man replied. It must be because my talent is too powerful. It directly overwhelms Duan Gao's blessing skill. A contemptuous gaze fell upon Moyu. Can't even get a simple buff. Both his summoned trash and its master are completely useless. Hearing that, Moyu and the Bone Soldier shot a cold glance at Ling Zhun, who had just spoken scornfully to him. Ling Zhun immediately puffed out his chest. What's wrong? Want to fight? Tao Tao quickly intervened. If you want to fight, do it when you get back. Finish the trial first. Looking at the Bone Soldier, Ling Zhun thought, damn it, when that summoned creature looked at me, I suddenly felt a chill that made me want to die. It's like I'm freezing to the core. Tao Tao shouted. The trial has begun. Into the island. Tao Tao turned and said to Miao Yu. Our goal is the Mermaid's Dungeon. We need to move fast. If we can avoid fighting monsters, we should. In front of Tao Tao and Miao Yu was a merfolk soldier. In a blink of an eye, it disappeared into the water. It had already appeared in front of Tao Tao. This water monster stats were no joke. Level 19. Strength, 300. Agility, 150. Spirit, 200. Stamina, 320. But its skill was 0. Tao Tao attacked. A slash across the merfolk's stomach. Beside her, Ning E quickly finished off the merfolk. Defeated level 19 merfolk soldier. Experience plus 1,500. Team leader Tao Tao obtained a fish scale. Tao Tao warned. Now, level 21 monsters are appearing. At this rate, it'll still take 3 more hours to reach the center of the island. Our speed is too slow. We can't keep dealing with monsters. Miaoyu, you're in charge of crowd control. We'll charge straight ahead. Miaoyu summoned a windbind. Hurry, go. I've got it controlled. 20 minutes later, we're still falling behind. Tao Tao said, looking at the group in the distance. She frowned. If we just charge straight through, how good are our chances? There are too many. I can't control them all. Besides, those level 22 monsters, they're a higher level than me. My skills might even fail. Mayu thought if we charge straight in, we'll very likely be surrounded and in danger. But if we clear them all the way, it'll take at least an hour. That would put us way too far behind. He volunteered. Let me. Tao Tao looked at him surprised. Ling Jin scoffed again. You? A weakling at level 17? What could you possibly do? You haven't done a thing this entire time. What good are you? Ning E. Hey Ling, shut your damn mouth. You just keep hiding behind women's skirts, don't you? Ignoring the man's snide remarks, Tao Tao asked. Lin Moyu, what are you planning to do? Use the bone soldier to distract the merfolk monsters? That's right. He has summoned creatures. In that case, it's up to you. The bone soldier charged straight towards the mob of monsters. Seizing the opportunity, the whole team advanced, bypassing the monsters. The path is clear. Let's go. The bone soldier was recalled to the summoning space. Well done. Tao Tao praised Moyu. It's lucky we had you this time. Ling Jin scoffed again. Why didn't he do that from the start? Otherwise, we'd already be up the mountain by now. We wouldn't have fallen behind at all. Ning E retorted. Stop stirring up trouble here. If you're so capable, you go do it. Isn't he just relying on summoned creatures? Maybe he himself is useless trash. Mayu looked directly at Ling Jun. This is your last CH. Before he could finish, Miaoyu shouted. Run. From the sky, a swarm of monsters descended upon them. Quickly fall back. Someone appeared. It's someone from country. That's their unique class. Shikigami Summoner. Whoosh. A dazzling golden spark erupted. From it, two monstrous creatures appeared. Zoyu beasts. I heard that Shikigami Summoner's spiritual power allows them to summon ancient deities. Why would they do this? They want to stop us from reaching the mountain. The man in white declared. You can all just wait here. If you can't escape, just use a traditional quest stone to return. This mermaid dungeon belongs to our country E. Damn it, a Shikigami Summoner is a legendary class. It seems country E has gone all out. Hundreds of merfolk monsters are gathered here now. It'll take at least an hour to deal with all of them. Lin Moyu, can you? Tao Tao asked Moyu. Do you think a summoner can do absolutely anything? Even a summoner would be useless against hundreds of these monsters. The bone soldier is distracting the monsters. Whose summoned creature is that? It's luring the monsters away. That's great. Too bad there's still 2/3 of the monsters left. Tao Tao's face lit up when she saw another bone soldier. 2 of them. So you have 2 summoned creatures. Distract those monsters. No need for human shield. Let these simpletons split my experience points. Another one arrived. You did great, brother. I'll buy you a drink after the trial. There's even a 3rd one. Whose summoned creature is this, brother? Thank you so much. It's good, it's good. Let's go, brothers. Don't let those Shikigami summoners push us around. After breaking through the encirclement, Moyu was showered with praise. Brother, we'll definitely bring you along for the next dungeon. Thank you, brother. At this point, Ling Jun could only huff. The man in white from earlier panicked. Huh? What's going on? How'd they get up here? With that many monsters, they should have been held up for at least an hour. He immediately ordered the archers into position. I don't know how they dealt with the merfolk monsters. We have to stop them. Whoosh. Hundreds of arrows rained down from above. They were country Yi's archers. Mages, put up your protective shields. The battle has begun. Moyu said, with you and your bone soldiers here, I'm not afraid at all. After the initial skirmish. No good. Our formation is too chaotic. We need to reorganize. It'd be best to get a powerful mage. That's right. We lost quite a few people at the base of the mountain. We need to reorganize to suppress country E. Ling Jun approached Tao Tao, making a suggestion. Captain, I want to switch to another team. Either he goes, or I go. Captain, just choose for yourself. A teammate protested. Ling Jun, you're being a bit much. Exactly. If Lin Moyu hadn't distracted the monsters, we wouldn't have been able to get up here at all. Ning E said directly to Ling Jun. You're truly useless. Ling Jun was certain the captain would choose him. All the other teams are looking for mages. This team can't afford to lose me, the item carrier. So, he's the one who has to go. If that's the case, Ling Jun, you're out of the team. Ling Jun was utterly stunned. He questioned Tao Tao. What? Captain, you're kicking me out? If I leave the team, then this trial of yours will be completely useless. Don't you want to get into Divine Light Academy? She was indifferent. I do want to get in. But you forgot my profession. I am an elven knight. I have my own convictions. I can't fulfill your demands. Ling Jin turned and walked away. If that's how it is, don't you dare regret it. Lin Moyu spoke up. Let's enter the dungeon. Tao Tao was a little flustered. The country, Ning E patit hashuldet. Sister Tao Tao, let's enter the dungeon. Tao Tao was still unclear. But how do we enter? Miao Yu and Duan Gao could only look at each other. Let's follow them in. One by one, they entered the dungeon. Only Feng Xiu lagged behind. At most, we'll have to retreat. With me here, there won't be any danger. But is Ning E really trusting Lin Moyu that much? At the dungeon entrance, as soon as they saw Tao Tao and her group approaching, the people from country immediately started yelling curses. Get back. You people of Xinxiao are not allowed to enter the dungeon. The Xinxiao people surged with momentum. It's that summoner brother from before. Let's go together. Don't let the people of country bully our Xinxiao brothers. Protect him. Ling Zhun stood to the side, sneering. Idiots. Do you want to throw your lives away? The people of country immediately summoned their ancient divine beasts. They launched a barrage of attacks. The Xinxiao people struggled to resist. Lin Moyu uttered two simple words. Come fort. A series of bone soldiers appeared at his command. They effortlessly blocked all of Country Yi's attacks. Tao Tao couldn't believe her eyes. Lin Moyu actually has such powerful summoned creatures. Miao Yu was too shocked to speak. What? Duan Gao was equally stunned. These bone soldiers blocked all the attacks. Lin Moyu summoned creatures naturally scare the people of Country too. What kind of demonic profession is this? How can he have so many summoned creatures? We're those bone soldiers. Our attacks are completely ineffective. They look so fragile, like they could be shattered at any moment. They want to enter the dungeon. Despite that, the people from Country didn't back down. They even became more aggressive than before. We must stop them. Lin Moyu glanced at them as they charged forward. Choose Nightmare difficulty. Just before that fire talisman could be thrown, Lin Moyu and his group vanished. This scene made the people of Country grind their teeth, filled with immense frustration. Now, Lin Moyu and his group were in a deep cavern. He still maintained his calm demeanor, but Jiang Taodao couldn't help but feel uneasy. Ning E told her, don't worry, his skeletons are really powerful. Jiang Taodao could only nod. All right, I hope he can summon a lot of skeletons. I'll do my best to block the monsters. She called out, Miao Yu, heal me immediately, and give me control. She declared loudly, don't worry, Sister Tao Tao, I'm here to buff you. Suddenly, the system announced, killed an elite merman warrior, level 21. Experience plus 1,000. Received personal loot. This made Miao Yu freeze. Team, what's going on? Duan Gao was also confused. Why did I suddenly receive experience? It turned out that over there, Lin Moyu's bone soldiers were attacking monsters. Elite merman warrior. Monster enhanced type. Elite level. 21 strength. 2,000 agility. 1,200. Spirit. 800. Stamina. 2,200. Skill roar. Jiang Taodao was awestruck. Instant kill. Lin Moyu had his hands in his pockets, leisurely continuing to search for targets. Jiang Taodao looked at his retreating back. His skeleton just insta-killed an enhanced elite monster in a nightmare difficulty dungeon. Even a perfectly arranged team would take 1 to 2 minutes. Ning E Aniclimax. I told you, Moyu skeletons are super powerful. Everyone, hurry and follow. Duan Gao was a little awkward. My stats aren't even buffed yet. Jiang Taodao said, don't worry about stats. Just follow them first. Lin Moyu's skeletons weren't afraid of any of those fishmen. They swept them away with a furious blow. Jiang Taodao was still incredibly surprised. This was the first time she'd felt a dungeon run go so smoothly. Before, she always had to be at the front, tracking every monster attack, protecting her teammates. This time, it seemed she didn't need to draw the monster's aggro anymore. Duan Gao and Miao Yu whispered to each other. It's like they don't need us. It's like we don't have to do anything at all. After advancing for a while, Lin Moyu and his group ran into a rock wall. They thought, a dead end. The dungeon doesn't even have that many monsters. Ning E seemed to discover something. Down below, it really looks like a boss. The system displayed the information. Merman Queen's pet serpent, elite leader, level 23, strength, 3,600 agility, 5,500 spirit, 3,000 stamina, 5,000 skills, crushing strike, death squeeze venom. Lin Moyu observed it. Its stats are even higher than the Fairy King's. My skeleton's current 4-dimensional stats are 2,700. Jiang Taodao spoke up. I'll go attack it. Lin Moyu shook his head. No need. Lin Moyu's bone soldiers charged forward. But the serpent used crushing force to retaliate. It quickly wriggled out of the bone soldier's encirclement. Jiang Taodao was surprised. It's too agile. What do we do? Lin Moyu calmly said. It's fine. He activated his slow curse. Immediately, the serpent was entangled by red chains. Its speed has slowed down. The bone soldiers seized the opportunity. Jiang Taodao asked, is it a curse-type skill? Lin Moyu replied, yes. She looked at him. He has powerful summon creatures. And he knows curse-type skills. What kind of profession is a necromancer, anyway? Over on the other side, Lin Moyu's bone soldiers were still engaging the serpent, but it retaliated with its death squeeze. The serpent spat out venom. Lin Moyu observed the scene before him. My skeletons are undead summon creatures. The effect of venom on them is almost non-existent. In a flash, the serpent was pierced through by one of his bone soldier's arrows. Jiang Taodao was speechless. It's over just like that? Killed the merman queen's pet serpent. Experience plus 50,000. Received a silver-grade defensive item. Serpent scale armor. Received a mid-grade monster core. Duan Gao was still utterly bewildered. I didn't even do anything, and I got so much experience. Ning E Smilet. Don't just stand there, let's go. Jiang Taodao also chimed in. Let's go. Following Lin Moyu, they reasoned that based on the name of the previous elite, the merman queen's pet serpent, the final boss must be the merman queen herself. Lin Moyu and the others walked through the dark cave. Jiang Taodao covered her nose. The fishy smell here is overwhelming. After a short distance, a magnificent palace appeared before them. In the central courtyard, a glowing golden orb pulsed with light. Naturally, numerous fishmen guarded the precious orb. Jiang Taodao and Ning E counted. They exclaimed, there are 60 patrol squads in total. That's 180 merman monsters. And all of them are elite-type enhanced monsters. Lin Moyu quietly observed. The more monsters, the better, of course. Without thinking twice, he immediately sent his bone soldiers to attack. Jiang Taodao was startled. What? Lin Moyu. She couldn't understand what he was thinking. Although his skeletons were fast, he couldn't be so reckless, could he? These are elite merman guards. Elite-type enhanced monsters. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 1,400. Spirit, 1,000. Stamina, 2,400. Skill, stunning sweep. They've already detected the strange noise. They use stunning sweep, charging forward to block the bone soldiers' furious blows. Ning E worried. The other guard squads are charging too. Lin Moyu seemed about to do something. Cover your ears, Ning. He didn't quite understand at first. Immediately after, piercing screams assaulted them. Even covering her ears couldn't block out the sound. The system notifications exploded. Killed elite merman. Experience plus 12,000. Killed elite merman. Experience plus 12,000. This repeated 6 times. All of them stared wide-eyed. My God, what just happened? But the experience points didn't stop there. The system continuously announced. Experience points are increasing at a dizzying rate. This left Lin Moyu's entire team bewildered. What kind of skill is that? So powerful. How'd he do it? This is my first time experiencing such a flood of experience. Soon after, Lin Moyu's bone soldiers had defeated the merman soldiers. The palace gates swung open. The big boss has appeared. The merman queen, a leader-class monster. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 6,000. Spirit, 5,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skills, terrifying shriek. Tidal wave, Queen's Lament. Ning Yi's eyes widened when she saw her appearance. Oh my God, she gasped. She's so beautiful, Lin Moyu said. It's a charm spell. He quickly used his purity skill. Jiang Taodao realized Lin Moyu was fine. Ning, he was flustered. What's wrong with me? Miao Yu trembled. The merman queen inherently possesses a charm spell. We fell for it. Good thing Lin Moyu is here. Otherwise, our whole team would have been wiped out. Her first move failed. The merman queen unleashed her second move. Her eyes were bloodshot. Veins bulged across her face. The merman queen used her terrifying shriek skill, and the waters surged wildly. Jiang Taodao braced herself, considering the merman queen's stats and our 6-person team's usual strategy. To defeat her, it would take at least an hour. But now, I can't predict Lin Moyu's actions. The merman queen shrieked incessantly. The merman queen's strength stats are too high. Even though skeletons won't be easy to defeat, the current situation makes me feel like Jiang Tao Tao envisioned a fight between a lion and wolves, an illusion of a pack of wolves besieging a lion. Who wins or loses is still unknown. The merman queen charged forward. She hurled the trident in her hand, striking a bone soldier and shattering a large part of its body. It slowly faded away. A bone soldier was destroyed. Jiang Tao Tao said to Duan Gao, "Duan Gao, buff us. Be ready to fight at any moment." He nodded. Jiang Tao Tao had her own plan. Once Lin Moyu's bone soldiers can no longer hold on, we'll charge in. Lin Moyu just said softly, "No need. Curse slow." The merman queen was instantly ensnared by red chains. As a final boss, she couldn't be ordinary. She unleashed her tidal wave skill. In an instant, she swept away Lin Moyu's bone soldiers. 12 bone soldiers were annihilated by that swirling wave. Jiang Tao Tao stood to the side, thinking worriedly. It looks like the bone soldiers won't last much longer. It's our turn to go in, she said. Lin Moyu, recall your bone soldiers. We're going in. But Lin Moyu was stubborn. Summon all 87 remaining bone soldiers. Come out and play. My soldiers. His team froze, staring at the scene before them. This. Jiang Tao Tao's jaw dropped. No, am I dreaming? There are countless of them. Miao Yu exclaimed in shock. So, he actually has so many summons. He never used them all before. Duan Gao also spoke up. This is terrifying. No wonder Ning E always had so much faith in him. Ning E thought, as expected. He's grown even stronger, and faster than I ever imagined. The merman queen was covered in wounds from the bone soldier's onslaught. Her final skill was unleashed. The queen's lament. Miao Yu grew uneasy. No, my level is too low. I can't resist the boss's skill. Lin Moyu said, it's fine. He thought, my spirit stat is high enough. I won't be affected by the boss's mental attack skill. As for my bone soldiers, they don't feel fear. They don't suffer soul pain. The merman queen was finally defeated. Merman queen slain. Experience plus 80,000. Obtained silver grade weapon. Merman queen's longsword. Obtained silver grade weapon. Merman queen's staff. Merman queen's longsword. Silver grade. Strength plus 50. Constitution plus 50. Combat type skill power increased by 10%. Requires level 20 to equip. Merman queen's staff. Silver grade. Strength plus 50. Constitution plus 50. Combat type skill power increased by 10%. Requires level 20 to equip. Obtain merman tier. Ning E held up the merman tier in her hand. A merman tier? So, the trial mission is considered complete. We're one step closer to the Divine Radiance Academy. Jiang Tao Tao happily said. That's right. If we complete the trial missions a few more times, we'll be able to enter the Divine Radiance Academy. Duan Gao was also joyful. This time, it was pure luck we had Lin Moyu. If not for him, we wouldn't have been able to complete the trial at all. Miao Yu agreed. Exactly. And that despicable Ling Zhan. A person like him is sure to end up alone later on. Ning E was still excited, holding the merman tier. A merman tier? Lin Moyu asked her. Ning E, do you have a cooldown charm? She nodded. Yes, Moyu. Are you planning to? Only then did everyone suddenly remember. That's right. A cooldown charm. Lin Moyu's party teleported out of the dungeon. The people outside were surprised. That fast. Only half an hour has passed. The people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom whispered among themselves. They probably couldn't defeat it, so they retreated. One guy sneered. Looks like those skeletons are all show and no substance. They're only good for cannon fodder. Some others offered comfort. Don't worry, brother. It's okay if you fail the dungeon. As long as you're alive, that's what matters. That's right. Go home now. Ling Zhan sat to the side. They actually didn't die. They didn't want to lead the party into the dungeon, and now this happens. Retreated? Jiang Tao Tao, Miao Yu, and Duan Gao stood guard outside the dungeon. Nobody else entered the dungeon. Everyone, be careful. Ning E said, don't worry, Sister Tao Tao. Lin Moyu is with us. Viank, Toto instrustet, her, Ning E. Just follow the plan we decided on earlier. Ning E held the item in her hand. No problem. The people outside immediately cried out. A cooldown charm. Then, she and Lin Moyu re-entered the dungeon. The people around them were astonished again. They went back in. A cooldown charm? That girl actually has such a high-grade item. It seems her background isn't simple either. If I'm not mistaken, didn't they just enter the dungeon? 2 people entering a nightmare-level dungeon? Isn't that just seeking death? Jiang Tao Tao was a little worried. Now we can only rely on the 2 of them. Miao Yu encouraged her. Sister Tao Tao, we've all witnessed Lin Moyu's strength. It'll be fine. Jiang Tao Tao recalled the merman queen. You're right. Even if it's nightmare difficulty. I'm afraid Lin Moyu alone is enough. Miaoyu happily said. Don't worry about it. Inside the dungeon, Ning E said, you said you'd help me level up last time. I can't believe it's happening so soon. I won't just power level you once and stop, you know? Lin Moyu replied. The two talked as they walked. The remaining uses of the cooldown charm are just enough for us to clear this dungeon 3 times. We must seize this opportunity to get all the merman tears. Behind them, a merman soldier appeared. Soon, those fish and Lin Moyu skeleton soldiers clashed in a chaotic battle. Ning E reminded him, we can't afford any delays. We need to clear this dungeon as quickly as possible. He replied, it's fine. They can't kill as fast as I can. The battle before them. Victory was clearly leaning towards the skeleton soldiers. The system continuously announced. Eliminated an elite merman soldier, level 21. Experience plus 25,000. Obtained. Merman scales X8. Soon, a gigantic water snake appeared, its roars echoing through the sky. But Lin Moyu one-shot it. System notification. Eliminated the merman queen's water serpent, level 23. Experience plus 125,000. Obtained. Silver grade defense item, serpent skin armor. Lin Moyu thought last time getting to this point took us over half an hour. Now, it's only been a mere 5 minutes, and we've already reached the mini-boss. Ning E secretly glanced at Lin Moyu. He's even stronger than I imagined. He said, let's go to the merman queen's palace. Just like last time, Lin Moyu sent his skeleton soldiers ahead to clear the path. They quickly defeated the squad of merman soldiers. Lin Moyu called out, clear out all the palace guards. The boss is about to appear. Finally, the merman queen made her appearance. Leader grade monster. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 6,000. Spirit, 5,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skills, terrifying roar. Tidal surge. Queen's lament. Ning E hid behind Lin Moyu. This time, I won't look at her. I won't be charmed, right? She declared boldly, Moyu. I'm going to kill it. He looked at her, his gaze 30% helpless and 70% resigned amusement. Lin Moyu used both slow curse and corpse burst on the merman queen. She vanished in a flash. Eliminated the merman queen. Experience plus 200,000. Obtained. Silver grade weapon, Queen's Dagger. Queen's Dagger, silver grade. Agility plus 50. Constitution plus 50. Assassin type skill power increased by 10%. Usable at level 20. Obtained. Silver grade weapon. Queen's Magic Book. Queen's Magic Book, silver grade. Spirit plus 100. Mage type skill power increased by 10%. Usable at level 20. Obtained. Merman's Tear. As Ning E stood there, she received a level up notification. She happily exclaimed, I leveled up. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's go again. We need to collect all 3 Merman's Tears. Lin Moyu nodded. They were teleported out of the dungeon. Ning E happy sight. Sister Taozi, it's done. Lin Moyu looked at her. When I first met her, she was level 19. I was level 10. So much time has passed. She was still at level 19 and only just reached level 20. It seems this girl isn't particularly fond of leveling up. The onlookers around them were once again stunned. How did they just go in and come right back out? How much time has passed? Not even 10 minutes, right? I bet they didn't even kill a single monster. Wasting cooldown charms like that. They really just do whatever they want because they're rich. Ning E held up a cooldown charm. With a challenging look. Zhang Dao Dao felt a bit uneasy. 10 minutes? They came out so fast. Miaoyu spoke up. Sister Taozi, it seems Lin Moyu's strength is far greater than we imagined. Once again in the dungeon, Ning E was very excited. Let's see how much time it takes this time. Can we be faster than before? Lin Moyu didn't know what to say. She's treating this trial like a game now. They want to fight monsters once more. After they were done, Ning E said it. 8 minutes and 58 seconds. 30 seconds faster than last time. Lin Moyu said, we've collected enough. Let's go back. Ning E seemed quite confident. I can't wait to see the expressions on those Sakura Nation people's faces. As soon as the two left the dungeon, the Sakura Nation group started scrutinizing them again. They're out again? What a waste of resources. Did they use up all their cooldown charms already? It's laughable. They must have gotten scared and ran away before even seeing a monster, right? Jiang Dao Dao anxiously asked. Zoe, you got it, right? She made a gesture. Don't worry, Sister Taozi. The dungeon portal disappeared. This caused quite a bit of confusion among the onlookers. Look, the dungeon portal seems to be disappearing. How is that possible? A dungeon can't just disappear. They were utterly bewildered. It really disappeared. How can this be? The dungeon only disappears if all 3 merman's tears are obtained. Didn't they just enter the dungeon 3 times? Could it be them? Lin Moyu spoke. The trial is complete. Let's go. Jiang Dao Dao held a merman's tear in her hand. Those Sakura Nation guys want something for nothing. They want to steal it. We can't let them leave. The merman's tears are on them. We must make them hand over the merman's tears. The Divine Descendants group was equally furious. Jiang Dao Dao's team actually obtained all the merman's tears. I can't quite believe it either. But the dungeon really did disappear. If our Divine Descendants team got them, we absolutely cannot let them fall into the hands of the Sakura Nation. Lin Moyu's heart was calm as still water. He faced them with composure. The Sakura Nation people continuously summoned high-level divine beasts. Jiang Dao Dao couldn't help but worry. Lin Moyu was ready to counter. Soul Flame. He aimed straight at the summoned divine beasts from that nation. They roared in agony as the flames enveloped them. That Sakura Nation guy gritted his teeth. You're looking for death. He used his ultimate skill. Summon Shikigami. The summoned entity immediately rushed out. It was grotesque. Fiercely, he commanded attack. His Shikigami swung its massive axe powerfully. Your attacks can only tickle my colossal divine axe. Naturally, Lin Moyu remained unfazed. He had his bone soldiers use their rage attack. Strength, 2,700. They charged forward simultaneously. In just a blink of an eye, that divine axe also vanished. The Sakura Nation guy was in disbelief. What? Lin Moyu was disappointed. That week, the Divine Descendants were also astonished. He instantly killed the Shikigami summoners. Shikigami. The guy coughed up blood. Damn it, my Shikigami was killed. I'm taking the backlash. The Bone Soldiers, emboldened by their victory, charged straight forward. They aimed directly at the former summoner. Lin Moyu gave the order. The guy's face turned ashen with terror, but he was still lucid enough to order his remaining divine beasts. Quick, attack. The people around them were buzzing with chatter. His skeletons are that powerful? That was a legendary level Shikigami summoners. Shikigami. How could it be killed so easily? What level is he at? What's his class? And what are these skeletons anyway? On the other side, someone glared at Lin Moyu with eyes full of resentment. He's a level 17 spirit master. He must have awakened a talent. Another powerful class has appeared among the Divine Descendants. I must report this back. Behind him, Lin Moyu and his summoned creatures looked even cooler than an American action movie poster. The atmosphere was tense, never easing. One of the Sakura Nation guys turned and ran first. I don't want to fight those things. I don't want to die. Seeing this, the others also ran for their lives. I don't want to die either. Even the Shikigami summoner was defeated. How can we win? Run. Run faster. The Divine Descendants gloated. Look at that guy. Almost wet himself. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Scared away by a few skeletons. Those are skeletons from a nightmare-level dungeon. Rushing them would just be walking into a trap. But they quickly shifted their attention to Lin Moyu. By the way, where does that great master come from? He's ruthless and doesn't waste words. He's truly our ideal. Yeah, that scene where he instantly killed the Shikigami was really cool. Ling Zhun gritted his teeth, consumed by jealousy. If I hadn't left the team, would I have been among those who completed this trial? He refused to accept the truth. It wasn't my fault. Lin Moyu, just you wait. We're not done yet. Jiang Dao Dao held the merman's tear in her hand. Trial complete. Quest submitted. The system announced. Trial ended. Initiating transmission. At home, Jiang Dao Dao said, Thank you, Lin Moyu. This trial was very important to me. Ning E slumped onto the table. Finally done. This young lady is exhausted. She lifted her head. Sister Dao Dao, you don't need to be so polite with him. Even though he doesn't talk much. He's actually much better than before. Jiang Dao Dao stifled a laugh. You always talk on his behalf. Lin Moyu's watch buzzed. It was a message from Bai Yuan. Lin Moyu, come to the dean's office. At the dean's office, Bai Yuan said, I've seen the footage from this trial. You performed very well. Lin Moyu simply replied, I just did what needed to be done. He was pleased, neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. Not bad, he continued. Do you know the use of merman's tears? Lin Moyu said, No, he thought to himself. Could merman's tears be that important? Bai Yuan explained. Merman's tears are related to the success rate of awakening a second talent at level 40. Items that can help awaken a talent are extremely rare. Even if the grade of merman's tears is relatively low, it's still incredibly important. I didn't expect the Sakura Nation to calculate the time and location of the Merman Island's appearance this time. They almost caused the trial to fail. He also added, "This time, it was fortunate you were there. You helped the divine descendants obtain the merman's tears. Do you want any reward? I'll do my best to satisfy you." Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Before, I couldn't find any information about my sister in the dean's office. Why not take this opportunity to ask Dean Bai? He asked, "Can you help me find someone?" Bai Yun replied, "I know who you're referring to. Your older sister, Lin Moam, joined the Divine Light Academy at the beginning of the year. That's why when you searched, you only found blank data. All students of the Divine Light Academy will have blank data." Lin Moyu was surprised. Divine Light Academy. Jiang Daodao's ultimate goal is the Divine Light Academy. Yi and Xiaxue also always told me they'd join the Divine Light Academy if they got the chance. He thought of his sister. I can't believe my sister already joined. But she only enrolled last year. How could she join the Divine Light Academy after just half a year? Bai Yun spoke up. "Since your sister has joined the Divine Light Academy, according to regulations, I cannot disclose any more information to you. Before you join the Divine Light Academy, you're not allowed to meet your sister. If you have any questions, you can join the academy yourself and ask her." He tapped on his smartwatch. "The conditions for joining the Divine Light Academy have been sent to you." Bai Yun confessed, "I should have told you about your sister from the beginning. This reward doesn't count. You still have another reward coming." Lin Moyu said without hesitation, "Then I want a cool-down talisman." He thought, this item can't be bought on the exchange, so it must be extremely rare. But it's really useful. I really need a cool-down talisman right now. Bai Yun laughed heartily. "After seeing your footage from the trial, I had a feeling you'd want this. Although a cool-down talisman is only a primary item, it's not easy to acquire. Just this trial alone isn't enough. I have another mission. If you can complete it, I'll get you one." Lin Moyu immediately agreed. "With a cool-down talisman, I can level up and join the Divine Light Academy faster." Bai Yun took out an emerald-colored stone. "But you'll have to wait until level 20 to accept this mission. If you're in a hurry, you can go to the Academy's Palace Dungeon to level up first." He placed it in Lin Moyu's hand. "This is the teleportation stone to the Palace Dungeon, but not everyone is qualified to have one." He took it without hesitation. "Teleport." Bai Yun was a little surprised. "You want to go level up right away? This kid is something. He just came out of the trial and isn't even taking a break." Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Moyu looked around in surprise. "Is this the Palace Dungeon of Hanjing Academy?" Voices echoed around him. Fogbediel Dungeon. Normal difficulty. Looking for a level 25 mage. Proficiency in fire skills preferred. Bloody battle against the Beastmen Legion Dungeon. Nightmare difficulty. Seeking a level 25 healer. Requires proficient healing abilities. Full bronze equipment required. Dark Knight Tower. Nightmare difficulty. Requires a level 30 or higher knight. Full silver equipment required. Lin Moyu looked down at his watch. Requirements to join the Divine Light Academy. 1. Level beyond level 30. He wondered, bewildered. Level beyond level 30. Level 30? Does that mean my sister reached level 30 only 3 or 4 months after arriving in Hanjing? Next requirement. 2. Clear the level 30 Frontline Abyss Dungeon on Hell difficulty. Contribution points reach 1,000. Lin Moyu mused. Hell difficulty is definitely much harder than Nightmare difficulty. I wonder if I can solo it. And how do I even get these contribution points? Suddenly, a girl approached him and struck up a conversation. "Student," she stammered. "Hello, fellow student. Is this your first time at the Palace Dungeon?" She also introduced herself. "My name is Su Han. I can introduce you to the Palace Dungeon." Lin Moyu couldn't possibly be unaware of this trick. It seems this student is using this method to earn points. He asked directly, "How much?" Su Han was also straightforward. 100 points is enough. Lin Moyu didn't say much. He immediately transferred 100 points. Su Han was delighted. "Thank you, fellow student." She began to explain. In the Palace Dungeon, there are 2 dungeons below level 20 and 18 dungeons from level 20 to level 30. 20 dungeons from level 30 to 40. Su Han continued. There are 52 dungeons from level 40 to 70. In addition, there are 2 large-scale dungeons for 40 players or more, and 1 colossal dungeon for over 100 players. A total of 95 dungeons. She led Lin Moyu to the center of the palace. Each dungeon has a corresponding clear record. Setting a new record can earn you rewards. The two looked up at the orbs. This is the mission center for the Palace Dungeon and the recruitment center for teams. You can complete missions to earn points here. You can also recruit teams or join teams. Xuan vis spirit. Is something wrong, fellow student? Is there anything else you're unclear about? Lin Moyu asked. How do I get contribution points? Suhan replied, contribution points? You can get contribution points by participating in Academy-organized trials or completing Academy-assigned missions. Lin Moyu pondered. To join the Divine Light Academy, I need 1,000 contribution points. Contribution points, you get them by participating in Academy-organized trials or completing Academy-assigned missions. Suhan also added, it's really hard to get contribution points. Every time a mission is announced, someone finishes it almost immediately. And if you want to join the Academy, contribution points are essential. Lin Moyu's smartwatch chimed. 50 contribution points transferred to Duan Gao. To Duan Gao. Moyu, your contribution points have arrived too, haven't they? How much? I got 20 points. That's a lot. Sister Tao got 30 points. She's absolutely thrilled. Everyone around them gasped in shock when they heard. They began to whisper. Did I hear that right? 50 points. Are they kidding? How could someone get so many contribution points at once? They're just bragging. His level isn't even that high. Lin Moyu didn't pay attention to those words. Thank you for the explanation. Suhan waved her hand. It's nothing. You already paid. So, do you want to find a team to run a dungeon now? He directly placed his hand on the purple orb. Information appeared. Mutant Forest. Level 17 dungeon. Requirement to enter. Level 15 to level 19. Entering the dungeon will deduct 10 points. Removing cooldown time requires 40 points. Dungeon record. 1 hour, 58 minutes. 2 hours, 17 minutes. Lin Moyu looked at the information. No one has broken the record in 3 years. They'll just clear the record and get the reward. He said select. Nightmare difficulty. Some people nearby were surprised. Others sneered. Mutant Forest? I thought it was some big shot. Turns out it's just a rookie, not even level 20. Well, I guess the 50 contribution points he got weren't just regular 50 points, huh? Inside the dungeon. Mutant Forest dungeon. Level 17. 32.5%. Lin Moyu stood still. I wonder how many levels I can gain after clearing this dungeon. Experience points accumulated continuously. Killed level 17 mutant brown bear. Experience plus 6,000. Obtained 5 beastman fangs. Killed level 18 mutant brown bear. Experience plus 7,000. Obtained 4 beastman fangs. Lin Moyu surveyed his surroundings. I can leave the small monsters to the skeletons. I'll go straight for the dungeon boss and cut down the time. He and his skeleton soldiers stood before a still pond. Found him. The boss suddenly appeared. Mutated horned tortoise. Leader class monster. Level 19. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 500. Spirit, magnet. Stamina, 7,000. Skills, bite. Sweep, ultimate defense. Lin Moyu thought, this boss's stamina is really high. Even higher than the level 24 mermaid queen. It charged forward, and his skeleton soldiers advanced to meet it. The boss immediately activated its ultimate defense skill. Lin Moyu couldn't help but exclaim, even the skeleton warrior's frenzy won't deal much damage. That turtle shell is tough. Now I understand why no one has broken the record for 3 years. But he didn't have much time. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I can only use a defensive strategy against you. The boss roared loudly. Lin Moyu commanded, flip it over. He yelled, go. All the skeleton soldiers charged forward together. Use frenzy. Finally, the boss fell. He obtained a bronze tier weapon, Tortoise Gauntlets. Tortoise Gauntlets. Bronze tier. Strength plus 20. Stamina plus 20. Defense type skill power increased by 6%. Usable after level 12. Obtained a bronze tier defensive tool. Tortoise Heavy Armor. Tortoise Heavy Armor. Bronze tier. Stamina plus 30. Defense type skill power increased by 6%. Usable after level 12. Obtained a low-grade monster crystal. Lin Moyu stood, receiving his loot. My experience value increased by about 35%. Just one more dungeon run, and I can reach level 18. I wonder what the reward for the new record is. A bell rang outside the hall. The Academy bell is ringing. Someone set a new dungeon record. Which elite team was it? I didn't see any big shots go in. The announcement board displayed. New record, Mutant Forest. Challenger, 1 person. Lin Moyu, level 17 summoner. Clear time, 35 minutes. Current record ranking. Everyone burst into chatter. 1 person. This guy cleared the dungeon alone. Even if it's a low-level dungeon, it's not something 1 person can clear. He's almost twice as fast as the old record. Lin Moyu stepped out. His watch displayed a notification. Record for Mutant Forest dungeon cleared. Received 1,000 points. 5 contribution points. Claimable only once. He fell silent. So, setting a new record grants contribution points, huh? Looks like I'll have to clear another dungeon then. Everyone froze solid. He wants to clear another one. I'm already level 30. Wouldn't it be humiliating to ask him to power level me now? No, right? Could it be that he really got 50 contribution points just now? Spider's Lair. Level 20 dungeon. Entry requirement. Levels 18 to 21. Lin Moyu calculated. Only level 18 to enter? So, that means I need to run the Mutant Forest dungeon one more time, huh? He went out again. Everyone watched him, more captivated than by Korean Idol. Why is the big shot back again? I know. The Spider's Lair requires level 18 to enter. The big shot is only level 17. Level 17, cleared alone, and set a new record. Half an hour later, Lin Moyu walked out, hands in his pockets. He finally hit level 18. The big shot is out again. The big shot is level 18 now. Oh my god, will the big shot challenge the Spider's Lair record now that he's level 18? Did anyone record the time? Why do I feel like it was even faster this time? Their chatter grew louder as the system announced another record had been set. New record, Mutant Forest. Challenger, 1 person. Lin Moyu, level 18 necromancer. Clear time, 24 minutes, 32 seconds. Current record ranking. He actually set a new record. What? That speed wasn't even his fastest. They turned all their attention to him. Who is this god-tier player? Where did he come from? The previous record was set by a nearly perfect team, and it's been held for 3 whole years. I can't believe a newcomer broke it twice in a row. Will he break the Spider's Lair record too? Lin Moyu observed the information. Spider's Lair, level 20 dungeon. Spider's Lair dungeon. 1 hour, 12 minutes. He smirked. So, they set the Spider's Lair record too. Huh? 3 years, and no one could break it. Lin Moyu chuckled softly. My apologies, I also really need contribution points. Select difficult level. Lin Moyu stood in the darkness. This is the Spider's Lair. It was pitch black. He summoned a flame to his hand. At the very least, I need to clear these monsters quickly and efficiently. Skeleton soldiers were summoned. This Spider's Lair is like a maze. I should send the skeleton soldiers to scout ahead first. Killed level 20 red spider. Experience plus 9,000. Receive points plus 5. Killed level 19 red spider. Experience plus 8,000. Receive points plus 4. Lin Moyu frowned. What's more, almost all the skeleton soldiers have encountered combat. If I keep going like this, our speed will drop significantly. He looked up. Small spider. Level 18. Strength 200. Agility 200. Spirit 100. Stamina 200. These small spiders are all dungeon monsters, huh? The paths will be swarming with them. Lin Moyu unleashed his soul flames. Let's try using a skill. They quickly became his experience points. Killed level 18 small spider. Experience plus 500. In this wave, at least 100 small spiders have been eliminated. The experience granted is equivalent to 20 high-grade enhanced elite monsters. This is an experience grinding paradise. At this moment, Lin Moyu noticed his skeleton soldiers were surrounded by small spiders. Stamina, 185/2900. The small spiders continuously bit the skeleton soldiers. He commanded, return to the summoning space. Clearly, I've always used this tactic to kill bosses. Summoning failed. Lin Moyu was a bit surprised. It actually failed? Is it because there are too many spiders on them? But this big shot Lin Moyu wasn't limited to just that move. Killed level 18 small spider. Experience plus 500. He took advantage of the situation to advance. If this is such a good place to grind experience, I can't let it go to waste. There are a total of 108 caves. If I group the skeleton soldiers into teams of 10, they won't be bothered by these small spiders. So, just 10 minutes later, Lin Moyu encountered the main boss. Spider King, I finally found you. Leader class monster. Level 21. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 3,500. Spirit, 500. Stamina, 4,000. Skills, Venomous Fangs, Acid Spray Sweep. Wipe them out, Lin Moyu commanded. You like to bully the weak, don't you? Now it's my turn, right? Outside the hall. Shuhan was nervous. Can he really clear the Spider's Lair? The others chimed in. The Spider's Lair is known as an experienced sacred ground, a resource haven, but it's not easy to clear alone. It's been over an hour now. The record is 1 hour and 12 minutes. It seems he won't be setting a new record this time either. Back in the dungeon, Lin Moyu sat on the Spider King's corpse. Dungeon cleared. My experience increased by 80%. How much time did those small spiders waste? It took a total of 1 hour and 32 minutes. Didn't break the record. Looks like I'll have to run it again. I need to get both regular points and contribution points. Kill the Spider King. Experience plus 190,000. Received silver grade weapon, Spider King's blade. Shuhan was still nervously checking the clock. An hour and a half has passed already. He still hasn't come out. Could he have? Just as Lin Mayu emerged. She gasped in surprise. Classmate, you're finally out. Did you clear the dungeon? Shuhan quickly tried to reassure him. It's okay if you couldn't clear it. The spider's lair has so many monsters. It's almost impossible for one person to clear it. Lin Mayu nodded. Thanks. I cleared it. She was stunned. Cleared it. He actually cleared it? Alone. His dungeon clear speed. It's even faster than the 5-person team that set the record. Shuhan stared at him, and judging by how composed he looks, it's like that wasn't even his limit. Lin Mayu asked, by the way, do you know any dungeons with even higher experience? Although the spider's lair experience is almost triple that of the mutant forest, the clear time is a bit long. Shuhan replied, among dungeons under level 25, the spider's lair offers the most experience. Lin Mayu pondered. There certainly is a lot of experience in the spider's lair. In the time it takes to clear the spider's lair once, I could clear the mutant forest 4 times. But running it like that would also consume a lot of time accounting for cooldowns. He asked, is there any dungeon that clears faster and gives even more experience? Shuhan thought for a moment. Faster clear, more experience? She quickly exclaimed, there actually is. You could try teaming up with others to go to the large-scale dungeon, Tyrant's Desert. Shuhan continued, although the large-scale dungeon Tyrant's Desert is a level 25 dungeon, level 20 players can still enter because it allows teams of up to 40 people. Many higher-level players earn points by helping new players clear this dungeon. Lin Mayu considered this for a moment. A large-scale dungeon. Huh? I wonder if I can clear it alone. Only level 20 players can enter. Bai Shun's quest also requires me to reach level 20. He turned back towards the dungeon entrance. Thanks. Looks like I need to break the record as soon as possible and reach level 20. Shuhan called out, classmate, do you still want to run the spider's lair dungeon? Inside the dungeon, Lin Mayu looked at the scene before him. Your experience? I'll take all of it. Let's go. In another room, Bai Yuan was projecting Lin Moyu's battle onto a large screen. Did you see that? Weren't you shocked? Even though I've interacted with him, I was still pretty shocked after watching his battle. Mangan observed. One person clearing the mermaid dungeon alone and getting all 3 mermaid tiers. The look on those guys' faces was absolutely satisfying. The vice principal of Qianlong Academy, Hong Shan, also spoke up. Those punks from Qianlong Academy can't even compare to a freshman who just finished his college entrance exams, who hasn't even taken a single college course. Mangan asked, Old Bai, you've interacted with him. His talent. Bai Yuan replied, it's a leveling talent. But exactly how many times it multiplies, that's his personal secret. Mangan continued, based on this trial, this kid is pretty good. Bai Yuan agreed. I feel this kid has a very promising future. His older sister also joined the Divine Light Academy. He added, his sister is still highly favored by that old man. He's putting all his effort into nurturing her. Anyone that old man trains becomes the elite of our nation. How sharp is his eye? You and I both know well. I think he's very likely to be targeted next. Mangan smiled, satisfied. It seems our nation will soon have 2 new rising stars. Hong Shan thought the same. In my opinion, that kid will eventually become an existence who can single-handedly contend against 1,000, taking on 10,000 opponents alone. Meanwhile, Lin Mayu was back in the dungeon, fighting monsters. Although each spider gives less experience, collectively, it's still enough to gain 70% experience. The clear time has been sped up significantly. This time, I'm definitely breaking the record. Outside the hall, the bell rang once more. The bell rang again. Who broke the record this time? It must be classmate Lin Mayu. I just saw him enter the dungeon again. It could be him. He must be a talented professional. Ling Zhen, standing far away, sneered. What talented professional nonsense. He's just lucky. Everyone frowned. Classmate, why would you say that? He openly slandered Lin Mayu. He's just an ordinary college student who just finished his exams. He probably got some powerful treasure through his connections with Bai Shan, right? Otherwise, how could he clear a nightmare-level dungeon all by himself? So what if it's a regular academy? A regular academy can't set records. Another person chimed in. I know you. You're from Qianlong Academy. Oh, so Qianlong Academy is mighty prestigious, is it? Besides, you're slandering him like that? Do you have any proof? Just as Lin Mayu stepped out, everyone erupted. New record, Spider Dungeon. Challenger, Lin Mayu. Level 19, Necromancer. Clear time, 47 minutes. Current record ranking. Look, classmate Lin Moyu is out. Great God, someone was slandering you. Indeed, a record broken in 47 minutes. Nearly half an hour faster than the previous record. The moment Lin Moyu saw Ling Jun, he felt incredibly annoyed. It's you again? Ling Jun fumed. Lin Moyu, what are you pretending about? Isn't it just by Shin protecting you? If you weren't the top scholar in the nation, I wouldn't even bat an eye at you. Lin Moyu's face darkened. I've had enough of your nonsense. It's still inconvenient to make a move inside the academy. Ling Jun, startled. You think I'm scared of you? Who the hell are you? But inside, he wasn't so brave. His gaze. He's killed before. Why do I feel so terrified? Lin Moyu wasn't too bothered. This jumping clown is wasting my time. Today, I have to reach level 20. Once again, Lin Moyu returned to the spider dungeon. One more run, and I can level up. After defeating the boss, you have gained enough experience to level up. Finally, level 20, before taking on by Shin's quest. I need to check the changes after leveling up. Identity, Lin Moyu. Class, Unique Necromancer. Level, 20. Strength, 300. Agility, 300. Spirit, 1,300 plus 20. Constitution, 300 plus 20. Equipment, Elf King's Magic Book. Magical Artifact, Knowledge. Summoning Space, 120/200. Bone Soldiers, 120. Talent, All Stats Boost, Unique, Level 2. Passive Skills, Movement Damage. Active Skills, Soul Flame, Level 20. Summon Bone Soldier, Level 20. Corpse Stride, Level 2. Slow Curse, Level 1. Summon Bone Soldier can now summon a Silver Tier Bone Soldier. The summoning skill has leveled up. Let's try summoning a Silver Tier Bone Soldier. My spirit points were then deducted by 500. It costs 500 spirit points per summon. Silver Tier Bone Soldier. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 4,000. Constitution, 4,000. Skill, Frenzied Strike, Level 2. Frenzied Strike, Level 2. Deals 300% of its own strength as damage to the target. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Lin Moyu looked at it. Its attributes are fully enhanced. A single one can almost rival a dungeon boss. And its skill has leveled up too. He calculated a bit. Summoning bone soldiers consumes too much. My equipment is already outdated. It's time to replace it with new gear. Also, I need to sell some of the silver tier equipment dropped in the dungeon and buy some skill scrolls. Lin Moyu exited the dungeon. The people around immediately came to watch. The trading hall? I remember it's over here. The great god has appeared again. Didn't everyone notice? He broke his own dungeon record again. He leveled up again. It's unheard of to go from level 17 to level 20 in a single day. This time, he seemed to come out in less than half an hour. Oh my god, was his previous record not his limit? At the trading hall, Lin Moyu placed several items on the counter. Please help me sell these items for money, then use it all to buy beginner skill scrolls. The staff member was a bit surprised. He's clearly only level 20. How did he get so much equipment? He picked up the items. All right, student. However, student, if you sell all this equipment, won't you use it yourself? Level 20 is exactly when you can use silver tier equipment. Lin Moyu didn't reply. He thought, I do need new equipment. Ordinary silver tier equipment won't do much for me. He took out a piece of equipment. Even if these pieces of equipment generally boost skills, they're fundamentally no match for my talent, like the blessing of the Soul Weaver. The staff member was slightly confused. You don't care for items bought with money? No problem. We also have a points-based shopping center here. All the best items are here. Lin Moyu nodded. Please, show me. The staff member led him to the display area. I'll go sell these for you. You can look around yourself. Thanks. Before him lay a golden-hued sword. Silver tier Spirit Longsword. Spirit plus 400. Requires level 20 or higher. Crafter, Zhang Tai. Part of the Spirit Triad set. Selling for 5,000 points. Lin Moyu examines it. A whole set. And it's Spirit type too. He looked at it. The equipment here is definitely better. Plus, there's even a full set with a hefty price tag. A single set costs over 5,000 points. A regular freshman couldn't possibly afford this. Next, 2 more items. Silver tier Spirit Arm Guard. Spirit plus 200. Requires level 20 or higher. Crafter, Zhang Tai. Part of the Spirit Triad set. Silver tier Spirit Greaves. Spirit plus 200. Requires level 20 or higher. Crafter, Zhang Tai. Part of the Spirit Triad set. Lin Moyu thought. The full set effect can increase spirit by 800 points. This equipment set isn't bad. He turned his head. But even if it's good, its effect on me is limited. Suddenly, Lin Moyu was drawn by a distant argument. 50,000 points for this broken weapon. It doesn't even have any attributes. What is this garbage? Isn't this just scrap metal? 5,000 points? Who would buy this kind of trash? He walked over to it. 5,000 points. A price like this? Probably only a few people in the entire academy could afford it. Donatus's scythe, growth-type weapon, requires level 1 or higher. Level 1. Part of the Necromancer set. Soul Reaper. When Donatus's scythe absorbs souls from the abyss. Upgrading can unlock new skills. Lin Moyu was curious. Part of the Necromancer set. He stared intently at the item mounted on the wall. Summon Heroic Spirit General? My bone soldiers really need a leader. What's more, it's an entire equipment set. Lin Moyu picked it up, although it has no attributes now. In others' eyes, it's just garbage. But it can absorb demon souls from the abyss to grow. This weapon has truly found its rightful owner. It's exactly what I want. The staff member remained confused. Are you sure you want to choose that? Do you know how many points it costs? Did you misread it? Lin Moyu handed over his card. No mistake. Go ahead and process it. The staff member was utterly shocked. 130,000 points. It turns out this guy actually could buy it. He watched Lin Moyu leave with the weapon. That side had been on the exchange floor longer than I've worked here. I never expected anyone would actually pick it. Back home, Lin Moyu placed the skill scrolls on the table. For now, since there's no immediate chance to find abyss demons, I'll use these scrolls to awaken some skills first. With this many scrolls prepared, I'm sure I can awaken some new skills. A moment later, it worked this time. System notification. Obtain skill, Bone Armor. Bone Armor, level 1. Summon skeletons to form armor. Defense increases by 100 vitality points. Additionally, increases elemental attack resistance for self and summon creatures by 10%. Last 5 minutes. This skill can be used on others. Lin Moyu was satisfied. A defensive skill. Not bad. Finally, I have a skill that can compensate for my only weakness. Under the enhancement of his talent. His defense can add 1,000 vitality points and half elemental damage reduction. Lin Moyu continued to upgrade skills through the scrolls. Many new skills were acquired. Lin Moyu also took the opportunity to try them out for a bit. These scrolls did not disappoint him. Lin Moyu commanded a summon go. A bone soldier appeared. Lin Moyu observed just like me, only with suddenly high spirit. However, the skill's power relies on spirit. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 300. Vitality, 100. Skill, Blazing Flames. Blazing Flames deals fire elemental damage to the target. Attack power is determined by spirit. This way, the skeleton will have a means of long-range attack. Next, as long as I continue to hone my skills and raise my necromancer level, my skeletons will only grow stronger. Early the next morning, Lin Moyu woke up. My spirit power has recovered. It's time to meet Bai Shun about the mission. At the office, Bai Yun leaned against his desk. What do you want, kid? Lin Moyu said. Lord Bai Shun, I've reached level 20. What's the mission? Bai Yun was momentarily unable to process this information. Level 20 already? Didn't only one day pass? This speed is even faster than I was back then. Bai Yun forced a laugh. Are both these siblings such monsters? He said. Bai Yun briefly explained the mission. You've been to the palace dungeon before, haven't you? Then you must know there's a large-scale dungeon called the Tyrant's Desert. Your mission is to go to the Tyrant's Desert dungeon and retrieve the Tyrant's heart. He continued. The difficulty of a large-scale dungeon designed for fewer than 40 players. I don't need to elaborate. You already know what that means. Within 3 days. Just bring back the Tyrant's heart within 3 days, and I'll help you get a beginner-grade cooldown charm. In addition, Bai Yun intentionally offered some more information. The effect of a cooldown charm isn't something the palace dungeon can compare to. The cooldown time for some of the highest level dungeons can even be up to a month. When you encounter certain dungeons, that's when a cooldown charm truly shows its worth. Not only that, but advanced cooldown charms can also be upgraded from lower grade ones. He said, if you complete the mission, I'll tell you how to upgrade it. Lin Moyu nodded. So charms can be upgraded. He said confidently, all right, I'll bring back the Tyrant's heart. Bai Yun patted his shoulder. The reason I'm giving you 3 days is because the school's opening ceremony is in 3 days. I hope you won't be late. As Lin Moyu left, Meng Anwu pushed the door open and entered. You seem quite pleased with that young man. Bai Yun nodded. The more I look, the more I like him. That cold personality is exactly my type. Meng Anwu sounded a little worried. Knowing him, he'll definitely try to solo the Tyrant's Desert dungeon. I remember when you entered at level 30. and you were utterly crushed by Yuan froze. But he was very confident in this student. But Lin Moyu is far stronger than I was back then. To be continued from the previous part. Everyone was excited. Look, it's the legend who set a new record yesterday. Is he looking at the Tyrant's Desert? That's a large-scale dungeon. Could it be that he's going to break the record for a large-scale dungeon too? Lin Moyu calmly watched the orb. He thought, Phylong Academy. It seems to be an academy on par with Qianlong Academy. The system board appeared. Phylong Academy team, 40 players, 16 hours, 45 minutes, 18 seconds. 40 players swept the dungeon after 16 hours. Shuhan walked up beside him. Junior Lin Moyu. He politely replied. Hello. She asked curiously, are you looking at the Tyrant's Desert? She thought to herself. He cleared the dungeon so many times yesterday. Doesn't he need a rest today? He's so diligent. He glanced at her. Yeah, I have to retrieve an item called the Tyrant's Heart. She gasped in surprise. The Tyrant's Heart? Isn't that the item that drops when the final boss appears? She explained. The Tyrant's Heart can be used to craft a powerful accessory, the Tyrant's Necklace. This item only drops once a year, and when the Tyrant's Heart appears, that was also 2 years ago. She continued to try and stop him. So, Junior Lin, you're not actually going to challenge the Tyrant's Desert, are you? You just barely reached level 20, and where's your team? No one asked her to worry, but she still did. Junior Lin, is he seriously going to solo the dungeon? Phylong Academy's record hasn't been broken in 2 years. She kept going on. Junior Lin. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind her. Someone shouted loudly, it's them. They are from Bailey Academy. They've been preparing for a long time to set a new record in the Tyrant's Desert. They even have a lot of gold-grade equipment. Another person declared firmly, this time, Bailey Academy will definitely set a new record. Get ready, everyone. Don't mess anything up. The man from Bailey Academy frowned. Are they clearing the Tyrant's Desert dungeon too? Looks like we'll have to act faster this time. Regardless of what anyone said, he took a step forward. Someone exclaimed in surprise, the great master actually went in, all by himself. Has anyone ever soloed a large-scale dungeon before? If he succeeds this time, he'll definitely make history. Seriously, this guy talks too much. The guy from Bailey Academy looked at him. Soloing the Tyrant's Desert? What a rookie. Didn't anyone tell him it's a large-scale dungeon? Actually, someone did tell him, but he's strong, so he has his own way. The person who just declared said, forget about that kid who's looking for death. All team members, prepare to teleport. Flash. He had arrived at the desert dungeon. He looked up. The sun was directly overhead. There was no way to tell direction. If it's a large-scale dungeon, and the record is 16 hours, the rules within this dungeon are probably more numerous as well. Some people have already started rushing in. Looks like I'll have to explore the map on my own. He began analyzing his path. Entering a large-scale dungeon costs 500 points. A dungeon clear token requires 2,000 points. Looks like my remaining 80,000 points won't last long here. Suddenly, he saw monsters on the map. Monsters spotted. Wait, these are ghosts, not monsters. A moving skull appeared right behind him, and a brief description. Our hero remained calm. No wonder the large-scale dungeon. Just a regular minor monster. And its stats are already comparable to a level 24 merman head in the merman dungeon. If my skeleton warrior hadn't upgraded to silver grade, dealing with this would take some time. He stood watching the ghost flying wildly. He calmly admired the ugly ghost, even though it was about to attack him. The experience is also at the boss level. If all the monsters in this dungeon give this much experience, then this place will become an experience sacred ground. And then he unleashed a skill. Skeleton armor. He thought, if dangers are all hidden in the desert, it's better to protect myself well. He and his skeletons ventured deeper into the desert. Not long after, 2 hours had passed. At a lush oasis surrounded by palm trees, it was the perfect place to rest. He analyzed an oasis in the desert. I'm afraid most of the monsters will gather here. Just as he predicted, 2 enormous scorpions immediately appeared on the oasis. Just as I thought. Good thing I didn't get too close yet. A skeleton warrior charged forward. Violent strike. One strike cut the scorpion in half. Suddenly, something appeared. He wondered, is that a dungeon fruit? Do consumables spawn here too? His hand glowed with power, signaling a command. Bring that fruit to me. Let those skeletons hold off the scorpions. The rest of you, help me collect these fruits. He calmly took a fruit from a skeleton. Are all these scorpions gathered here because of this fruit? What does it do? And of course, why worry when the system's got your back? Desert Oasis Fruit. Restores mental energy. Must be consumed within 5 minutes of falling unconscious. Cannot exceed 5 minutes. This fruit similar to a coconut but green and yellow, can restore mental energy. He took a bite. My mental energy is slowly recovering. He grew more excited. As long as there are enough fruits here, my mental energy won't suffer any losses. Finally, he cracked a smile. Then this place is a holy land for skill training. Skill level up. Appear skeleton mage. Boom. The skeleton mage appeared. He meticulously calculated. I must quickly level up my summon skeleton mage skill. His skeleton mages were still dealing with the massive scorpions outside. My mental energy also has infinite replenishment. He grinned. So, I can continuously summon skeleton mages, as long as the skill reaches level 20. The skeleton mages can also turn into silver grade. And so, he continued to eat the desert oasis fruits. He kept going, and after 3 hours, summon skeleton mage skill has reached level 20. He secretly rejoiced. Finally, success. He summoned the upgraded skeleton mages. They looked handsome and beautiful before, but now they look older after leveling up. Hilarious. The system also introduced the fire attribute and wind attribute skeleton mages, along with their skills. He looked on proudly. You seemed to enjoy killing my skeleton mages earlier, didn't you? Now it's my turn, isn't it? And so, the battle between the 4 elemental skeletons began. After summoning the skeleton mages, they combined to sweep away the desert scorpions. 1 strike, then 2 strikes. He was exhilarated. Now, this is what a large-scale dungeon should look like. He continued to use the power of the desert fruits to summon skeleton mages. I have my own forces too. He summoned 130 bone soldiers and 70 skeleton mages. He thought, it seems as long as I have the right resources, I can still clear these large-scale dungeons by myself. A surge of power slammed into the ground. He unleashed eruption. That power unleashed an earthquake, threatening to incinerate everything in this desert. And thanks to the power he just unleashed, all the desert scorpions were annihilated. Killed. Giant Oasis Scorpion, level 25. Experience plus 300,000. Obtained. Golden Scorpion Tail, x3. A flurry of notifications appeared. He gained a massive amount of experience points. At this point, the desert was devoid of monsters. He was a bit surprised. No more monsters? I still have other skills that haven't been upgraded yet. He pondered. If only there were always this many monsters. Now that the skeleton mages have been upgraded to silver grade, I should probably find a dungeon boss as quickly as possible. The longer this drags on, the lower the chance of getting the tyrant's heart. Suddenly, he detected something behind him. He swiftly unleashed a skill. Bow and armor beast tide. It was a swarm of desert soldier ants. He leapt into the air, then landed on a soldier ant. Where are they going? He watched the soldier ants move in one direction. Then he followed them to a dark cave. Is this their nest? As he wondered, a giant flying ant suddenly appeared. It's a desert flying ant, elite type enhanced monster, level 27. Strength, 6,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 3,000. Stamina, 7,000. He was startled. Flying ants. Flying ants are considered the queen ant's guards. It seems the boss here is the queen ant. He used a skill to create a protective barrier against the flying ant's attack. He murmured, still trying to bully my unupgraded bone armor. And so, he summoned a wind attribute skeleton mage to deal with the flying ant. The skeleton mage unleashed Dragon Fist Storm, a swirling vortex that could sweep away everything. The desert ants and flying ants scattered in chaos. And of course, he won. Notifications appeared. Killed. Desert flying ant, level 27. Experience plus 360,000. Obtained. Flying ant wings, x5. Killed. Desert flying ant, level 27. Experience plus 360,000. Obtained. Flying ant wings, x4. He continued to gain experience from the flying ants. Go, my warriors, he commanded. This spot. My skeleton mages and I are more than enough. While his skeleton mages were attacking the flying ants. Killed. Desert flying ant, level 26. Experience plus 360,000. Obtained. Flying ant wings, x4. A barrage of notifications followed. Meanwhile, he watched the map and finally located the queen ant. Found it at last. No more time to waste, then. Time to confront the boss of this dungeon directly. The leader ant has appeared. Desert queen ant, leader class monster. Level 28. Strength, 9,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 8,000. Stamina, 8,000. Skills, summon ant army. Sonic attack. Storm charge. Roll. He thought. So that's the queen ant? The system panel shows she's pretty strong. The system panel reappeared. Queen Ant Guard, super enhanced elite type monster, level 27. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 3,000. Stamina, 7,000. Skill, kite and hardening. He scoffed. There's nothing exciting about this. Go on, play with them, my warriors. Storm charge, he said. Good thing I awakened the bone armor skill. He sternly and calmly gave orders. Mages pinned down the Queen's Guard. Warriors cut them down. The battle erupted between his warriors and the Queen Ant. Kite and hardening. Another wave of experience poured in. Killed. Queen Ant Guard, level 27. Experience plus 390,000. Obtained. Ant Fangs X10. Another skill. Sonic attack. Blood began to gush. The Queen Ant continued to use her skill. Roll and summon Ant Army. He calmly said, what a waste of my time. Rise again. The warriors. Suddenly, a swarm of ants charged from a distance. He was bewildered. Is it the summon Ant Army skill? He chuckled softly. Are you trying to court death? He immediately cast Corpse Burst. It was a lightning vortex, striking the Queen Ant directly. And with that, the Queen Ant was destroyed. He gained experience and acquired new weapons. Killed. Desert Queen Ant. Experience plus 800,000. Obtained. Silver tier weapon. Queen Ant Longsword. Obtained. Silver tier accessory. Queen Ant's Ring. Obtained. Queen Ant Brood. Queen Ant Brood. Hand to a beast tamer to hatch. A new Queen Ant can be obtained. He mused. This large-scale dungeon instance. I've gotten quite a lot of points from the items I've collected. Plus, my experience has risen significantly. The oasis and the ant nest push my experience up to 78%. The sun shines down. This is an excellent place to level up. But I don't have much time. I'll save the rest of the experience grinding for later. First, I need to get the tyrant's heart. 2 hours later, in another part of the desert, the skeletons were battling a gigantic, blazing centipede. He exclaimed, surprised. This is inside a grand palace. A lion man sat leisurely on a majestic throne. Tyrant lion. World-class leader. He thought, looks like I found the right place. The place he arrived at was a castle-like city. A desert lion archer stood on the palace walls. Their attributes were stronger than the ant soldiers and flying ants in the ant nest. Desert lion archer, enhanced elite-type monster. Level 29. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 6,500. Spirit, 1,500. Stamina, 4,500. Skill, 100 shots, 100 hits. Next was the Desert Lion Warrior, enhanced elite-type monster. Level 28. Strength, 6,500. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 2,000. Stamina, 5,000. They were training in perfect rhythm, a disciplined formation. It seems we can't use the same tactics as in the oasis and the ant nest. He slowly drew his scythe. However, I also know how to form a battle array. He summoned a spirit speaker. Summoned heroic spirit general. Another powerful warrior of his appeared, possessing the reinforcement skill. He commanded. He controlled his warrior. Go attack them. Both the skeletons and the reinforcement warriors heard the command and prepared to hunt the lions. A lion suddenly detected a surge of power from afar, letting out a terrifying growl. Thousands of arrows flew straight towards the palace. This was called 100 shots, 100 hits. The arrows struck the lion's den, creating chaos. Sparks flew everywhere. The lions stood dumbfounded, unable to grow. Everything collapsed in an instant. He said, what a shame. Their bodies fell inside the fortress. I can't lock onto them. I can't use Corpse Burst. He smirked, but luckily you're all here. His warriors continued their assault. Frenzied blow. He suggested, half of the mages come open the gate for me. It's been this long, and you still haven't broken through the fortress gate? He thought again, I get it. This is a large-scale instance. It probably requires team coordination or some special method to open the gate and confront the final boss. Suddenly, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Any disruption to dungeon mechanics is due to insufficient firepower. Push their bodies towards the city gate. He activated his skill, Corpse Burst, aiming straight at the lion corpses. Then boom. Who knows what hit those lions, but they were definitely in trouble now. He stood defiantly before the city gate. Inside, a lion man was seated regally and at ease on his throne. Indeed, it was the Tyrant Lion, a world-class leader. Level 31. Strength, 13,000. Agility, 8,000. Spirit, 4,000. Stamina, 12,000. Skills, Roar from Hell. Provoking Rage. Whirlwind storm. He thought, so this is a world boss, huh? It's definitely nothing like any of the previous bosses. That lion looked small before, but now standing up, it's terrifyingly huge. Despite its imposing presence, he remained calm. My apologies, I'm in a hurry. It sprang up, roaring, provoking rage. It attacked his silver-tier skeleton soldiers. And just like that, 2 skeleton soldiers were destroyed. It continued to roar wildly. He shouted, stop it. From his side, a skill was unleashed, thunder roar. Paralysis. Temporary, rendering it immobile. He poured all his power into attacking it. It slowly began to slow down. It spun around. Whirlwind storm. Then, 24 more skeleton soldiers were destroyed. He narrowed his eyes. So strong, an attack power like this. I doubt even a professional knight could withstand it. He roared, stop right there. He chained it, but it still unleashed its skill. Roar from hell. Another 14 skeleton soldiers were destroyed. The chains shattered. My bone armor could only last less than 2 seconds. Even though it was tightly chained, the lion could still use its skills. Provoking rage. He said, while I possess evasion skills, I'm not afraid. But with just one of its attacks, I fear my skeleton soldiers will be utterly annihilated. He raised his hand, summoning a magical flame. Soul flame. Seizing the moment the lion stumbled, he roared. The chance is now. Everyone attack. The lion rose, a furious glare in its eyes, as if it wanted to devour them whole. It lashed out, clawing wildly. Frenzy blow. Another 14 of his skeleton soldiers were annihilated. He continued to control the flame. Soul flame, it can't be stopped. If my mages hadn't leveled up to silver tier just now, I don't think I could have fought this thing alone. And after 20 minutes of subduing the lion with he thought, looks like it's almost over. Finally, it collapsed. He watched it slowly fall, saying, Tyrant, I concede your power. What had to happen happened. He had defeated the boss and received a trove of weapons and experience. Tyrant lion defeated. Experience plus 2 million. Received, gold tier weapon, Tyrant's battle kite. Received, gold tier weapon, Tyrant's saber. Received, gold tier weapon, Tyrant's staff. Received, Tyrant's heart. Next drop in 1 year. Tyrant's heart. Special crafting ingredient for Tyrant's crimson armor. A flash of light appeared with the word level up. He looked back. I've leveled up to level 21. He ran a hand through his hair, a faint smile on his face. I was so focused on fighting the tyrant, I forgot I was only level 20. The system panel appeared. Name, Lin Moyu. Level, 21. Strength, 330 plus 30. Agility, 330 plus 30. Spirit, 330 plus 30. Stamina, 1,500 plus 200. Skill, Summon Skeleton Mage, level 21. He stared at it wide-eyed. My Summon Skeleton Mage skill leveled up too. Could it be that after learning a skill, it automatically levels up with my character level? He analyzed. If that's the case, I need to max out my remaining skills as soon as possible. Otherwise, the higher my level gets, the harder it will be to train them. It seems I still need to go to the Tyrant Desert and train my skills based on the results there. Elsewhere, a man exclaimed loudly. 6 bell tolls. How long has it been since I last heard 6 bell tolls? Everyone in the room murmured among themselves. 6 bell tolls mean a new record has been set in a large-scale instance. Who is it? A tall, dark-haired man spoke. It seems this record was set by someone from our 100-Mile Academy. The young man speaking was by Li Sheng from the 100-Mile Academy, the grandson of the academy head. Someone said, I remember that Lord Lin Moyu also went in. Could it be him? Bai Li Shin Fronath. Lin Moyu? Who's that? Which academy team is he with? Someone actually dares to contend with our 100-Mile Academy for the record? The person next to him leaned in and whispered, Lin Moyu is... Suddenly, he burst out laughing. He entered alone. Are you trying to make me die laughing? Oh, that's a large-scale instance meant for 40 people. Entering a large-scale instance alone. He truly doesn't know his place. The surrounding people showed their irritation. So what? Does that mean a single person can enter a large-scale instance? Lin Moyu is a grandmaster who's set 2 instance records in a row. He scoffed. We're 2 low-level instance records. He's only level 20 right now. Besides, a large-scale instance isn't that easy to clear. This record definitely belongs to our 100-Mile Academy. He'll be proven wrong soon enough. The golden system notification appeared. Tyrant's heart has dropped. Cooldown time. 364 days, 23 hours. Everyone started buzzing. The Tyrant's heart actually dropped. I heard the Tyrant combat power is incredibly strong. If you can't kill it within an hour, then you absolutely can't get the tyrant's heart. Even though I'm a fan of Lord Lin, I'm afraid this record will be set by the 100-Mile Academy this time. Bai Li Sheng wore a slightly sinister expression. Not only did we set a new record, but we also obtained the tyrant's heart. From now on, our 100-Mile Academy will also possess a boss item. He gloated so much it was embarrassing. And as expected, the record for the Tyrant Desert large-scale instance has been refreshed. Lin Moyu, level 21, 14 hours, 11 minutes, 43 seconds. He and the others, that's Lin Moyu. Oh my god, that arrogant guy. Everyone cheered. Lord Lin is out. Amazing. I can't believe it was really him. He cleared a large-scale instance alone and still set a record. And his clear speed was even faster than the 100-Mile Academy's team. Thank you for the compliments, my man. He gritted his teeth, sweating profusely as he looked at Lin Moyu. You are Lin Moyu? Lin Moyu was thinking, I've got the tyrant's heart. I need to deliver it to Lord Baishin quickly. Ignoring his question, Lin Moyu just walked away. My apologies, I have matters to attend to. The people in the hall started chattering. This time, the 100-Mile Academy really lost face. This news will surely spread throughout the academies by tomorrow. Who told them to be so arrogant? A bunch of people who look so impressive. Now look what happened. They were thoroughly stomped into the ground by the great Lord Lin. The space gradually fell silent. Someone said, did you guys notice? Lord Lin is only level 21, meaning he entered the instance at level 20. Level 20, soloing a large-scale instance. Is it something a human can even do? Another person wondered. That's terrifying. Is this the power of a necromancer? In Bai Yuan's office, he was looking at his watch. Moyu. Lin Moyu's voice came from the other end of the line. Lord Bai Shun, I've obtained the tyrant's heart. He replied, it's fine if you couldn't find a team. I'll introduce you to some friends. He slowly processed what Lin Moyu had just said and suddenly froze. Wait a minute. Lin Moyu, what did you just say? He reiterated what he had just said. I got the tyrant's heart. He thought to himself, this kid, it hasn't been long since I gave him the quest, and he already got the tyrant's heart. But you didn't see that coming, old man. He quickly asked, where are you? He replied, I'm at the dorm building entrance. By then, it had already grown dark. He ended the call. Then he received a new system notification. Received 5,000 points. 30 contribution points. He said, this reward isn't bad. Too bad it's a one-time thing. Suddenly, a surge of power enveloped him, startling him. This is Lord Bai. That's Senior Meng. He respectfully greeted them. Lin Moyu pays his respects to Senior Meng. The person he was greeting was Meng Anwen, the divine-level Grand Formation Master. Meng Anwen responded gently. Come, have a seat. Bai Yuan said cheerfully. No need to be so nervous. Old Meng is a very easygoing person. Bai Yuan told him, Lin Moyu, bring out the tyrant's heart. He replied. Both of them widened their eyes. Meng Anwen said, indeed, it truly is the tyrant's heart. Bai Yuan was a little skeptical. Did you clear alone this time too? He was calm, as if there had been no battle at all. Still alone. Hearing this, Bai Yuan asked him, what was your record? He answered, over 14 hours. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan exchanged disbelieving glances. Meng Anwen chuckled, old Bai. You have to keep your promises. Bai Yuan grumbled and tossed something over to him. You don't need to tell me that. This is for you, a cooldown charm. He was a little puzzled. Cooldown charm? With this, my leveling speed will reach a new height. Bai Yuan said, Lin Moyu, do you want to enter the Divine Light Academy? He said softly, but I'm still missing a lot of contribution points. He thought, setting 3 new records. Only gave me 90 contribution points. To enter the Divine Light Academy, I need 1,000 contribution points. He suddenly had an idea and said loudly, the Primal Battlefield, I can use the cooldown charm there, right? He replied, yes, you can. Why? Is there a problem with taking this mission? He said seriously, no problem at all. Looks like I can clear instances faster to get more contribution now. He saw him off. All right, then I'll take you back to rest first. After the matriculation ceremony, I'll take you to the Primal Battlefield. He replied, thank you, Lord Bai. Under the night, skies, moonlight, Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan chatted. Meng Anwen said, is it really appropriate to send him to the Primal Battlefield so early? Bai Yuan replied proudly. You saw it yourself. He can clear large-scale instances by himself. He's only level 21, yet he's hardly inferior to some second transition classes. Training in the Primal Battlefield early is exactly what suits him. Hearing that, Meng An fell silent. But you didn't tell him. Then the Primal Battlefield, they're enemies of our people. Lin Moyu lay on his bed, thinking, that instance took several hours. I can finally rest today. I'll get a good night's sleep today. Tomorrow, I'll return to the Tyrant Desert to level up my other skills. A man in golden armor emerged victorious, declaring, "Your old man is back." The crowd outside cheered, and a brown-haired person rubbed their nose, exclaiming, "Look, the people from Bailey Academy are back." The light-haired person next to him, with hands on hips, said, "Look at how happy they are. Do they actually think they set a new record?" The person in dark armor behind him smirked. "This is going to be good." He laughed with amusement. The students from Bailey Academy cheered, saying, "Today, we've pushed the record time to 15 hours and 58 minutes. We've established a new record. Long live Bailey Academy." Hearing that, the others secretly covered their mouths, stifling giggles. Suddenly, someone realized, saying, "Wait a minute, Captain. Something seems off." That person said to the man in golden armor, "We didn't get the tyrant's heart, did we?" He repeated, confused, "Who did this?" A golden system panel appeared. Lin Moyu, level 21. 14 hours, 11 minutes, 43 seconds. The man read the words, his soul nearly leaving his body, sweating in fear, saying, "Just one person." The man seemed to recall the image of his retreating figure and mumbled, "It was him, level 21. 14 hours. The man couldn't accept the truth at all and screamed, saying, "No way. This is impossible." A team member next to him looked at the man worriedly and said, "Captain, let's just go back for now." The man didn't listen and continued to shout loudly, "He's only level 21. He cleared the instance alone and was still faster than my Bailey Academy." The people around them began to whisper again, saying, "I can't believe it. Bailey Academy got slapped twice in one day. That's hilarious. They got their faces stomped. Godlin is truly damn awesome. It seems Bailey Academy is really famous this time." The man immediately turned to look at the crowd and said, The next day, Lin Moyu scratched his head. He sat up, basking in the sunlight, and sighed in contentment. My spiritual energy has recovered. He walked into the main hall. He thought to himself, if I can find that kind of fruit in the desert this time, then I'll just upgrade slow curse. Suddenly, a man walked up to him, nodding as he asked, Are you Lin Moyu? The man pointed his thumb. Pointing behind him, he said, Senior Bailey Shung wants to see you. Come with me. Lin Moyu ignored him and walked away. The man exclaimed in surprise, He ignored me again. You got a lot of nerve. Don't you know who Bailey Shung is? He frowned, turned back, and replied, I don't know him. If he wants to see me, tell him to come himself. At this moment, a system notification appeared. Dungeon cooldown. 9 days. Eliminate cooldown. 2,000 points. Enter dungeon. 500 points. He read the information on the panel, falling into thought. A cooldown reset costs a total of 2,500 points to clear and enter. The people around him noticed him standing by the gate and flocked over. Look, is that God Lin? Is God Lin going to solo the Tyrant Desert dungeon again? The first time, he was still unfamiliar with the dungeon. This time, I wonder what new record he'll set. An archer said, Miss Shuhan, my quest isn't finished yet. Could you please ask God Lin if he'd agree to take us along to clear the dungeon? The burly man behind him also scratched his hair, pleading, Yeah, we can pay with points. Shuhan looked at them, pleading, and hesitated, saying, You guys. The person next to her also tried to persuade her, saying, That's right. If God Lin can clear it by himself, then he can also take us along. We'll pay with contribution points. Shuhan listened to them with wide eyes. Ms. Shuhan, we're begging you. We don't need experience. We don't need equipment or materials. Nothing at all. Finally, she relented, saying, All right, I'll help you ask Lin Moyu to see what he says. The man from earlier had returned and reported to Bailey Shung, Boss, Lin Moyu refused to come here. He even said you had to go meet him yourself. Hearing that, Bailey Shung clenched his fist, saying that kid's got some nerve. The other man immediately chimed in. He really does. He shows no respect to anyone. Bailey Shung sneered. He thinks clearing a dungeon by himself makes him impressive? It's just a low-level dungeon, that's all. He has no idea what a second transition class can truly do. The stronger he is now, he could still turn into a piece of trash after his second-class transition. Since he's so disrespectful, let's just ignore him for now. If we ever cross paths outside, I'll teach him a lesson then. Meanwhile, Shuhan, along with the numerous people she brought, approached Lin Moyu, pleading with him. That's how it is, Junior Lin. Everyone wants to complete this academy quest. The archer said with a worried expression, God, just take me to clear the dungeon once, please. I just want to finish the quest. Another person also pleaded, God Lin, I beg you. Yes, God, I can pay 1,000 points. Lin Moyu looked bewildered and repeated, Quest? Shuhan asked him, confused. Yes, the dungeon quest issued by the academy. Don't you know about it, Junior? Another person said. We've been stuck in this desert dungeon for a long time. If we don't complete the quest, we can't join the independent academy. We don't need experience. We don't need equipment or materials. We just beg you to take us along. Lin Mayu shook his head and said, Sorry, I'm just a new student too. I wasn't aware of this. Everyone was surprised. What? God Lin is a new student? So that's it. No wonder God Lin's level isn't high. They still tried to persuade him, God. Just take us along. We can pay with points. I'll pay 1,000 points. I'll pay 1,000 points too. He listened to them, surprised, and thought, after buying weapons, I really don't have many points left. Clearing the dungeon by myself still costs 2,500 points. If it's 1,000 points per person, then I could earn up to 3,900 points, couldn't I? Lin Moyu agreed, saying, taking you all along isn't a problem. 1,000 points per person is fine, but I have one condition. Everyone immediately said excitedly, Just say it, God Lin. We just need to complete the quest. Nothing else matters. That's right, that's right. We'll listen to everything you say. Lin Moyu seriously instructed them. If we discover the fruit in the Tyrant Desert, you can't compete with me for it. Shuhan also realized. She exclaimed in surprise, You mean that fruit, the one that's so rare in the Tyrant Desert, the one you can barely find? The men also gathered and said, That kind of fruit is already incredibly rare. We never even thought we'd find it. That's right. God Lin, if we find it, we won't compete with you for it. Seeing them agree, Lin Moyu continued, In that case, all right, I can only take 39 people at a time. Who's going first? Immediately, the crowd surged forward. Get out of the way. Me first. Me first. I've been stuck on this quest for a whole year. Shuhan angrily scolded them. She put her hands on her hips and said, Everyone quiet down. Just line up. Stop fighting over it. If you annoy God Lin, he won't take any of you. Immediately, the crowd formed a long, orderly line. He raised his watch and said to her, Senior sister, Thanks. Sorry to put you through this. She waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Lin Moyu asked with concern. Is your quest complete? Shuhan smiled and nodded, answering him. It's done. You just focus on your own business. Don't mind me. He nodded and replied. If you have any quests you need to do in the future, senior sister, just come find me. All right then. Don't you dare refuse me when that time comes. Inside the dungeon, Lin Moyu told the people behind him, Everyone, stay behind me. Don't anyone go ahead. The people behind all said, Don't worry, God. We'll obey your every word. If you say east, we wouldn't dare go west. If you say stand, we absolutely won't sit. Lin Moyu waved his hand. Numerous skeletons formed under a stream of black power. Appear. Skeleton warriors, seek out the desert oasis. The crowd looked at the skeleton army and exclaimed, Is that what God Lin summoned? They're called spirit mages. But the sheer number of them is... This is terrifying. Is this some legendary class? A display panel appeared. Desert Ghost Tree, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 25. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 1,000. Spirit, 2,000. Constitution, 6,000. What? Instantly killed. This Desert Ghost Tree. The last time our party encountered one, it took us 2 whole minutes to defeat. That's just too terrifying. The stats of these skeleton warriors are really high. Silver Tier Skeleton Warrior. Level, 21. Strength, 4,500. Agility, 4,500. Spirit, 4,500. Constitution, 4,500. Killed Desert Ghost Tree. Experience plus 7,500. Lin Mayu felt a pang of regret. He scratched his head in frustration, thinking, Sure enough, bringing 39 people, the experience gained is just too little. Luckily, I still have 39,000 points. I'll just have to clear the dungeon by myself more often later. It's also a good time to level up other skills these days. The people behind watched as more and more monsters appeared further ahead. They all started exclaiming, Is God Lin going to aggro monsters this time? He's already pulled over 100. Is that skeleton mages? Is he trying to get chain kills using the skeleton mage's skills? The desert sunbeams filtered through the coconut tree leaves. Lin Mayu, contrary to the crowd's panicked guesses about his plan, was thinking, It seems my luck was good the first time. That desert fruit really isn't something you encounter every time. He stood watching the skeleton mages attack relentlessly. He thought decisively, Since there's no fruit this time, I'll just kill the boss early to clear the dungeon and re-enter. This time he raised his hand. A red glow appeared in his hand, surrounded by streaks of blue and white lightning. The group following him was surprised. What's happening? He then shouted. Gulp's explosion. A shocking explosion suddenly occurred in front of the crowd. The people immediately cried out in terror. My experience is constantly going up. Just how many corpses did God Lin kill this time? This explosion. It's God Lin's skill. Oh my god. The power is a little too much, isn't it? Lin Mayu turned back and told them, I've almost cleared out all the monsters here. Just wait here. I'll clear all the monsters in the cave and then call you. They immediately agreed without objection, saying, no problem. God, take your time with the fight. No need to rush. Among them, a person with black hair said, it's only been 3 hours since we entered the dungeon, right? A brown-haired person said in astonishment. I'm completely lost. The crowd exclaimed, this efficiency, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. You could beat me to death, and I still wouldn't believe it. 20 minutes later, someone scratched their head and suggested, how about we go pull a monster and try fighting it? God Lin kills them so easily. The monsters here probably aren't that hard to deal with. Another person also nodded and said, how about we give it a try? We're also professional classes, after all, and our levels are much higher than God Lin's. It can't be that we can't even beat one monster, right? The person next to him also nodded in agreement and said, exactly. Let's just experience it for ourselves then. 2 minutes later, the person who suggested fighting monsters returned after pulling one. He said, I accidentally pulled 2 of them. The people, already holding their weapons, immediately shouted, all right, let's fight. Healers, prepare. The group was challenging 2 scorpions. One of them encouraged, these scorpions are probably still juveniles. Don't panic, everyone. A scorpion slammed straight into one person's shield, creating a loud bang. That person was immediately sent flying backward. 2 people behind, seeing this, cried out in horror. What? Such a powerful attack. Quick, healer, heal him now. The person who was healed said, did I just ascend? Ascend where? The girl, casting magic, reminded them. Stop talking. Fight back. A panel appeared. Constitution. 1892. Over 6,000. Seeing that the scorpion was attacked but completely unfazed, the group cursed. Damn it. Are you guys just tickling it? Immediately, one person rushed forward and stabbed it directly. The people behind immediately said, let us go. Let's retreat for now. 5 minutes later, a notification panel appeared. Attacked a level 25 desert scorpion. Experience plus 7,500. After finishing the fight, they sat on the ground, exhausted. They complained, this is too hard to fight. The monsters here are absolutely insane. Are all large-scale dungeons like this? So, God Lin has been dealing with monsters like this the whole time? He's incredible. Meanwhile, on his side, a notification panel also rang out. Attacked a desert scorpion. Level 25. Experience plus 7,500. He sighed and said, these guys, they really can't sit still. In another team's location, the shield bearer said to the people behind him, what are you all sitting there for? There's still one more over here. Exactly. We lured 2 monsters at the same time. The people behind started to hesitate in fear again. Retreat. Damn it, what do we do now? I'm completely out of stamina. Couldn't we have just called God Lin at that time? We just had to rush headfirst into death. The remaining scorpion was still approaching them. At this moment, a skeleton warrior appeared. It raised its sword. Notification panel, brutal strike. With just one slash, the skeleton warrior cut the monster in half. The skeleton warrior landed on the ground. The people exclaimed repeatedly, killed in an instant. I finally understand the power of God Lin's skeletons. Holy crap, that's a bit too amazing. One of the girls was so emotional she started crying. Thank goodness God Lin left a skeleton to protect us. One guy behind her scratched his head in confusion and said, but it's already been over 10 minutes. Why hasn't God Lin even encountered a single monster yet? The person next to him immediately defended. Is there even a need to ask that? He's definitely pulling monsters. It's not like he hasn't encountered any. Suddenly, many notification panels appeared in quick succession. Attacked desert skeleton soldier. Level 26. Experience plus 8,000. They exclaimed in surprise. My experience is increasing insanely fast. Oh my god, this efficiency is terrifying. A man said, it looks like God Lin has reached the boss's stronghold too. I heard there's a very difficult ant queen inside the ant cave. The person next to him also said, I've heard that too. Apparently, if the damage output isn't enough, the ant queen will curl up herself. No matter how much you hit her, she won't die. A girl heard this and asked, are you still doubting God Lin's damage output? Meanwhile, Lin Moyu cast corpse explosion, making the dead ants explode and scatter on the side of the people following him. They also received a notification. Killed level 28 Desert Ant Queen. Experience plus 20,000. The group was incredibly surprised and said, "The Ant Queen? She's dead? That was way too fast." At this moment, he returned. He said to them, "Let's go. We're heading straight to the Tyrant Fortress." At the same time, he thought, "I need to quickly clear this wave, reset, and then find that fruit." The group immediately nodded in agreement. As they approached the fortress, the group exclaimed, "Damn it, there's so many monsters. This could already be considered an army." The orange-haired man, sweating, said, "I can't even imagine. If God Lin was clearing this dungeon by himself, he'd probably go from level 20 to level 30 in a month." Lin Moyu extended his hand and cast. Corpse explosion. Cousin explosion. A loud boom resounded. The surrounding rocks and earth were also blasted into scattered debris. Seeing this, the group said, "He can actually attack the city like this? When your damage output is sufficient, you can bypass the dungeon's mechanics." The group, pushed back by the aftershock, exclaimed repeatedly, "That's the Tyrant Lion. Is that a world-class boss? Even from as far away, I'm getting chills. Let's keep our distance. I wonder how long it'll take God Lin to take it down." The powerfully built lion stood upright on two legs. He said, "We meet again." He replied, "Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry." The people behind him watched him use his skeleton warriors to surround and attack the Tyrant Lion, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Why does a world-class boss look like a toy in front of God Lin? God Lin fights so simply. I feel like I could land a couple hits too." The person next to him gave him a fed-up look and said, "Then go on. Hurry up. Just try not to piss yourself." A notification popped up. Attack Tyrant Lion. Level 30. Experience plus 5,000. The person who spoke earlier immediately waved his hand, giving an awkward laugh and saying, "Just kidding." The group watched the Tyrant Lion fall, deeply moved to tears. "Success. My mission is finally complete." Lin Moyu said, "Teleport." The group immediately cheered with joy. They jumped for joy. "Thank you, God Lin. God Lin is truly amazing. My quest was stuck for 2 whole years. It's finally done." Outside, Lin Moyu met Shuhan. The other people immediately thanked her, saying, "Senior sister, thank you for going through all this trouble to help us this time." The person who had been watching him from a distance when he first arrived today spoke into the watch on his wrist. Senior Bailey Sheng, they're out. Bailey Sheng on the other end said, "You and he go clear the dungeon together. See how he clears dungeons by himself." Lin Moyu looked down in surprise. "Why are there so many people?" Shuhan gave an awkward laugh. She clasped her hands and said to him, "We've all been stuck on this quest for a long time. When we heard Junior would be clearing the dungeon, everyone rushed here." He understood, then turned and said, "Everyone understands the rules, right?" The group answered in unison, "We understand everything. Don't worry, God. We don't need any items." The guy also sneaked in. He thought, "It's really hard to squeeze into this team." The other people followed him into the dungeon. He looked at a tree, resembling a coconut tree. On it were the fruits he needed to find. He looked at it and thought, "Finally, I can upgrade my remaining skills now. There's still a day and a half until the opening ceremony. I need to clear it a few more times." The skeleton warriors began fighting the scorpions. The people cheered excitedly. "Oh my God, even rank 5 can be upgraded. This is amazing. Spending 1,000 points like this isn't bad at all." A surge of dark blue power emanated from him, and everything was once again obliterated by his corpse explosion. "There's still a move like that? No way I could learn that. No way." The Tyrant Lion appeared again. The other said, "This is too real. Who knows how much time it'll take this time? It's only been 7 hours. So, the record God Lin set hasn't even reached its limit yet." That guy shivered, thinking, "This is too terrifying. I need to report this to the boss quickly." The people nearby cheered happily. "My quest is done too. God Lin is awesome." That guy reported back to Bailey Sheng. He whispered, "Boss, that kid, Lin Moyu." Bailey Sheng listened intently. After listening, Bailey Sheng smiled broadly. He said, "So, it's about utilizing the collective properties of corpses for his skills. And he has an army of extremely powerful skeleton warriors. Which means, as long as we restrict his summoning ability and there are no corpses available, then Lin Moyu would be nothing but useless." Bailey Sheng sat there, smiling as he spoke to the guy. Every profession has its weaknesses, and it seems Lin Moyu's weakness lies right here. Summon Ling Chun from Qianlong Academy. Just tell him I need to see him. He raised his chin, smiling as he thought. "You stole the boss's artifact from Bailey Academy, and you humiliated me right on the spot. You'll definitely pay for this. In that room, a person named Ling Chun entered to meet Bailey Sheng. Xiaojing Academy. Double dormitory. The neat office was empty. Near the window, Xia Shui gazed intently outside. She recalled what Xia Dongyang had told her. You need to save up your points a bit, she worriedly said. Xiaojing Academy has so many good things. Too bad they all require points. I really can't afford any of it. I really envy that idiot. He has over 30,000 points. I wonder how many points the national top scholar gets as a reward. But it definitely won't be a small amount. Now, she happily said, I heard Principal Liu say that Lin Mayu arrived at the academy a few days ago. I wonder how he's been doing these past few days. Meanwhile, Lin Mayu was eating the fruits from the Tyrant Desert while controlling his skeleton warriors to fight. Her voice still echoed. She said, but with his abilities, he's probably doing just fine, right? The next day, Yi Yuan and 2 others had gathered to chat. Suddenly, Tai Ran shouted, that kid you're so fond of is completely out of his mind. Yi Yuan asked his old friend Ning Tairan, Ning Yi's grandfather. What happened? Mayu has such a calm and steady temperament. Why would you say he's out of his mind? Tairan looked at the screen and replied indignantly. That kid went to the dungeon palace. He's charging people to lead them through the desert tyrant dungeon. Yi Yuan nodded. Charging others to be led through a dungeon isn't unusual, is it? It's been happening all this time. Tairan scoffed, annoyed. But he single-handedly led 39 people through the dungeon. All the people who were stuck on the Desert Tyrant dungeon quest for years have now completed it. Hearing that, Yi Yuan chuckled happily and asked, that kid's good. 39 people in one go. I can't believe he thought of that. He shouldn't charge so little. Definitely shouldn't let those people get away with a bargain. Tairan lost his temper, slamming the table. Old bot, don't you know what the Academy's intentions were when they gave out those quests? The Academy did that, specifically to screen for outstanding talents. Getting stuck on this quest was their own problem. As a result, Lin Mayu did this. Yi Yuan took a small sip of tea and calmly said, of course I know. But so what? The quests and rules are set by the Academy. Mayu didn't violate any of the Academy's rules. He slightly frowned, glancing at Tairan. I've long been dissatisfied with these quests. In recent years, how many good prospects have been stuck because they're not good at socializing and couldn't find a team? I think that kid did an excellent job. Beside him, someone also agreed, saying, the Academy's systems are too old. They were established hundreds of years ago. It's truly time for reform. At this point, Tairan couldn't keep his composure. He slammed the table and stood up abruptly. You two are in cahoots. Seeing this, Yi Yuan chuckled lightly, warning. You're already old, yet still with that temperament. Let me tell you something up front. If you touch Lin Mayu, I will destroy the dungeon palace. Finally, Tairan angrily walked away. Someone watched his retreating figure, sighing, that old man will never change. Yi Yuan chuckled softly. It's easier to change mountains and rivers than one's character. In this world, only one person can handle his temper. At the Desert Tyrant, Desert Oasis, Mayu was still on the island. The sound of leveling up echoed. Bone Armor, level 21, summons bones to form armor, providing 2,100 points of physique and defense. Last 5 minutes, can be cast on others. He stood in deep thought. Finally, Bone Armor leveled up. With the talent's boost, it can provide me with 21,000 defense points. Now it should be able to withstand the tyrant's attacks. A moment later, he waved his hand, casting a slow curse on the approaching monster. Slow curse also leveled up. The slowing effect has been further enhanced. It's a pity that Corpse Burst requires exploding corpses to level up. Otherwise, I could have used this opportunity to max it out. 1 hour until the opening ceremony. Xia Shui was walking with Zhua Mei towards the school grounds. She said happily, since I don't have many contribution points, I chose a 2-person dorm. I never thought I'd be roommates with you. Shuo Mei nodded. Me neither. Xia Shui continued, sounding very confident. I don't have many points, but this young lady will cover all our meal expenses from now on. Suddenly, Zhua Mei quietly reminded her. Xia Shui, that's. On the other side, Feng Xiao, who was standing in a corner, also saw them and turned around. The girls around him secretly gasped. A swordsman. I want to confess to him. Feng Xiao quickly walked towards Xia Shui and Zhua Mei. Hello, both of you. Xiao Mei replied. Hello. Xia Shui teased. You're really popular, aren't you? Suddenly, Zhua Mei remembered something and asked. She didn't notice Feng Xiao's troubled expression. Speaking of which, have either of you seen Lin Mayu? Meanwhile, Mayu. He was checking his stats. Finally, I've reached level 22. As expected, skills that synchronize with my level will increase with my level. Done with his review, he immediately entered the teleportation gate to the Capital Academy. As he walked, he continued calculating, leading people through dungeons so many times. I now have over 350,000 points. But this still isn't enough. Buying the rights to intermediate skill scrolls already cost 80,000 points. At most, I can only buy 4 scrolls now. For comprehending intermediate skills, 4 scrolls are nowhere near enough. Moyu pressed the watch on his wrist. His gaze became even more determined. I need to find a way to earn more contribution points. But for now, I have to go to the opening ceremony. About 20 minutes later, at the Capital Academy school grounds, the group of 3, Xia Shui, Zhuomei, and Feng Xiu, were already waiting. She asked impatiently, "There's less than 10 minutes left. Where's that guy? Why isn't he here yet?" Feng Xiu called out then. "He's here." The moment Moyu arrived, the atmosphere around them immediately grew heavy, filled with an oppressive aura. Seeing this, Feng Xiu and the other 2 felt a slight apprehension. "He's gotten stronger." Xia Shui nodded. "It seems like he's become even more formidable." Zhuomei added. "He still has the lingering aura of battle around him. He must have just come out of a dungeon." The surrounding crowd, curious, watched Moyu and began to whisper, "That's the national top scorer, Lin Moyu. He looks unusual. Just looking at him makes me feel scared." Xia Shui's shout finally dispelled the gloomy atmosphere. "Hey, dummy Lin, over here." Moyu smiled faintly. "You all made it." Xia Shui snorted softly. "Of course. If we didn't show up, wouldn't that mean we didn't pass the admission exam?" Beside her, Zhuomei quickly asked, "Lin Moyu, what level are you now?" Moyu replied softly, "Level 22. The other 3 were all astonished by his answer. They asked again, "We haven't seen each other for just a few days. How did you level up so fast?" Moyu thought calmly, "If I hadn't been taking people through dungeons to earn contribution points, slowing down my leveling, I might have reached level 24 by now." Feng Xiu, having regained some composure, said, "I know the academy has a dungeon hall where you can use contribution points to reset dungeon cooldowns." Xia Shui added glumly, "You're the national top scorer. You got so many points, so you can spend freely. It's not like us. We have to be frugal. Contribution points are just too hard to earn." Recalling the constant contribution points gained notifications, Moyu felt a pang of guilt. Contribution points, are they really that hard to earn? A moment later, the chime of the hour rang out, signaling the official start of the opening ceremony. A teacher's booming voice introduced, "Welcome, everyone, to the Capital Academy. Perhaps all of you were geniuses in high school, but that's all in the past now. Now, you all have a new identity, new students of the Capital Academy." He continued, "Within the academy, students are divided into ordinary students, academy students, and top-tier academy students. These 3 tiers will enjoy different resources and benefits. Therefore, fellow students, so let's all strive to move forward." After that, the teacher continued, "Our Capital Academy's opening ceremony has a long-standing tradition. Senior students will challenge the new students." He began to explain the rules. "All senior students have the right to challenge you, but they must pay an equivalent amount of contribution points. You may refuse to accept the challenge. However, if you win, the contribution points offered by the senior student will belong to you. Of course, whether you win or lose, as new students, you will lose nothing." The teacher continued loudly, "This is also a great opportunity for those of you who don't have many contribution points to earn some. New students with strength. Don't miss this chance." At this moment, the 3 elders, including Yuan, stood high above, looking down. He commented, again with the suppression of new students, making them realize they shouldn't be arrogant. "Nothing new or interesting." Kairan added, "New students are all top scorers from various regions. Naturally, these geniuses are quite proud." Yuan then looked towards Moyu, wondering, "I wonder if anyone will dare to challenge Lin Moyu?" Someone was also curious. Surely no one would be foolish enough to do that, right? The new students below, hearing the newly announced rules, grew boisterous. "No loss if we lose. Rewards if we win. How can there be such a good deal? But our levels are lower than the senior students, and our skills are inferior. How can we possibly win?" Saying this, they looked towards the senior students with a sense of wariness. The teacher then spoke to reassure them. "Don't worry. The competition will take place on a professional combat arena. The arena will have a formation that suppresses the levels of both parties. The lowest level participant will be used as the standard. All skills above level 20 also cannot be used. The formation will also protect you from life-threatening dangers. The academy also has god-tier healers to ensure your safety. Hearing this, a few individuals began to step forward and issue challenges. I want to challenge you. The challenged person nodded. I accept the challenge. The crowd below recognized the two people challenging each other. I know that new student. He's a provincial top scorer. Is it getting interesting right from the start? Meanwhile, Moyu also unexpectedly received a challenge. Lin Moyu, I challenge you, Ling Jun said arrogantly. I know you're the national top scorer of this new batch. Do you dare to accept the challenge? You're not scared, are you? Looking at the person in front of him, Moyu thought, feeling a little annoyed. This guy is a real persistent pest. Too bad we're at the academy. He thought, then calmly asked, how many points are you betting? Ling Jun calmly replied, 5,000 points. Moyu heard this and scoffed slightly. That's too little. Ling Jun was startled. 5,000 points is too little. Then he asked, how many points would it take for you to accept my challenge? Moyu raised a finger and named his price. 100,000. Several new students were startled by Moyu's words. 100,000? I only have 5,000 points. I only have 7,000. Ling Jun also scornfully asked, what are you even talking about? Do you even know what 100,000 contribution points means? Do you even have 100,000 points? Even if we sold you, you wouldn't be worth that much. Moyu's expression darkened slightly, but he still said, in that case, let's make a wager. My contribution points will be the stake. If I win whatever points I have, you pay me that amount. If I lose, my points are yours. He asked softly, do you dare, senior brother Ling Jun? Then Moyu continued, don't dare? Look at you. Xia Shui, standing nearby, was astonished. Lin Dumbo actually said so much all at once. It seems there's some deep-seated animosity between Lin Dumbo and senior brother Ling Jun. On the other side, Ling Jun heard the challenge. A knot of anxiety tightened in his gut as he thought, why is he so confident? If I don't agree, I'll completely lose face. He thought, then replied, what's there to be afraid of? I agree. How many points could a new student possibly have? Besides, I still have my trump card. From above, Yuan looked at Ling Jun with a hint of disdain. He assessed, this kind of foolish person would die quickly on the battlefield. And when glanced down and asked curiously, that kid Lin has led people through so many dungeons. He must have at least 300,000 points by now, right? Kai Ran chuckled softly beside him. Taking shortcuts. At the arena, Moyu and Ling Jun were already present. Ling Jun, from Bailey Academy. Level 21 Sorcerer. Lin Moyu, National Top Scorer. Level 22 Necromancer. The students below looked at the two and began to chatter. It's him. He's the one who set a new record in the Dungeon Palace. Lord Lin, I can't believe he's a new student. He just led me through the Desert Tyrant Dungeon. Every time Lord Lin leads people through a dungeon, he can earn nearly 40,000 points. He must have a lot of contribution points now. If he wins, this is going to be a fun show to watch. On the arena, Ling Jun scoffed. Even if you're the national top scorer, in front of me, you're just trash. Moyu calmly replied, your level is lower than mine. Ling Jun angrily summoned his weapon. Ever since I was little, I've had outstanding talent. I entered the academy to cultivate. A genius like me is not someone a commoner like you can compare to. Moyu's expression remained unchanged. He still repeated, your level is lower than mine. Finally, Ling Jun lost his composure. He roared, so what if you have a strong profession? That's just pure luck. On the battlefield, battle awareness is what truly matters. Moyu still repeated his earlier statement. Your level is lower than mine. Ling Jun furiously swung his weapon. He cursed, damn it. Didn't your parents teach you how to speak? Hearing these words, images of his family flashed through Lin Moyu's mind. His eyes darkened. Seeing him like this, Ling Jun was startled and felt a sudden fear. That look again, just like in the dungeon palace last time. He actually wants to kill me. A second later, he collected himself, forcing out a rigid voice. Aren't you just relying on your two skills, summoning and corpse explosion? No corpses. No summons. You're nothing but a damn target. At this moment, Moyu lightly waved his hand, summoning green flames. At the same time, beside him, a skeleton warrior appeared. If we weren't at the academy, you'd be dead for sure. The skeleton warrior quickly swung its blade towards Ling Jun. He held up a sealing talisman. Then Ling Jun crushed it. The sealing talisman immediately took effect. The skeleton warrior instantly disintegrated into dust. Seeing this, Moyu frowned slightly. It seemed his skill had been sealed. He couldn't summon the skeleton warrior again. Ling Zhan saw that he was caught off guard. He laughed loudly. See, this is called a summoning sealing talisman. It's specifically used to deal with summoners. With that, Ling Zhan brandished the weapon in his hand. Now you can't use your summoning skills. And there are no corpses here. Now you're absolutely nothing. He unleashed, rain of fire and roared. Tremble in fear. Even if I can't kill you today, I can still make you feel the pain of being burned alive. Ling Zhan looked at Moyu in front of him and snorted coldly. Still putting on an act. Lin Moyu, let's see how long you can last. From above, Tai Ran commented, this Ling Zhan is not honorable at all. He actually used a summoning sealing talisman. That's something specifically designed to counter summoners. Someone looked down and wondered. A summoning sealing talisman is a mid-grade item. How'd he get one? It seems someone behind him wants to deal with Lin Mayu, Yuan calmly replied. Just wait and see. He'll pay a heavy price for this. On the arena, Moyu quickly used bone armor, shielding his body from the relentless attack. Standing calmly amidst the flames, Moyu said, luckily, you've surpassed level 20. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use a level 20 skill. Ling Zhan, unaware of the situation, continued his attack, saying arrogantly, my skill, rain of fire, isn't it powerful? Doesn't the burning sensation feel pleasant? Not letting him gloat any longer, a second later, Moyu emerged from the flames completely unharmed. Seeing that he was fine, Ling Zhan panicked. How can this be? No way. How can my skill have no effect on him? He furiously continued his assault. Impossible. However, all of his attacks were neutralized by Moyu. At this moment, Moyu asked again, had enough? Your skills are really too weak. Then, he raised his hand and used another skill. Soul Flame. Ling Zhan immediately screamed in pain from the attack. He coughed up blood from his nose and mouth, then collapsed. The formation maintainer outside looked on in fear. If there wasn't a protective formation on the arena, he wouldn't have lasted until I got here. The students below also turned pale as they watched the arena. It's over now. There's no consideration at all. I only know that the senior student was instantly defeated by him. But it was too fast, wasn't it? Ling Zhan couldn't even scratch Lin Moyu. On the arena, Moyu walked towards Ling Zhan. When he saw him, he was terrified. Don't come here, Moyu calmly said. You lost, Ling Zhan replied. I'll just return your points, okay? He thought, as long as he lives, a few points aren't worth anything. The referee raised his hand and announced, the match is over. Student Lin Moyu wins. He then declared, according to the agreement between both parties, Ling Zhan needs to pay Lin Moyu 358,000 points. Hearing the amount of points he had to pay, Ling Zhan froze. He stammered, what? How much? Ling Zhan shouted in protest. No way. He's only been at the academy for a few days. How could he have accumulated so many points? This must be wrong. Wrong. The teacher heard his words. His voice filled with threat. Ling Zhan, are you implying that I'm speaking nonsense? He quickly bowed his head, flustered, and replied, No, I didn't mean that. The teacher continued coldly. Student Ling Zhan, please transfer the points. Immediately, Ling Zhan stammered. I don't have that many points. The teacher then declared, you currently have a total of 128,000 points. These points will be transferred to Lin Moyu first. For the remaining 230,000 points, you can either borrow them or sell your assets. They must be paid off within 6 months. If not, the academy will expel you. I know your background. The academy will personally seek out and demand your family members to settle the debt. As soon as the teacher's words fell, Moyu's accumulated points instantly increased to 128,000. Xiaoshui saw him coming down and approached, asking, how did you become so strong so quickly? Take me to clear dungeons later, okay? Moyu nodded. Moyu's watch then displayed a notification. It was Yuan calling. Get ready. Departing in 1 hour. Moyu thought. Bai Chan said he'd take me to the origin battlefield after the opening ceremony. So fast, we're already departing. After the call, he quickly turned and set off. Watching his retreating figure, Xiaoshui worried. He said Bai Chan wants to take him to the origin battlefield. He really doesn't think for a second. Feng Xiu nodded thoughtfully. The origin battlefield. I hear it a true battlefield. It's the front line of our race. Our race and the abyssal realm have been fighting there for thousands of years. Zuomei added, it's very dangerous there, but there are also many secret realms, dungeons, and opportunities. At the item shop, Moyu had taken out some items from his inventory and placed them on the counter. Selling these. Once done, he calculated, selling the gold-grade equipment should net me over 2 million gold coins. Currently, I have 140 skeleton warriors and 70 skeleton mages. Other equipment isn't very useful to me. A moment later, Moyu arrived at Yuan's location. Elder Ming, please take us to the origin battlefield. The next second, the two were teleported to the entrance of the origin battlefield. Looking at the surroundings, Moyu was astonished. The divine tower, too? Next to him, Yuan chuckled faintly, saying, "No pity. I know you have 2 chances to enter the tower, but wait until you complete your second job advancement. That way, you'll gain even more benefits." After that, he used teleportation once more. Let's go. In front of the city gate leading to the origin battlefield, Moyu, having just arrived, was again surprised and asked, "This place is origin battlefield." He pondered slightly. The familiar aura became even stronger. A moment later, Yuan walked ahead, leading the way. He reminded, "Up in the sky, those are the demon eyes. They're specifically used to monitor the abyssal realm, to prevent surprise attacks from abyssal demonic creatures." The guards outside glanced over their military insignia. Then, they all saluted in unison. Moyu watched this scene. A sense of admiration welled up in his heart. This is Bai Chen's influence. Seeing his expression, Yuan smiled, pointing at the military insignia. "You little rascal, I know what you're thinking. They don't acknowledge people. They only acknowledge this. I'll get one made for you shortly." At the military rank certification office, Yuan walked up to a desk and ordered, "Make a soldier's military rank certificate for the young man beside me." The clerk sitting there heard this and grumbled, "Are you blind or something? Bothering me?" The moment he saw the military rank insignia on Yuan's uniform, he froze. The man quickly stood up, bowed, and saluted. "Greetings, General." Yuan didn't mind his attitude. He just urged, "Hurry up. We're in a rush." The man took Moyu's documents and stammered, "Yes, sir. I'll do it right away." Looking up, Moyu thought, "That's General Bai Chun, a 5-star divine general? What's this young man's background? To think he's personally brought by General Bai Chun to get a soldier's military rank certificate." A few minutes later, Yuan handed the newly made military insignia to Moyu and instructed, "This is your military insignia. Wear it on you. Don't store it in your spatial storage. This way, when you eliminate abyssal demonic creatures, it will automatically record your merits." He added, "White is the lowest soldier rank. Then comes black for officer rank, silver for captain rank, gold for colonel rank, and purple for general rank." Yuan explained it. The number of stars on the insignia represents the military merits you've earned at that rank. More merits mean more stars. The mechanism for promotion is 10 stars. Every 10 stars you pass, you can advance 1 rank. For example, my military rank is a 5-star divine general. Throughout the entire divine descendant empire, the number of people with a rank of 5-star divine general does not exceed 10. After speaking, he went ahead, continuing to lead the way. "Follow me." They arrived at another place. At the spirit shrine, Yuan had brought Moyu to this place. This is where all the ancient sages are revered. All the heroes throughout history. It's called the spirit shrine. He solemnly said, they died on the battlefield. Heroes for a lifetime. Even after death, they did not return to their hometowns. They continue to guard our divine, descendant empire with their souls. Yuan clasped his hands together slightly and bowed respectfully. "Your junior, by Yuan of the divine descendant empire, earnestly requests the venerable ancestors of the empire to bestow your blessings upon my junior." A moment later, Yuan led Moyu to the demon extermination tower, one of the divine descendant empire's 3 great towers. The space around them pulsed faintly. Yuan's voice resonated. "The demon extermination tower has recorded your spiritual imprint." On his military insignia, a star suddenly disappeared. "From this moment on, even if you lose your life on the origin battlefield, we will have a way to revive you. Consider it a lifeline left for you." Hearing these words, Moyu was astonished. "Revive me? General Bai Chun used up a star of his military merit to leave a lifeline for me? Is that what blessing my junior meant?" Finished thinking, he seriously said, "Thank you." Yuan patted his shoulder and smiled kindly. "When a man grows up, why say thank you? Just go to the origin battlefield and kill more enemies. That'll be enough. Now, I'll officially tell you a few things about the origin battlefield." He pointed down at where Moyu stood and said, "The divine descendant empire's war fortress is called the Everlasting Great Wall. It has a total of 9 cities. lined up in a straight row, each separated by more than 1,000 kilometers, forming the 10,000-li-long, everlasting Great Wall. Yuan introduced. The place we are standing is city number 1. It's also the foremost front line. Unlike other nations that constantly request aid, our divine descendant empire, since the construction of the everlasting Great Wall, has never had its front line breached by abyssal demonic creatures. He added, the origin battlefield has many dungeons, but demonic creatures will try to prevent humans from entering them or launch attacks at their entrances. The battles in front of the dungeons are the fiercest and most dangerous. You need to be very careful. So, you should buy plenty of teleportation stones to teleport back to the city. Done. Yuan quickly teleported away. He didn't forget to instruct. I've told you everything that needed to be said. The rest is up to you. A moment later, Moyu walked to the city gate. The knights guarding the gate, seeing he was new, gave him a few words of advice. Level 22. Kid, did you come here with an elder? The weakest monsters outside are level 30, and there are abyssal demons appearing too. It's really dangerous. Moyu nodded. Thank you. I'll just take a look. As soon as he entered the city, he felt the heavy atmosphere around him. The abyssal aura is so strong. Visibility isn't great either. Suddenly, a shockwave attacked him from behind. Moyu quickly spun around. He deployed his armored skeletons. Was that an attack? He exclaimed, startled. Moyu scanned his surroundings, puzzled. I can't see it. An invisible monster. His skeleton warrior quickly lunged forward. Only then did the level 30 battlefield wraith materialize. Moyu's eyes widened. A wraith of all things. He commanded his skeleton warrior to attack once more. Then he concluded, sure enough, immune to physical attacks. Moyu frowned. He decided to use a different skill. If it's immune to physical attacks, I'll try elemental damage. Moments later, a group of fire element skeleton mages rushed into battle. The battlefield wraith was immediately incinerated. The system's notification rang out. You have slain a level 30 battlefield wraith. Experience plus 300,000. Obtained Soul Breath. Soul Breath contains the will of the fallen on the battlefield. Can be used to enhance weapons and equipment. Moyu collected the new skill item. He thought Soul Breath. Even ordinary monsters on the origin battlefield drop this. Amazing. He looked at the surrounding space, his thoughts deepening. If there are monsters immune to physical attacks, then it's highly likely there are also monsters immune to elemental attacks. Or even monsters immune to both physical and elemental attacks. If that happens, my skeleton warriors and skeleton mages will become useless. I need to be more careful. Over 2 hours later, Moyu continued battling the monsters along the way. He stood in a corner, waiting for his skeleton soldiers and mages to eliminate all the monsters. He mused, 2 hours of fighting. I must be getting close to the dungeon entrance. Right. Suddenly, a group of panicked people came running from a distance. The person at the front screamed frantically at Moyu. Run. There are abyssal demonic creatures behind us. Moyu wondered. Abyssal demonic creatures? Before he could finish thinking, a pack of level 31 abyssal demon hounds lunged forward. The people who had fled moments ago now turned back, realizing Moyu was still standing there. They yelled out warnings. They've changed targets. Those are demon hounds. That young man is definitely dead. On Moyu's side, he observed the approaching demonic creatures, his brows slightly furrowed. They eat people. His expression darkened with anger. You fiends, moments later, and Moyu immediately summoned his weapon and several soldiers. Skeleton mages. He growled, perish. 2 silver-rank skeleton warriors advanced, leading the charge, luring the demonic creatures. Seeing this, the abyssal demon hounds leapt and charged forward. The skeleton mages quickly used ice and fire spells to support the attack. Seeing the demon hounds temporarily incapacitated, the skeleton soldiers immediately rushed in for the finishing blow. The system notification rang out. You have slain an abyssal demon hound. Experience plus 310,000. Military merit plus 1. Obtain Demon Hound Fawn. At the same time, the scythe of Thanatos in Moyu's hand leveled up. He was secretly delighted. Finally, this weapon has a chance to level up. It seems I can reach rank 2 by defeating about 30 demonic creatures. With that thought, Moyu raised his hand, activating a skill. In that case, you'll all become my military merit. Gulps explosion. He looked down at the military insignia on his jacket. He smiled faintly. My military merit increased, and my scythe leveled up. If only there were more demon hounds like these. I didn't expect the scythe to grant me additional attributes upon leveling up. A notification appeared. Scythe of Thanatos. Rank 2. Spirit plus 100. The people who had fled earlier now stopped, watching MOU fight the monsters with astonished exclamations. Oh my god, what kind of skill is that? Is he a high-level awakened? I've never seen any class that can summon undead creatures. We're saved. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Origin battlefield, the Blaze Demon King sensed that his demonic creatures had been annihilated. How did a bunch of my little hounds suddenly die? Could it be a high-level awakened? Whatever. I'll just send out a few more pups to play. Immediately after his words, hundreds of demonic creatures with glowing red eyes appeared, ferocious, at the Dragon Clan's frontline outpost, the level 26 dungeon. The people who had fled earlier were now gathered in a resting spot. They watched MOU, whispering among themselves. He looks so young. He can't be 20 yet, can he? A white rank badge. No stars at all. He's just a regular soldier. A 5-pointed star emblem. He's one of us, a citizen of the divine realm. One person walked up to him to strike up a conversation. Brother, are you traveling alone? What level are you? Want to team up with us? We're all fellow citizens of the divine realm. We can guide you through the dungeon. MOU politely declined. No need, thank you. MOU looked at the teleportation gate. He mused, there's a hell-level difficulty. Before, I only ever tackled nightmare difficulty. This time I'll try this one. Seeing him about to enter the dungeon, someone quickly rushed forward. Brother, our party still has one open spot. Your level doesn't matter. We can guide you through the dungeon. Shingen worried. After all, he's a future prodigy of the divine realm. We can't let him die here. Before he could finish speaking, MOU had already left. He went in. He really went in. Shingen worried. Entering a dungeon alone? Isn't that just asking for death? A person from the small E nation standing nearby sneered. Let me just check, and we'll know immediately. You people from the divine realm always like to show off your strength. He cast a dungeon scouting talisman. The people around him were all surprised to see what he threw out. That's a dungeon scouting talisman. It can scout the situation inside the dungeon. The person from the small E nation nodded. Exactly. This talisman can tell us the dungeon's difficulty, how many parties are inside, and if there are any casualties. A screen appeared, following the burning talisman. Normal difficulty. 1 party for survivors. Nightmare difficulty. 2 parties. 12 survivors. Hell difficulty. 1 party, 1 survivor. Looking at the hell difficulty line, the people nearby exclaimed in shock. Hell difficulty? 1 party, 1 survivor? Am I seeing things? Only 1 survivor in hell difficulty? What's he doing? He went into hell difficulty alone. Is he looking to die? The man from the small E nation shrugged. He said scornfully, these young people from the divine realm are truly foolishly brave. They've really opened my eyes. He asked mockingly, you all say, how long do you think I'll last in there? Hearing him, the people from the divine realm immediately grew furious. Some even drew their weapons. Watch your mouth. Want to fight? The man from E nation raised his hands in surrender and backed away. Just joking a little, that's all. He thought, these people from the divine realm are really touchy about their pride. Shingen stood next to this man. He subtly threatened him. Speak respectfully. How dare a tiny nation provoke us, the divine realm? Are you tired of living? He felt a pang of regret for MOU, muttering, to be able to come here alone. He must possess extraordinary talent, and so young too. He's the future of the divine realm. What a pity. Inside the Dragon Clan's frontline outpost dungeon, MOU had appeared here. He surveyed the surroundings. He mused, this is definitely different from a nightmare difficulty dungeon. It feels like something is restricted. He tried to use his skills, then grew thoughtful. I can't use my storage space. In other words, there'll be no reinforcements. And I can't use a teleportation stone to escape either. This truly is a hell-level dungeon. Before MOU could finish his thought, a group of monsters appeared in the distance. I'm afraid the spawn rate and monster levels will be terrifying. As if sensing him, the monsters quickly turned. Dragonkin soldiers wielding long spears. Elite hell monsters. All level 30, they could charge forward as one. MOU didn't hesitate. He quickly summoned his weapons and skeletons for support. This is a hell-level difficulty dungeon, and just a single soldier has stats far superior to my skeleton warriors. They're even stronger than elite monsters in large-scale dungeons. Not much weaker than a nightmare dungeon boss. The Dragonkin Spearmen and MOU's silver-tier skeleton warriors quickly clashed. One of the elite monsters surged forward first. It used its sweeping spear skill to attack the skeleton soldiers. Immediately, all the summoned skeleton soldiers were hit. Seeing this, MOU quickly analyzed the situation. The monster skill includes a stun effect. If they're stunned, I can't recall them to my summoned space. Before he could figure out a solution, 3 of his skeleton warriors were destroyed by the Dragonkin spearmen. Witnessing this, MOU frowned slightly and gave a command. Warriors, surround the spearmen. Mages, bombard them. He released more skeleton soldiers, who charged into battle. MOU observed the battlefield, assessing. No matter how high their stats are, they're meaningless against overwhelming numbers. Just a few seconds later, an explosion erupted, eliminating several of the Dragonkin spearmen. MOU's experience points also rapidly increased. He even obtained a Tier 1 Dragon Scale. MOU equipped the Armored Skeleton skill. He continued to calculate. If they land their stun skill, my skeleton warriors will be helpless. I need to be more careful. Stunned skeleton warriors cannot be recalled. I can't let the Dragonkin monsters gang up on them. After a moment of thought, he let out a slight smile. He seemed intrigued. Before, I breezed through dungeons without a single obstacle. Finally, I found a dungeon that requires me to be careful. At this moment, the remaining Dragonkin spearmen, sensing the unfavorable situation, retreated. Seeing their wariness, MOU became even more intrigued. So they're that perceptive, huh? In that case, I'll use some skeleton warriors as bait. Lure the monsters into a crowd, then wipe them out. He continued to have his skeleton warriors pursue the Dragonkin spearmen. About half an hour later, suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew. When MOU went to check on his skeleton warriors, he found them tightly bound. He was surprised. That's... MOU looked closely, assessing. Wind shackles. This is a mage skill. He looked at the monster casting the spell further in, a little astonished. I didn't expect the monsters here to even use simple tactics. It seems they possess some intelligence. By this time, 2 of his skeleton warriors had already been destroyed. MOU carefully considered, if I can only summon a few skeleton warriors, this won't be an easy fight. Immediately after, he summoned over a dozen more skeleton warriors. Too bad for them. I have a lot of skeletons. The battle between the 2 sides continued. 5 more skeleton warriors were annihilated. At the same time, MOU had also defeated 4 Dragonkin spearmen. Just then, a level 31 Dragonkin mage swiftly moved in to provide support. Seeing this, MOU grimaced slightly. He quickly used his Soul Flame skill. They really are intelligent. They know to target the skeleton mages first. But it's too late. The monster, struck by MOU's attack, was instantly annihilated. MOU continued his assault. His expression suddenly changed slightly. A dragon horn. This is one of the 4 materials by Shun needs. Killed so many monsters and only 1 dropped? Looks like the drop rate for this item is extremely low. Done with the immediate threat, he recalled his heavily injured skeleton warriors into his summoned space and continued deeper into the dungeon. It seems I'll have to run this dungeon multiple times to gather enough materials. MOU continued a bit further and encountered another group of Dragonkin spearmen. He muttered, calculating. I'll use the same method to pull them, but this time, I'll use Corpse Explosion. Otherwise, I might not have enough skeleton warriors. Up until now, this is the first time I've faced a situation where I didn't have enough skeleton warriors to use. No wonder it's held difficulty. A moment later, as the battle raged on, MOU gained a new skill. Perfect timing. Slowing Curse. He quickly bound all the Dragonkin spearmen. Then, MOU commanded, it's time to counterattack. My skeleton mages. Enwin's location. Yuan had returned from the original battlefield. Someone poured him a cup of tea and asked, did you deliver him? Yuan nodded. He's been delivered. Someone looked at Yuan's military insignia, which was missing a star. He frowned slightly again. He asked, it seems you truly intend to cultivate him. You even recorded his presence in the Pantheon. A 5-star general becoming a 4-star, wasn't it? Yuan waved his hand, indicating it was unimportant, and said, it's just a bit of military merit. That kid has a promising future. We can't let anything unexpected happen to him. Too many of our human race's geniuses have already died. The fewer people there are, the better. He continued. I gave him a task. Retrieve a few materials from the Dragonkin. Even if he doesn't want to go to the Dragonkin's outpost, he has to. Consider it training for him. Someone took a sip of tea and said. Yuan chuckled softly in response. That's precisely the effect I want. I gave him a cooldown reduction talisman, so he can run this dungeon 8 times. That should be enough. Suddenly remembering something, someone broke into a slight sweat. The Dragonkin's frontline outpost dungeon. It has a hell difficulty. Yuan also suddenly remembered at this moment. He wouldn't choose hell difficulty, would he? He scratched his head awkwardly. I forgot about that. I should have reminded him that hell difficulty is completely different from nightmare difficulty. Someone also reassured him. Don't worry. He managed to clear the Desert Tyrant dungeon with 39 people. What else could he not do? Besides, you've already recorded his mark, haven't you? He won't die. At most, he'll suffer a bit more. Suddenly, Yuan asked seriously, Hey, Olden, do you think, what if that kid actually manages to clear the hell difficulty dungeon? Someone smiled and replied, Wouldn't that be great? In the dungeon, Mo, you had finished off the last group of monsters. He sat down to rest. He mused, planning. Killed over 20 Dragonkin mages and only got 2 horns. My skeleton warriors are seriously injured, but I've only gone about a third of the way. He let out a slight, amused chuckle. No wonder it's hell difficulty. Looking at the distant fortress ahead, Mo's voice grew even more excited. A moment later, he arrived at the city gate, continuing to eliminate a few more monsters guarding outside the castle. Mou then encountered a new type of monster, a level 31 Dragonkin archer. He was slightly surprised. An archer? And it even has crowd control skills? The mages only drop dragon horns. It seems the remaining materials must be harvested from these other monsters. With that thought, he pointed and ordered his skeleton warriors to attack. My warriors, advance. Before they could take another step, one skeleton warrior was defeated. Mou froze for a moment. What? A skeleton warrior, defeated in an instant before it could even react. He summoned his weapon, gripping it tightly. He began to scan his surroundings cautiously. Such powerful attack force and speed. What exactly is it? Another skeleton warrior was destroyed. Mou watched, startled. Again, all attacks are coming from behind. No matter what, I have to figure out how to find it. I can't lose to them. He deployed more ice magic. A raging whirlwind. Is it a monster that can go invisible? Then I'll just use an area of effect attack. Move. Following his command, sharp ice crystals quickly shot forward. After the attack, a shadowy monster appeared. In an instant, a stone attack landed directly on the monster. A skeleton soldier attacked, pushing back the Dragonkin assassin. Level 32. It was the invisible monster that had been ambushing Mou. He looked at the monster, assessing it briefly. Indeed, its stats are very high. Stealth ability combined with a critical strike. No wonder it could instantly take down a skeleton warrior. After that, Mou immediately ordered his skeleton soldiers to attack. Once it's hit, its stealth skill will be instantly cancelled. If it's exposed, you've lost your advantage. A few minutes later, he had eliminated several level 32 Dragonkin assassins and picked up a dragon heart. So, dragon hearts come from Dragonkin assassins. Now I just need to figure out where the dragon essence and dragon core are. At that moment, from within the fortress, a volley of arrows and binding arrows rained down. Mou used bone armor to block the incoming arrows. He took a combat stance. He swiftly threw out several corpses and used a skill. Corpse explosion. Immediately, the thrown corpses detonated, creating a shockwave. The fortress in front of Mou was shattered, simultaneously eliminating level 31 Dragonkin archers. Experience plus 620,000. Obtained 1 dragon essence. Eliminated level 31 Dragonkin archer. Experience plus 620,000. Mou seized the moment and entered the fortress. He mused. So, only the dragon core is left. Inside the fortress, Mou continued to use his skeleton mages and soldiers to attack, eliminating 5 level 32 Dragonkin assassins. He looked up at a dragon statue in the fortress and wondered, is this the boss that just retreated? The statue's face cracked. Then the entire statue crumbled and fell. Outpost guard, Boskov, the Hell Tier boss, emerged from the broken statue. Seeing the Hell Tier boss, Mou's face paled slightly. Level 33. 11 levels higher than my skeleton warriors. Its stats are terrifying. Much stronger than the tyrant in a large-scale dungeon. And it even has 2 crowd control skills. He pushed off the ground, quickly dashing away. The outpost guard roared, and a shockwave quickly swept through the area. Mou used the curse of slowing. Such high agility. I can't let it move freely. The outpost guard was quickly bound by the curse. Chains wrapped around its neck, making it roar in pain. Seizing this chance, the skeleton soldiers and mages rushed forward to attack. Seeing this situation, Montague Verlet, can he even hurt it? From within the dust, the outpost guard's eyes glowed. It immediately used an enhancement skill to resist and break free from the shackles of the curse of slowing. MOU was startled. No good. The curse of slowing's effect is weakened. The Outpost Guard then used another mass knockback skill. For skeleton warriors were destroyed. It drew out another weapon. The Outpost Guard slammed its weapon into the ground, causing a mass stun effect. Immediately, 12 skeleton warriors were destroyed. MOU frowned, annoyed. That stun skill is too difficult to deal with. I can't just let the boss keep destroying them like this. Appear, Spirit General. As soon as the Spirit General appeared, it used its army formation skill. Then, a surge of power quickly enveloped the present skeleton soldiers and mages. MOU was slightly surprised. The Spirit General's army formation can dispel stun effects. No, wait. It only increases the stun recovery speed for the skeleton warriors. But it's practically the same effect. Finishing his thought, MOU chuckled softly. As long as your stun skill is useless, then my side has nothing to fear anymore. After that, he once again directed the skeleton soldiers and mages to attack. Under the assault, the Outpost Guard's HP gradually dropped to 8,547. Its HP, originally 15,000, was now down to 8,547. It immediately used the mass stun again. At the same time, the Spirit General wasn't about to lose, quickly using army formation. Looking at the battlefield, Montaku chuckled softly. It's no use. Once your crowd control skill is broken, it's our turn to attack. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. The Outpost Guard had spotted him. It charged forward, aiming to attack MOU. He quickly took a defensive stance and used Soul Flame. Damn it! MOU attacked the Outpost Guard. I realized the armored skeleton blocked the shockwave, so I wasn't stunned. He increased the power of his Soul Flame. The Outpost Guard, engulfed by the Soul Flame, screamed in agony. Then, it was relentlessly attacked by the skeleton mages and soldiers. Just a few seconds later, the system notification sounded. Destroyed Outpost Guard. Experience. 3,300,000. Acquired Golden Weapon. Hell Outpost Sailor's Blade. One of the Outpost Guard said. Acquired Golden Weapon. Hell Outpost Shield. One of the Outpost Guard said. Acquired Golden Weapon. Hell Outpost Bracers. One of the Outpost Guard said. Acquired 2 Dragon Cores. Acquired Class Transfer Certificate. Acquired Unique Title. Dragon Clan War King. Dragon Clan War King. All attributes plus 500. Reduce all skill consumption by 50%. Title for solo clearing the Dragon Clan's frontline outpost dungeon on hell difficulty. MOU stared, astonished, at the Dragon Clan War King title above his head and the dropped items. I guessed right. The Dragon Core dropped from the boss. But to get the crucial evidence for my second class transfer so early, and this unique title, these stats, isn't that just too powerful? MOU had leveled up. He happily muttered to himself, I've reached level 23. So the Dragon Cores come for bosses. Now I've completed over a third of the mission Sean gave me. He quickly checked his information. I just leveled up. Let's check my current stats first. Class, Unique Necromancer. Level, 23 title. Dragon Clan War King. All attributes plus 500. Equip Donato Scythe. Level 2. Spirit Power plus 100. Summoning Space. 210/230. Skeleton Warrior. Quantity, 140. Skeleton Mage. Quantity, 70. Talent. All-round amplification. Tenfold. Summon Skeleton Warrior, level 23. Corpse Explosion, level 3. Curse of Slowing, level 23. Armored Skeleton, level 23. MOU then said, I wonder how my skeleton's attributes have changed. He checked further. His Silver-Grade Skeleton Warriors and Silver-Grade Skeleton Mages had both increased to level 23, and their stats had also improved. After checking everything, MOU retrieved his scythe and muttered to himself. Although hell difficulty is tough, it gives a lot of experience. The gear I get is better too. Once the skeletons recover, I'll use another cooldown reduction char for my scythe and keep fighting. A while later, outside the Dragon Clan's frontline outpost dungeon. As soon as MOU stepped out, he smelled blood everywhere. Corpses littered the path. He frowned, discomfort evident. The stench of blood is overpowering. MOU summoned the armored skeleton. He cautiously looked around. What's happening? From behind him, a pack of demonic hounds quickly charged. Their attacks were all blocked by the armored skeleton. MOU looked at the numerous demonic creatures behind them, feeling a bit overwhelmed. They're all abyssal hounds. He quickly used a skill. Violent Strike. MOU's expression grew serious. Scythe in hand. Suddenly, an abyssal hound attempting to attack him was struck down. A second later, Several more attacks sent the demonic creatures around MOU flying. The attacker shouted, "Hey you, come quickly." Xing hurriedly informed him of the situation. "Come here. This area has been overrun by abyssal hounds." Then, the group rushed to shield MOU. A worried girl asked him, "Are you hurt? We'll hold off the hounds for you. Quickly, use a teleportation stone to return to the city." From behind them, MOU asked, puzzled, "What happened?" Xing replied, "A massive number of abyssal hounds emerged from the abyss, surrounding us." Hearing this, MOU fell into thought. With their strength, they should be able to escape. But they stayed here to wait for those who just came out of the dungeon. People like me who don't know the situation outside? Are they afraid we'd be attacked by the hounds as soon as we exited? Right now, someone over there has already been attacked by the demonic creatures. Xing explained the situation to him. "That's a team from Country Y. I'm afraid they won't escape. On our side, quite a few people have also died tragically under the hound's jaws." The girl in the team quickly took out a dungeon reconnaissance charm and checked. Normal difficulty, no teams. Nightmare difficulty, no teams. Hell difficulty, no teams. She looked up and announced loudly, "There's no one left in the dungeon." Xing immediately gave the order. "Then let's prepare to break through the encirclement." Suddenly, they realized MOU is still there. They turned back in surprise. "Why haven't you returned to the city yet?" Montagu chuckled lightly. He summoned his skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. He took out his scythe. "I still want to run the dungeon." All lightning skeleton mages. The power of Froststorm was immediately unleashed. Just a few seconds later, the abyssal hounds were sent flying. The skeleton warriors quickly advanced, attacking the remaining demonic hounds. The members of the other team watched this scene in astonishment. What the heck? What has happened? Where did all those skeletons come from? On the battlefield, Missouri used skeleton warriors and mages continued to fight, showing no signs of weakness. The more they watched the battle, the more the other team looked at MOU with admiration. Those powerful skeletons. They're his summons. Even the abyssal hounds couldn't withstand a single blow from those skeletons. Who is he? At this moment, MOU signaled to the group. "Everyone fall back behind me." The others quickly obeyed, retreating behind him, but still asked curiously, "Why?" Their hearts filled with questions. "Why am I listening to him?" MOU waved his hand, using his power, and calmly explained, "I'm about to use an area of effect skill. I'd hate for any of you to get caught in the crossfire." Then, he swung his hand forward, activating a skill. Corpse explosion. Immediately, the area where the demonic hounds stood erupted in explosions. The group behind him, witnessing the explosion, was once again taken by surprise. What kind of skill is that? It's terrifying. At the same time, after the explosion, another star appeared on MOU's military rank. Military merit, full 100. Rank increased by 1 star. Received 1,000 accumulated points. 5 contribution points. My military rank increased. And I even got accumulated points and contribution points. No wonder Bai Shan said you have to come to the battlefield for contribution points. He held the level 31 Thanatos scythe. With plus 300 spiritual power, joyfully. My weapon leveled up too. I didn't expect such a good thing to happen. Well, I can't let you guys off the hook then. Though I never planned it anyway. Seeing another explosion blow away a pack of demonic hounds, the group excitedly asked each other, "Is he some top prodigy from one of the academies?" No wonder he dared to enter the Dragon Clan's frontline outpost dungeon alone. Suddenly, Xing finally recognized MOU and hurriedly asked, "Wait, if I recall correctly, he's the one who entered the Hell difficulty. He's still alive." Hearing this, the rest of the group was stunned. No way. Did he really solo the Dragon Clan's outpost dungeon on Hell difficulty? The monsters in there have continuous crowd control skills. How'd he even break through them? Ignoring their chatter, MOU's military rank increased by yet another star. Military merit, full 200, increased to 2 stars. Received 1,000 accumulated points. 5 contribution points. Level 4 Thanatos scythe. Spiritual power plus 600. MOU gripped his scythe, a faint smile gracing his lips. After leveling up, the spiritual attribute points this Thanatos scythe gives me keep getting higher. I've always felt this weapon isn't simple. If it keeps leveling up, will it unlock new skills? Seeing no more demonic hounds on the battlefield, Missouri, you said, a little downcast. Too bad, I only killed over 200 abyssal hounds this time. It would have been great if there were even more monsters. After all the demonic hounds were wiped out, the team members quickly slumped down, letting out a sigh of relief. That's great. We're saved, it seems. Why did so many demonic hounds suddenly appear? Could the Abyss be planning a large-scale attack? The prime battlefield is seriously too dangerous. Shing and stepped forward, shaking Mou's hand and introducing himself. Young man, let me introduce myself briefly. I am Shingen, a level 31 Holy Knight from He Jing Academy. Mou shook his hand. My name is Lin Mou, a level 23 necromancer. I'm also from He Jing Academy. Shingen smiled cheerfully and asked, so you're a junior. Which year are you in? Montak yu ponda tukfuri. On the prime battlefield, you can't tell day from night, but it must be dawn by now. A moment later, he replied, I just started school. I attended the orientation ceremony yesterday. The shield in Xing's hand suddenly dropped. He exclaimed in shock, what? Someone next to Xing and rushed over. So you're a freshman? Montak yu nodded. Yes, I'm actually a first-year student. The two people behind Xing and exchanged astonished glances. New students these days are all this monstrous. New students should only be around level 15, maybe 16, diligently training at the academy, right? Meanwhile, Xing'an, having heard the answer, cheerfully slapped Mou on the back and chatted. Junior brother, you just started school, and you already have this much power. No wonder you could come to the battlefield alone and survive this long, unheld difficulty. I am truly impressed. Montaku softly replied. You flatter me. He then asked Xing and, a little curious, I noticed that the captain's team isn't weak either. Why aren't you guys participating more in the fight? A team member stepped forward and replied, isn't it obvious? It's because he can't kill monsters. We were already struggling in nightmare difficulty. We almost all got wiped out. Xing'an quickly defended himself. Can you really blame me for that? I was only level 29 back then and wasn't prepared yet. He continued, now, I'm just missing one sentinel shield. Too bad the trading post doesn't sell it. Once I've finished assembling my gear set, I'll tackle nightmare difficulty. The male team member worried. But Captain, if you still haven't found that shield, we're almost level 32. That'll be beyond the dungeon's level cap. Xing'an replied firmly. Don't worry, I'll definitely get it. If I really can't get it, then I'll just buy a separate gold tier shield. The male team member then asked Mou, by the way, Junior Lin, do you need any equipment? If we get any, we'll sell it to you cheap. Hearing this, Xing'an stepped forward and introduced. The Sentinel equipment set is very powerful. It's considered top-tier gold equipment for its level. Even though Junior is only level 23 right now, he could still prepare for gold-tier equipment early. He'll be able to use it once he reaches level 30. Mou took out his spatial ring. He pulled out a shield. He held it up and asked, is the Sentinel shield you need this one? Seeing this item, Xing'an and his teammates nearby exclaimed in shock. This is... The item in Mou's hand was indeed the Hell Sentinel shield, one of the Sentinel equipment pieces. It was a gold-tier defensive item. All attributes plus 300. Control skill resistance can increase by 50%. Duration of crowd control reduced by 50%. Usable at level 30 and above. Xing'an and his teammate both exclaimed loudly. The Hell Sentinel shield. Xing'an quickly walked over to Mou and stammered. Junior Lin, where did you get this shield? Montaku replied softly. Not long ago, I defeated the fallen sentinel. Hearing this, Xing'an exclaimed in surprise. Junior Lin, you mean the hell difficulty boss fallen? Mou nodded. Yes, the other two team members asked further. Junior Lin, you cleared the hell difficulty sentinel dungeon by yourself? Montaku answered casually. I did. Xing'an's team members thought to themselves. He really cleared it solo? How could this be? The hell sentinel shield right before my eyes. It's real. At this moment, Mou handed the shield to Xing'an. Senior, try it. See if it completes your set. As soon as Xing'an took the shield immediately began to glow. This is the set bonus. The light from the sentinel shield shot straight up into the sky, attracting the attention of many. They all started murmuring, seeing it. Oh my god, it's the sentinel set. Someone actually completed the sentinel equipment set. Who is it? That Sentinel set is even better than some platinum equipment, and someone actually got all of it. After trying out the shield, Xing'an quickly asked Mou, Junior Lin, could you sell this shield to me? I'll give you 10 million gold coins. What do you say? Xing'an pleaded. Junior Lin, that's all the gold coins I have. Mou thought for a moment, then said, this is just gold tier equipment. It's not worth that much money. 5 million is enough. Hearing this, Xing'an grabbed Mou's hand, overjoyed. Thank you so much. Junior Lin, His teammates behind him also joined in the joyous congratulations. One of them added, "Thanks to Junior Lin, Old Sure finally got what he wished for. Now we can finally tackle the nightmare difficulty Sentinel Dungeon." They thanked him profusely and headed back together. "Seriously, thank you, Junior Lin. Let's teleport back to the outpost first." The commotion from completing the equipment set was a bit too grand. MOU thought for a moment and followed them. Since that's the case, I might as well head back and recover. He crushed his teleportation stone, preparing to warp away. Somewhere far away on the flaming battlefield, the blazing demon king slowly appeared. He fumed. "Damn those wretched humans. Go see what's happening." A monstrous shadow appeared and replied, "Your command." Back on MOU's side, Shingen was still chatting with him. "Thank you, Junior Lin. Now that I've finally gathered the full set, we're heading into the dungeon immediately. I've been waiting for this day for ages." Suddenly, a group of people nearby exclaimed loudly, "That halo! It's a holy knight." Following the murmurs of the crowd, MOU also looked. "Oh my god, that's a legendary class. A holy knight. It seems to be from the Divine Altar Academy. One of the top academies. A legendary class. Too strong. So admirable." MOU had already spotted him. He called out, "What a coincidence." She turned around, saw him, and happily ran over. "MOU, what are you doing here?" MOU nodded in response. "I came to complete a quest," she said excitedly. "Me too. I also came to complete a quest." Yusheng watched her walk away from him, glaring unhappily at MOU. Ignoring him, she continued to probe. "Let me guess. Is your quest for some Dragon Clan materials? Like some kind of dragon horn?" Then she shook her head, dismissing her own idea. No, that's too simple for you." Finally, she declared, "I bet your quest is for a dragon core, the kind that only drops from bosses, right?" Montak, you nodded. "You guessed it. Actually, Bakushin doesn't just need dragon cores," he thought to himself. She happily waved her hand. "Me too. I also need to collect dragon cores." Yusheng, who had been behind her, now walked up and asked, Who is he?" "This is a level 30 holy knight." She reached out her hand, introducing MOU. "He's my friend." Yusheng, slightly annoyed, introduced himself. "Zhou Yusheng, level 30. Holy knight." MOU also replied. "Lin MOU, level 23. Necromancer." After hearing MOU, he gasped and asked, "You're level 23 already?" "That fast? I'm only level 21. MOU calmly said, "Same as before. I'll carry you through a dungeon." "Yisimilit biraiti." She quickly agreed. "Really?" "Yes." At this moment, Yusheng spoke up, stopping them. "Wait." He challenged "Didn't we agree I'd take you?" He shook her head, declining. "Sorry, I don't need you to take me anymore. Besides, my friend will take me. No need to bother you." Hearing this, Yusheng said with disdain, "Him? He's only level 23. He probably needs someone to carry him, let alone you. How could he possibly take you?" He frowned slightly, annoyed, and replied, "You don't need to worry about it. Thank you very much for offering to take me, but I don't need it." Seeing her expression, Yusheng didn't argue further. "All right, then you take care of yourself. If you can't handle it, you can always find me." He thought to himself, "A level 23, and he dares to look down on me?" Afraid MOU might be overthinking it, quickly patted his back to reassure him. "Don't worry, he can definitely do it." Then she probed, "But MOU, what difficulty are you planning to take me through? Normal or nightmare?" MOU calmly replied, "Hell, difficulty." He gasped, covering her mouth, and repeated, "Hell, difficulty. I didn't miss here, did I?" She thought to herself, "Even Zhou Yusheng only offered to take me through nightmare difficulty." MOU nodded. "That's right." Seeing his expression, he immediately shouted with joy, "Amazing! This is absolutely amazing. I wanted to try hell difficulty for ages." Watching MOU and E standing close together, Yusheng seethed with jealousy. A level 23 trying to carry a girl through a dungeon? He scoffed. A moment later, MOU and he arrived in front of the teleportation gate. Beside him, he was still excitedly chattering. "Finally, we get to enter hell difficulty." The two quickly stepped into the teleportation gate. The people outside, hearing Yi's words, were stunned. "Hold on, didn't those two just say they're going into hell difficulty? Isn't that just a death wish?" The last team to clear a hell difficulty dungeon was from the Divine Light Academy in Xiajing. I remember that. There was a really powerful female player on that team, I think. I think her name was Sword Top Dancer or something. Oh well, they're probably just going to look around. Inside the dungeon, as soon as they entered, MOU cast bone armor on E. She was surprised. "Is this a defensive skill you cast on me?" Montaku nodded. It'll be safer that way. He looked at him with a hint of admiration. As expected, this familiar sense of security is always there. Mou swiftly summoned his skeleton soldiers. As long as they don't get hit by control skills, this dungeon will be a lot simpler, he thought. Right after entering the dungeon, the skeleton soldiers had already eliminated several Dragon Clan spearmen. He watched him fight and praised. It's clearly a hell difficulty dungeon, but you make it look so easy. Mou replied, it's not that hard, actually. Hearing him say that, he stuck out her tongue and said enviously, only you would say it's not hard. Everyone else struggles immensely with nightmare difficulty. No one makes it look as easy as you do. In the battle, the skeleton soldiers and skeleton mages were quickly defeating the surrounding monsters. Seeing this, he secretly admired him. He'd gotten so much stronger. He can even summon skeleton mages now. After clearing the monsters along the path, Mou and E immediately proceeded toward the Dragon Clan's fortress. Mou gently asked, E, your quest. Besides the Dragon Core, do you need anything else? E smiled brightly, holding up a large ring as she replied. This young lady is quite impressive, you know. I successfully completed the first phase of my quest and already claimed the reward. The second phase is just to get a Dragon Core and reach level 25, Lance Corporal. Mou didn't recognize the Goblin King's ring. All skills +1. He asked, puzzled. This is... He raised the ring up to eye level. She said, pretty, isn't it? You're right. This ring is made from the Goblin King core you gave me last time. I only got it after completing the first phase of my quest. I almost died doing it. Before she could finish speaking, Mou quickly pulled her back to dodge an attack. Careful. A moment later, the skeleton soldiers immediately charged forward to fight. He looked towards where the attack came from. She worriedly asked, monsters that can go invisible? Mou nodded. It has an invisibility skill. He also jumped away from Mou, exclaiming, no wonder it's held difficulty. But luckily, my assassin class has a skill that can see through invisibility. I'll help you in a bit. He raised her hand to her eyes, activating her invisibility sight skill. Her eyes glowed, faintly red. He quickly spotted the monsters, pointing and reminding Mou, there's one over there. 2 here. Following the direction she pointed, the Dragon Clan assassins were swiftly eliminated. EXP plus 320,000. Dragon's Heart acquired 1. Dragon Clan assassin eliminated. EXP plus 320,000. Mou happily thanked her. With your help, I don't have to worry about these invisible monsters anymore. He smirked, replying, I told you this young lady is amazing. Suddenly, seeing the rank insignia on Mou's uniform, she gasped in surprise. You have 2 stars already. Montaku calmly replied. I got them after defeating a bunch of abyssal hellhounds. Hearing that, he pouted slightly, playfully nudging his arm. You've left me so far behind. You have to take me with you from now on. Mou nodded gently. A moment later, the two entered the Dragon Clan's fortress. Mou quickly cast bone armor and reminded E, stand back a little. Don't get too close to me. You know it. She was a little puzzled. But why did he want her to stay far away? With Mou's fighting style, there's no danger in standing close to a summoner, right? Me, time to stretch a bit, old friend. He sat on a nearby branch. She sighed. Item space is forbidden. I only have 1 sweet potato left on me. Seeing the outpost guardian appear, she was astonished. That's... Below, Mou employed a strategy. He used a slowing curse to bind the outpost guardian. The outpost guardian once again strengthened its resistance, breaking free from shackles. It used a mass knockback to shake the surrounding space. Not holding firmly onto the branch, fell backward. She cried out in regret for the sweet potato in her hand. My sweet potato. Mou gave that to me. Where Mou stood, he used soul flames to attack the outpost guardian. He summoned the heroic spirit general. He used the army formation skill. The outpost guardian still charged to attack. Mou raised his hand. Recall all skeletons. Watching the battle situation, he on the other side exclaimed in surprise, he can fight a boss like it's nothing. He recalled all his skeletons to the summoning space to dodge the boss's explosive skill. Huh? She thought admiringly. I can't believe he can actually solo a hell-level boss. Even if I told Grandpa, I doubt even Grandpa would believe it, right? After the outpost guardian's effects disappeared, Mou summoned his skeleton soldiers to advance and attack. Just a few minutes later, the system notification chimed. Outpost guardian defeated. EXP plus 1,650,000. Golden weapon obtained. Hellguard engraved magic sword. Hellguard engraved magic cloak. Hellguard engraved dagger. 2 dragon cores obtained. He obtained a class change token. Hearing this, he was surprised. I leveled up. Wait, dragon core? And a class change token too. I got a class change token. She excitedly rushed to hug MOU. A class change token. MOU, I have a class change token. MOU asked, puzzled. Don't you always get one for clearing a hell-level dungeon? It was only then that he pulled back. She shyly replied, this is hell difficulty. It only drops 1 token each time. Only you would treat a class change token like it's nothing. MOU suddenly remembered something and said, alrighty. I have something I want to give you after we get out. It needs the Hell Guard Engraved Dagger. The Hell Guard Engraved Dagger. A golden grade rogue weapon. All attributes plus 500. Boosts assassin class skills by 50%. Dragon core. Usable from level 30 and above. An extremely rare material. Can be used to craft various artifacts. She asked in astonishment. For me? Really? Montak, you nodded. He added, you should rest. We'll fight again later. He agreed. Outside the teleportation gate, Xing En and his teammates were trying to hold off a high-level monster. Luckily, we have the Hellguard set. Otherwise, we'd be in danger. The female team member whispered, old sure. There's still a demon in the air. What should we do now? Xing En tried to calm himself as he replied, hold on. Just hold on until Lin Mo comes. As long as he gets here, these demons are nothing. The abyssal demoness appeared. She growled. It's not them. There's no scent of my children here. Then, she ordered the abyssal hellhounds to attack. If that's the case, devour them all. The demonic beasts immediately charged forward, tearing and biting. Yu Sheng, who had just exited the dungeon, looked around in a daze. When he noticed several hellhounds running towards him, he exclaimed, what's going on? Yu Sheng quickly used aura transformation. He activated a resistance aura for defense against the demonic beasts. A shield quickly enveloped him and a few people around him. Yu Sheng's face turned pale. He looked forward in horror. Why are there so many abyssal hellhounds? While he was distracted, Xing En had already stepped forward to shield him, reminding him, be careful, there's a demon in the sky. Hearing that, Yu Sheng looked up at the sky. The abyssal demoness was about to strike him. Yu Sheng scoffed, muttering, it's no use. You can't break through my defensive aura. I'm a holy knight. He didn't expect the abyssal demoness to shatter his defense. She roared. D. Yu Sheng desperately tried to block the attack. Résistance aura ineffective. In just a few seconds, he was sent flying. His aura had lost its effect. Even as he was blown away, Yu Sheng was still thinking. No way. He slammed hard onto the ground, spitting up blood. That attack just now almost killed me. Watching him get knocked away, Xing En facepalmed in exasperation. He acted so tough. Turns out he's just a weakling. His male teammate also sighed. I really thought a legendary class would be more powerful. Not giving them a chance to say more. The abyssal demoness already approached. Seeing this, Xing En's face also paled. A level 36 abyssal demon. This is trouble now. A team member quickly asked. What do we do now? Xing En tried to answer calmly. We can't win. Now, I just hope Lin Mo doesn't come out of the dungeon. On the abyssal demoness side, she was laughing gleefully. The legendary Holy Knight class. To kill a Holy Knight, this trip was definitely worth it. As the abyssal demoness continued her assault, Yu Sheng quickly sent out a distress signal. We've already sent a distress signal. Someone is sure to come save us. He thought to himself, I can't beat it. I'm not ready to die yet. The abyssal demoness was enraged. She quickly attacked again. Can't wait any longer. At this moment, E and MOU had also exited the dungeon. MOU's aura immediately made the abyssal demoness realize, it's you. It's you. She furiously tried to attack him. You're the one who killed my children. I'll smash you to bits. MOU had now also noticed her. He looked up into the sky. An abyssal demoness. Xing En quickly called out to him, Lin Mo, be careful. In an instant, the abyssal demoness delivered a powerful, fatal blow towards MOU. Luckily, he managed to use his bone armor in time. MOU glanced at her, provoking her. Did you forget to eat, or something? Seeing that he was unharmed, the abyssal demoness frantically attacked again. She roared. Why? Why can't I crush you? MOU calmly raised his hand and used Soul Flame. Hit by the attack, the abyssal demoness immediately cried out in pain, clutching her face as it was engulfed in flames. She turned her back, intending to flee. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. MOU raised his hand again, about to use a skill. Try to run. Huh? Seconds later, MOU's curse of slowing skill was unleashed, quickly binding the abyssal demoness and the hellhounds. Shingen cheered joyfully. It's Lin Mo's skill. Look how slow those hellhounds are now. A skill that can cover such a wide area. The abyssal demoness, trapped in midair, muttered a curse. Seeing her in that state, he couldn't help but chuckle. MOU continued the fight, summoning skeleton soldiers and mages to appear. Time to clean up this mess. My warriors. Following his command, the skeleton soldiers leaped forward and charged. They quickly surrounded and attacked the abyssal demoness. Seeing this, she shrieked furiously, die. Meanwhile, on Xing inside, he let out a soft sigh of relief. Finally, Lin Mo summoned those skeletons. A moment later, MOU added another attack. Gulp's explosion. The explosion's light burst forth, covering a vast area. The abyssal demoness immediately collapsed to the ground. MOU thought, a little surprised, an abyssal demon. Just like that? Then, he quickly left, allowing the skeleton warriors to finish her off. The system's voice rang out. Abyssal demon, level 36, eliminated. Experience plus 360,000. Military merit plus 50. Acquired demonic blood essence. Demonic blood essence contains abyssal energy. Alchemists and blacksmiths can use this energy to craft equipment. Your military merit is full at 500. Promoted to private first class, 5 stars. Acquired 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. MOU walked over to E. She happily told him, I also got a share of this military merit. At the same time, MOU's weapon, Danate's Scythe, also leveled up. Level 7. Spirit power plus 2,100. MOU softly asked, task completed? He smiled brightly and replied, thanks to you. It was finished so quickly. Everyone around now crowded around MOU. This sight made the severely beaten Yu Sheng seethe with jealousy. The one standing tall, enjoying everyone's admiration. The one basking in glorious radiance should be me. He gnashed his teeth, glaring at MOU with resentment. I'm a level 30 holy knight, saved by a mere level 23 rookie? How can I have such a stain on my record? Yu Sheng watched MOU and E standing side by side, thinking, you'll definitely kneel before me someday, begging for my forgiveness. And she, sooner or later, she will be mine. I'll make sure she knows who the true strong one is. MOU turned and asked Shingen, is everyone all right? He presented the shield in his hand and happily replied, no, we're fine. Thanks to the shield you gave me, I managed to gather enough equipment. Suddenly, the rumbling sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Shingen turned around and realized it was the Eternal Great Wall's guard squad. They must have received the distress signal and rushed here as reinforcement. Several members of the guard squad, fully armored with helmets, quickly ran over. They surveyed the surroundings, surprised, saying, there are at least 100 bodies here. The captain spoke up, asking, who just sent the distress signal? Yu Sheng, supported by his teammates, stood up and replied, that was me. The captain continued to ask what happened here. Yu Sheng recounted everything. It was like this. We were attacked by abyssal demons. After hearing the entire situation, the captain turned to look at MOU. According to this holy knight's account, you were the one who eliminated these demon hounds? He looked down at the demon hound corpses, evaluating. These are indeed demon hound bodies, but he's only a level 23 professional. How could he have eliminated so many demon hounds? The guard squad captain then looked at the military insignia on MOU's uniform. Private first class, 5 stars. He mused. A military rank insignia doesn't lie. He must have killed quite a few demon hounds. Thinking this, the guard squad captain praised, kid. Well done. He thought to himself, level 23 and already a private first class, 5 stars. Many professionals don't even reach private first class, 3 stars, until level 30. This is a promising talent. Montague calmly replied, defeating abyssal creatures is our responsibility. Hearing him say that, the guard squad captain burst out laughing. Well said. Just then, a group of people on horseback also arrived. The person leading, riding a white horse, was Mo Yun, the divine summoner. Shingen saw this person and exclaimed, that's Princess Mo Yun of the Mo family from Xiajing City. She has a legendary class, the divine summoner. Mo Yun, still on horseback, looked down and asked, I saw a distress signal. What happened? The guard squad captain spoke up, answering, nothing. It's already over. Seeing her, the surrounding soldiers blushed shyly. Mo Yun, seeing that these people were fine and even admiring her, was about to leave. Then we won't stay any longer. She glanced at Mo Yun. Mo Yun sensed the aura around him. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, That person, she frowned, muttering to herself, he has an aura that I detest. After she had left, Shinga began to gossip. Lieutenant, 4 stars. It seems she's looking for something. She usually appears deep within the primal battlefield. I can't believe she showed up here today. He continued his sentence. I know. She's looking for a Nirvana crystal. Hearing that, Shinga was startled. She's looking for a Nirvana crystal? No wonder she came here. That's an extremely rare material. It can greatly increase the probability of a class sublimation. He explained further. When a professional undergoes their second-class advancement, they will further solidify their professional path. At the same time, there's a small chance for a class sublimation. For example, my class was originally a rare holy knight, but it has the potential to sublimate into a legendary class and become a holy light knight. But the probability is too low. It's almost impossible to achieve. However, a Nirvana crystal can significantly increase that chance, allowing for class sublimation. Shingen added, deep within the primal battlefield, there's a monster called the Battlefield Evil Soul. It's roughly level 40. Defeating it has a very small chance of dropping a crystal. He also smiled and replied, I also know about the Battlefield Demon King. That one has a 100% chance of dropping a crystal. Shingen sighed despondently, saying, the Battlefield Demon King rarely appears. Plus, it's a world-level boss, incredibly tough to defeat. When I reach level 40, before my second-class advancement, I'll probably have to go look for a Nirvana crystal too. He nodded, hearing him. It's definitely tough to fight, I'll give you that. Listening to the two of them, Yu fell into thought. She's already a legendary level professional. Does she still need class sublimation? Level 40 for the second-class advancement. Level 70 for the third-class advancement. Both offer a chance for class sublimation. Could there be a rank even higher than legendary? Suddenly, he spoke to Yu. My class is the rare phantom assassin. I'll probably have to look for a Nirvana crystal when the time comes too. Yu nodded and said, then, when the time comes, let's go find some crystals together. At the Flame Demon King's location, he roared in anger. The demon hounds are dead again, and they were eliminated in an instant. The Flame Demon King's eyes flashed sharply. Even the hellhound I sent died. He said, then calmly considered, damn humans. This is a bit strange. Let's try again. On the primal battlefield at this moment, rocks and dust suddenly swirled up into a vortex. The gatekeepers were startled by this sight. That was the Flame Demon King. It emanated. What happened? The Flame Demon King muttered, I've reported the incident. Those above will send people to handle it. We don't need to worry about it. At Enwen's place, Yuan asked a bit impatiently. So what happened? Enwen quietly pointed to the teacup and said, have some tea. Yuan was a little flustered and impatiently urged, just tell me already. What's the situation? Enwen reviewed the recently sent primal battlefield events and replied, I've contacted the Spear Hall and the Demon Slaying Tower. I got news about Lin Mou. The kid's fine, and he's killed quite a few demon hounds. He's already a 5-star private. Hearing that, Yuan was startled. That fast? It's only been 2 days, and he's already a 5-star private? Enwen calmly sipped his tea and replied, the Flame Demon King, who guards the Abyss entrance, unleashed quite a few demon hounds to harass the primal battlefield, and they just happened to run into Little Lin. He added, what's more, the kid even killed an abyssal hellhound. Yuan excitedly stood up. He even killed a hellhound. Enwen chuckled. It seems the upcoming professional tournament will be exceptionally brilliant. Yuan also nodded, agreeing. With that kid around, this tournament is definitely going to be very interesting. A scene of him next to Yu flashed through his mind. Enwen was slightly surprised. I didn't expect them to be together. Yuan asked curiously. What else did you see now? Enwen smiled faintly. I see old Ning's nemesis. Interesting. This time, old Ning will probably be furious. Hearing that, Yuan burst out laughing. This is truly unimaginable. I never thought it would turn out this way. I really want to see old Ning so angry his beard flies and his eyes pop, yet utterly helpless. Inside the dungeon, Yu once again eliminated the outpost guard. The system announced, experience gained, 1,650,000. Obtained, Hell's Outpost Longsword. Hell's Outpost Leather Armor. Hell's Outpost Greaves. Obtained, 2 Dragon Core Crystals. He looked at Yu and said happily, you leveled up again. Teaming up with him. I'm almost done collecting the outpost set, she thought to herself. His leveling speed is just too fast. It hasn't even been a month since his class advancement, and he's already reached level 24. MOU still enveloped E in a bone armor. She asked with a touch of curiosity, "So careful? Are you afraid we'll be ambushed again?" MOU nodded slightly. "It's happened twice in a row already. It's best to be more cautious." E smiled brightly. "How can anyone get ambushed so many times? But being careful isn't wrong. This lady accepts your kind gesture." As MOU moved them out of the dungeon, she reminded, "Let's run it a few more times. If we're lucky, we might be able to get the entire outpost set for you." Exiting the dungeon, E teasingly said to MOU, "See? No ambush this time." On the other side, a group of people were pointing and chattering loudly, looking ahead. A shikigami. It's a shikigami. In the distance, a large ox pulling a carriage appeared. As the people stepped out of the carriage, the onlookers exclaimed, "An 11-person team. They're going for Hell difficulty. Is that Natalia's summoners, Shikigami? They must be heading for the Hell difficulty dungeon. I heard that clearing a Hell dungeon can even earn you a very powerful title." Hearing that, he asked curiously, "Is there really such a title?" "If there's a title, MOU must have gotten it when he went alone last time." Montak, you noted. "Yes. It's called Dragon Clan War King. All attributes plus 500. Reduces skill consumption by 50%. Igwe saw the two and spoke up. "Those two look familiar." Seeing MOU, he exclaimed, "So it's him. What a small world." Then, he quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. "Igwe, level 30 on my OG. The Hungry Tiger." MOU replied. "Divine Descendant Empire. Level 24 Necromancer, Lin MOU." Igwe's subordinates behind him heard this and burst out laughing. "Level 24? What a new! Coming to the primal battlefield at that level? Is he here to throw his life away?" Unlike his subordinates' demeanor, Igwe's expression was full of surprise. It's only been a few days, he thought. He's already gone from level 17 to level 24? I didn't expect his leveling speed to be so fast. He assessed quietly. His skeleton warriors are getting even stronger. If I don't deal with him decisively this time, I might not be able to handle him next time. A subordinate, seeing Igwe's murderous intent, stepped forward to advise him. "We can't make a move here. These are all our divine, descendant people." Igwe glanced at the crowd behind them and said, "I know," he thought to himself. He gritted his teeth and said to MOU, "At the professional tournament, we'll finally settle this once and for all." After that, he and his subordinates quickly entered the teleportation array to the dungeon. "I hope you don't disappoint me then." Seeing him leave, it reminded him he didn't dare to make a move. Probably because there are too many people here. Montak replied coldly, "It's fine. Even if I were alone, I wouldn't be afraid of him." However, the professional tournament. He pondered for a moment. In a world of professionals, a professional tournament is held every 5 years on a global scale. Every class type, combat, support, life skill, has its own competition format. Of course, the most spectacular is definitely the combat professional tournament. This professional tournament, hosted by the Divine Descendant Empire, is on an unprecedented scale. Countless professionals from all over the world have come to the Divine Descendant Empire to participate in the competition. Seeing him deep in thought, E beside him said cheerfully, "For what I see, MOU, you'll definitely have to participate. When the time comes, let's both sign up." She explained, "Team competitions require 5 people per team. We can find more teammates then. As for individual competitions, you absolutely must sign up for that one. The champion's reward is really generous." Montak calculated. "So there are individual competitions too. I wonder what the champion's prize is." Suddenly, at this moment, the military emblems on Yi's and MOU's chests lit up. Not just theirs, but everyone's military emblems glowed. They quickly started a noisy discussion. "It's a divine descendant military order. What's happening? Did the abyssal demonic beasts launch an attack?" A broadcast immediately echoed through the sky. "All divine descendant soldiers, return to the city. Assemble. All divine descendant soldiers, return to the city. Assemble." Immediately, a few seconds later, the divine descendant soldiers were teleported back to the city. The people from other nations watched this sight in astonishment. This is the divine descendants' military order, teleporting everyone away. Is this the divine descendants' power to mobilize? How terrifying. Something like this would never happen in our country. A few seconds later, everyone had been teleported to the city. Shingen quickly approached MOU and E. "Junior brother Lin. Junior sister Ning." MOU asked him, confused, "Senior brother, do you know what happened?" Shingen pointed at the demonic eye in the sky and explained, "Look at that demonic eye. That's the location of the abyss. The enemy is attacking from that direction. It means a large number of demonic beasts are heading here. Otherwise, the metal wouldn't force us to return." He chuckled softly, reassuring them. "Surprising, isn't it? The first time I was recalled, I was shocked too." MOU replied in surprise. "The demonic eye is far more powerful than we thought. They say every large-scale battle is commanded by it." Shingen added, "Even many powerhouses have to follow its arrangements." MOU looked at the demonic eye, a hint of admiration in his thoughts. "I thought it was just a monitoring tool, used to observe the demonic beast's movements. It seems I underestimated the demonic eye." The announcement rang out again, and everyone was once more teleported. All professionals level 30 and below to the city wall. The announcement continued to issue commands. Begin free team formations. From now on, professionals level 30 and below are not permitted to leave the city. He observed, thinking to herself, "With MOU here, we probably don't need to look for teammates anymore." At this moment, on the city wall, the level 60 Legion Overlord, Ishion, also appeared. Upon seeing him, everyone began to clamor. "The Overlord Professional of the Southwestern Heya. This is a true professional legion. Heia's unique top-tier professional bloodline. The most important existence in the legion. An existence like a deity. With him here, the battle is sure to be victorious." Ishion stood atop the high wall, looking down at his troops. "Be my command. Form into a legion," he declared loudly. "The legion has been formed. I'm the legion commander. All military merits will be unified. After the battle, rewards will be distributed based on contributions. With the legion formed, everyone is a comrade in arms. You will not be harmed by each other's skills. Unleash your full potential. Now that the legion is formed, if anyone retreats out of fear, they will surely face punishment after the battle." After speaking, Ishion plunged his sword into the ground. Immediately, a surge of power emanated outwards. He activated an ability that granted a 50% boost to all 4 primary stats for everyone on the city wall. One soldier on the wall, filled with renewed strength, exclaimed, "I feel like my combat ability has increased at least 4 or 5 times over." Elemental resistance. Elemental damage resistance increased by 50%. Mana reinforcement. Magic damage increased by 30%. Lifesteal. Physical attacks can absorb the enemy's life force to heal one's own wounds. MOU was also enveloped by Ishion's skill. He thought with a hint of regret, "What a pity. All these buff states are overshadowed by my own amplification talent. My skeletons can't receive these buffs. If they could." Chun E quickly grabbed him from beside him. "Montakyu, look!" In the sky, Missouri Yun had appeared, riding a white horse. She swiftly advanced toward the front lines at the city gate. Below, the soldiers, morale boosted, shouted, "The demonic beasts have appeared. This person's skill is Cast Off Fear. It enhances fighting spirit. For 10 minutes, defense and attack are increased by 30%. On the battlefield, Missouri Yin commanded her warhorse to charge forward. A massive surge of power struck downwards, obliterating several monsters. The abyssal imp saw Mo Yun and cackled loudly. "That little girl is truly formidable." It swiftly lunged towards Mo Yun. Mo Yun controlled her warhorse, making it trample the abyssal imp. At this very moment, tens of thousands of arrows were also fired from the city, aimed at the demonic beasts. From the city wall, MOU had also summoned skeleton soldiers and mages to quickly descend and reinforce the battle. The soldiers on the wall looked at them, slightly bewildered. "What the hell? You scare me half to death. Where did those skeletons come from?" Seeing the skeleton soldiers and mages fighting fiercely, the people on the wall were stunned. "Damn, whose summons are these? Which great master did this? There are so many of them. These skeleton mages have taken a huge load off our shoulders. They're incredibly strong." The crowd continued to exclaim in awe. "When did we get such a badass great master among us? What kind of class is that? I feel like this battle is finally under control." The abyssal imp grabbed a soldier by the neck. Seeing its demonic hounds gradually being defeated, it snarled furiously, "Humans will die." It immediately threw the soldier down. After witnessing this, one of the previously elated soldiers cried out in alarm, "No. It's too far. He's out of my healing range. What do we do now? That person will be torn apart by the demonic hounds." MOU was looking down from the city wall. He mused, a level 39 job class acting as the vanguard. That means besides Yi Xiong, there's probably no other job class above level 40 here. If things continue like this, the number of casualties won't be small. Chun E then turned to look at him. Mou quickly approached Yi Xiong, saying, I request to leave the city and join the battle. Yi Xiong looked at him, then nodded in approval. Granted. Chun E, flying above, worriedly reminded her boyfriend. Mou, you must be careful. Summoning his weapon, he replied with supreme confidence. With so much military merit and experience at stake, I absolutely won't let this opportunity go to waste. Xing En, focused on fighting the demonic hounds, saw Mou and shouted, Junior brother Lin, why are you down here? Standing amidst a horde of skeletons. He casually rested his weapon on his shoulder and replied, I'm here to clean up. Upon seeing Mou, the demonic hounds reacted violently. It's him. He's the one who killed our young. He dares to come out of the city. Kill him. They roared, lunging at him like hungry tigers. Mo Yun, watching the scene from above, was momentarily bewildered. What in the world is happening? The image of Mou calmly facing off against the enraged demonic hounds met her eyes. It's him. He raised his hand towards the demonic hounds and cast a spell. He shouted, Curse of Slow. Hundreds of chains shot out with tremendous force, then swiftly bound the bodies of the demonic hounds and abyssal imps, immobilizing them. Xing En's face registered pure astonishment. Thank goodness for junior brother Lin. Everyone turned to each other, asking, what kind of skill is that? A curse-type skill. I can't believe it can cover such a large area. Mou smirked faintly. In a battlefield littered with corpses, my corpse explosion can truly unleash its maximum potential. A red orb glowed in his hand, accompanied by wisps of blue aura as he cast his corpse explosion skill. The bodies of the demonic hounds and abyssal imps began to explode. They screamed, This is bad. A colossal explosion boomed, accompanied by deafening shrieks of agony. The abyssal demon king's voice boomed. What in the world is this human doing? Montague scoffed. Where do you think you can run? A horrifying burst of light erupted, making the abyssal demon king's eyes widen in stunned disbelief. The entire battlefield erupted like New Year's Eve fireworks. The system notifications popped up incessantly. Defeated abyssal demonic hound, level 31. Defeated abyssal demon, level 36. Mo Yun remained frozen, wondering to herself, is this his skill? The academy students participating in the battle were all dumbfounded, like deer caught in headlights. They unconsciously dropped their weapons. What kind of skill is that? That's terrifying. Oh my god, is he a second-rank job class? Even if he's a second rank, he can't possibly wipe them all out by himself, can he? They stammered, trembling. It seems we're not needed anymore. What kind of necromancer class is that powerful? Xingen smiled happily. Good thing junior brother Lin is a student from the River Capital Academy. Mou's eyes were filled with fierce determination. He declared, if I say I'm cleaning up, then not a single one will be spared. Mo Yun observed the battle, feeling a little surprised. So the aura I disliked last time came from his undead summons. I can't believe he's this powerful. A skeleton warrior suddenly appeared and attacked the last demonic hound, catching it off guard. This must be the last one, right? Mou suddenly let out a surprised huh? He squinted. I lost connection with the skeleton warrior. The abyssal demon king, eyes burning crimson, spoke. So it's you. You're the one who killed my whelps twice. I remember you. Lin Montague, of the divine kingdom. I will remember you. I will kill you. I absolutely will. Mou wasn't intimidated at all. He scoffed, playing God, playing devil. A male student from the divine kingdom broke out in a cold sweat, bewildered. What is he trying to do? That's an abyssal demon king's dimensional rift. He's not thinking of attacking the Black Bone, is he? That's not a level we can even hope to deal with. Another person shouted. Everyone, look at the skeletons. The skeletons, as if injected with adrenaline, furiously charged at the demonic hounds. They grabbed the tails of the demonic hounds and flung them far away. Mou cast corpse explosion again, causing the demonic hounds to detonate one after another. After witnessing this, the abyssal demon king seethed with hatred, wishing it could tear Mou limb from limb. You want to die? I'll kill you. I will kill you. Mou's face was as cold as ice as he mused. As expected, it didn't hit him. He drew a conclusion. Even the dimensional rift couldn't explode it. It seems I still have a long way to go. Mou's eyes suddenly widened completely. as if he had just witnessed something utterly shocking. The abyssal demon king's blazing red eyes shot down, piercing through a skeleton's body. Looking up from below, it looked like the midday sun. Mou braced himself with both hands. A barrier appeared, shielding him from its attack, but it quickly exploded. Mou's body was flung back. My armored skeleton could only hold out for 2 seconds. The abyssal demon king's attack ray hit him directly, sending him flying. He quickly activated damage transfer. 124 skeleton warriors were annihilated. The entire space was now filled with fragmented mist. The abyssal demon king was still frantically destroying everything. A coin-shaped object glowed brightly and flew upwards. It shone directly at the abyssal demon king. The demon king roared in threat. Lin Mou, Lin Montaku, I will not let you get away with this. Ifong quickly ran to Mou, supporting him and asking worriedly, Mou, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine. He glared ahead, thinking to himself, I can't believe that Demon King could attack through the dimensional rift. Even the armor skeleton could only hold out for 2 seconds. Luckily, I had damage transfer. Otherwise, this could have been a disaster. Mou scoffed inwardly, filled with disdain. I was too reckless this time, almost paid a heavy price. Abyssal Demon King. Just you wait. Someone excitedly shrieked. Victory! Now, let's distribute the military merits. Nie Xiong stood up, shouting out the summary with a solemn expression. In this battle, a total of 10,000 demonic hounds were defeated. 100 demon hounds. Total military merits, 20,000 points. Merits for defending the city, 3,000. No one retreated from the fight. Merits for battle, 2,000. Total military merits, 25,000. Nisyon continued. Our legion consists of 1,025 job class holders, excluding Lin Mou and Mo Yun. Everyone else receives 20 military merits. Mo Yun receives 500 military merits. Mou listened intently to the announcement. Lin Mou receives 3,500 military merits. The students present murmured, as expected, that powerhouse certainly deserves that many merits. Mo Yun glanced at him and smiled, thinking 3,500 military merits. But it's truly fitting for him. The other students nodded in agreement. Exactly. 80% of the demonic hound were killed by him. Without him, it's hard to say if we could have withstood the demon attack this time. Sheng Hao's face darkened, dumbfounded. I only got 20 points. How can that guy get 3,500? I'm a holy light knight. A legendary job class. This is such a humiliation. Mou silently looked at his weapon. This time, Donato's scythe must have absorbed quite a few abyssal souls. I can feel it evolving. The badges on the students' chests suddenly lit up. They cried out in astonishment. My rank just went up to private second class. Mou, startled, looked down at his own badge. The 10 stars on it were glowing, emitting streams of aura. They slowly faded. The students standing near him all turned and exclaimed loudly. A silver lieutenant rank? It's a lieutenant rank. Ifong suddenly bowed 45 degrees and saluted respectfully. Greetings, superior officer. She took his hand and smiled brightly. Now you're a lieutenant of the divine realm. And the youngest lieutenant at that. Montaku nodded invokely. It's true. He only just finished his college entrance exams not long ago. Someone calmly walked towards them, announcing Lin Mou, 18 years old, has become the youngest lieutenant of the divine realm through special approval. Awarded the title Star of the Divine Realm. The badge on Mou's chest glowed after he was awarded the Star of the Divine Realm title. The system announced, you have acquired the title Star of the Divine Realm. Star of the Divine Realm. All attributes plus 300. Skill consumption minus 20%. Damage reduction 10%. Montaku was so pissed. A star title? Nie Xiong exclaimed in surprise. You have a title? Mou replied, yes, I have a title. The old man's eyes widened. Dragon Legacy War King. This title of yours, where did it come from? The Dragon Race's frontline outpost dungeon. On hell difficulty. The students there went from one surprise to another, gasping. So the legend is true. The outpost dungeon on hell difficulty really does have titles. I can't believe he can solo that hell difficulty outpost dungeon. My goodness. To be able to solo a hell level dungeon and single-handedly defeat nearly 10,000 demonic hounds. Only he could do that, right? Mo Yun listened, dumbfounded, eyes wide and mouth agape. I also tried to solo that dungeon. I almost died in there. I can't believe he... Nie Xiong lowered his voice. Could you tell us a bit about the title's effects and how it was obtained so we can record it in the Empire's database? MOU replied without much thought. Soloing the Dragon Race's frontline outpost dungeon. Its effect is all attributes plus 500 and 50% reduced consumption for all skills. The old man excitedly slapped his shoulder and laughed jubilantly. Not bad. With this title, our divine realm gains another genius. Kid, your strength is impressive. As an exchange, I'll grant you special approval to use the military's equipment within the city. Niexiong didn't forget to remind him, you can use those facilities freely, but they still cost military merits. Save up your own, the old man thought to himself. To even use military equipment, you need to reach the rank of Lieutenant 3 stars. MOU politely thanked him profusely. Thank you, senior. Niexiong stood above, raising his hand high and loudly declared. The battle is over. Disband the Legion. MOU gripped his weapon tightly with both hands. He mused to himself. It seems Thanatos' scythe is almost finished evolving. The system appeared. Equipment, Thanatos' scythe. Level, 25. Spirit power plus 3,000. Reached maximum limit. Will unlock after collecting all outfit pieces. MOU sighed inwardly. Its growth attributes have reached the highest limit. I need to collect all the outfit pieces to unlock more attributes. He thought to himself, I should ask about those outfit pieces if I get a chance. The system continued to announce, new skill acquired. Soul Call. Thanatos' scythe has recorded the soul of the defeated boss. Can consume 1,000 spirit power to summon that soul to battle. Skill duration, 3 minutes. He was stunned. I can't believe it awakened a new skill. He calculated mentally. I can summon bosses I've killed to assist in battle. Looks like I'll have to run the Outpost dungeon again. The students from Divine City gathered, discussing this time our number 1 city, along with number 7 and number 8 cities, were simultaneously attacked. Those high-level professionals all went to those 2 cities for reinforcement. I heard the battle was fierce. It's not just our divine realm. Countries Y, H, and M all suffered demon attacks. Shington seriously analyzed. Our number 1 city is the furthest from the abyss. And with 9 other cities helping to block the abyss's power, it's the least affected. Moreover, the Empire's top experts have set up very strong defenses. They can't teleport overly powerful demons here. But that doesn't mean there are no exceptions. While they can't teleport directly, some demons specialize in stealth and assassination. Ifong worriedly warned MOU. MOU, this time, you've been targeted by the Demon King. If you keep operating on the front lines, you absolutely must be careful. He quickly reassured her. I will be careful. Shingen also agreed with that sentiment. No, wait. Yifeng's wristband suddenly beeped. She panicked and cried out, Grandpa. Tyrant's voice came from the other end of the line, asking, Yifeng, where are you, dear? Yifeng replied, I'm at number 1 city, on the front lines. She fearfully asked Yifeng, what do I do now? My grandpa wants to come here. MOU speculated that. He might be worried about her. They didn't know he was stomping towards them, fuming. MOU was stunned, a gasp caught in his throat. That's, he silently exclaimed. A divine general, indeed. He's a major figure, just like Bai Shan. I can't believe he's Yifeng's grandpa. Yifeng forced a smile and waved to her grandpa. Seeing his beloved granddaughter was all right, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're safe. Tai Ran gave a curious when he saw MOU standing next to his granddaughter. He reacted violently, snarling MOU's name. Yifeng, Fuming, Yelet, Grandpa. What are you doing? MOU, startled like a deer, hesitantly confirmed, You know me, sir? Tai Ran, on the surface, seemed jovial and amiable. He chuckled, saying, It's nothing. Grandpa was just testing this kid's guts. But inside, a storm was brewing. Why is this brat with Yifeng? He's as annoying as that old Bai Shan. Yifeng excitedly introduced them to each other. This is my grandpa. I'm sure you've already guessed his name, so I won't reintroduce him. Grandpa, this is MOU. You already knew his name before. MOU respectfully bowed and greeted him politely. Greetings, Senior Tyran. And he secretly guessed. This must be the headmaster of HUD. Tyran shook his head vigorously and patted Yifeng's shoulder. All right. No need for such formalities. That old Bai Shan is truly muddle-headed. To actually send my granddaughter to the front lines for a mission. She pouted and replied. But Mr. Bai said this mission was assigned by you. He furiously roared. What is that old fool talking about? He acted on his own initiative. He didn't even consult me. I've been busy for the past few days, allowing him to seize the opportunity. Tai Ran's demeanor changed in an instant, humbling himself as he pleaded. Ifeng, my dear, come home with Grandpa. The academy has plenty of missions for you to choose from. But she resolutely refused. You taught me that when you start something, you must see it through to the end. If I've accepted a mission, I must complete it. Tai Ran switched targets. You young MOU. Ifeng cried out, Grandpa, don't threaten MOU. I want to level up on the front lines. He replied, then I'll send some people to guide you too while you level up. Ifeng still didn't want to. I don't need them. MOU can solo dungeons with me. Tai Ran scolded loudly. What are you talking about? Do you two have a death wish? Ifeng quickly pulled out her weapon to prove it to her grandpa. It's true. Look, Grandpa, what is this? That's the Infernal Watchman. Tai Ran double-checked. You two really cleared a hell difficulty dungeon. Ifeng ape-lane it. Actually, MOU carried me. I barely had to do anything. MOU promised. Please rest assured, Senior. I'll take good care of Ifeng. Tai Ran was still half skeptical, muttering to himself. The Dragon Clan wore King title? I knew this kid could solo large-scale dungeons at the academy, but I never expected him to actually solo hell difficulty ones on the front lines. No, this kid is too abnormal. I have to go ask that old bai Shin about him. Ifeng's eyes crinkled in a smile, gently ushering her grandpa away. All right, Grandpa, you can go back now. The professional trials start in a few days. We'll be back then. Tai Ran turned away, contemplating. With young MOU around, I guess I don't need to worry too much. It's just that this kid is too unusual. When I get back, I definitely need to talk to those two old geezers. MOU offered an enigmatic smile. I can't believe the headmaster of Hujing Academy's weakness is Ifeng. Suddenly, he found himself in the military's rest center. It can increase recovery speed and eliminate fatigue. The training center can increase the recovery rate of spiritual energy and cultivation speed. The teleportation array can transport you to designated locations. At the military merit exchange, you can use military merit to purchase corresponding items. MOU exclaimed. Looks like these are the military's amenities. Without hesitation, he tapped the screen to see what he could buy. The surrounding space suddenly shifted rapidly. Product information appeared. Curse Resistance Potion. Boosts curse resistance for 30 minutes. 50 military merit per bottle. Dungeon Escape Talisman. Allows instant escape from any dungeon. Highly recommended for hell difficulty dungeons. 100 military merit per talisman. Basic recovery potion. Heals injuries upon use. Restores 500 spiritual energy points. Cool down 1 minute. 100 military merit per bottle. MOU was startled. A dungeon escape talisman? This is pretty good. I'll buy 2 talismans just in case. After a moment of thought, he concluded, it seems military merit functions similarly to accumulation points at Hujing Academy. But using too much will demote my rank, so it's better to be a bit frugal. Ifeng took the dungeon escape talismans with both hands and softly thanked MOU. Thank you. Suddenly, someone called her name loudly. Yifeng. It was MOU. She was walking towards them. MOU spoke up, asking, Ifeng, who is he to you? Yifeng's cheeks flushed as she replied, Sister MOU, if you have something to say, just say it. MOU didn't reply, but coldly tossed a stone to her. Ifeng caught it with one hand and asked, Sister MOU, what is this? MOU explained, it's already linked to a specific location for teleportation. Its function is to teleport the user to a designated location. MOU glared at MOU and hinted, lately, I've been searching for the Demon King on the front lines. If I find it, you two can come help me fight it. Montag silently speculated. Is it the field Demon King that drops Nirvana crystals? MOU walked away, looking back over her shoulder as she spoke. The field Demon King is guaranteed to drop Nirvana crystals. At least 3, and sometimes 5 or 6. I only need 1. Any extras are all for you two. They'll be beneficial for both of you too. Ifeng boldly agreed right away. No problem. After MOU was out of sight, Ifeng turned to MOU and said, I'm not capable of fighting the field Demon King, so I guess Sister MOU actually wants your help. MOU looked concerned. That's a level 38 world boss. I'm only level 24. There's no guarantee we'll win. Ifeng quickly encouraged MOU. You can solo the hell difficulty Watchman Outpost dungeon, so there definitely won't be a problem. Sister MOU must know that too. Besides, by then, we might even have leveled up a few more times. After checking, MOU and Ifeng informed each other. My cooldown reduction talismans still have 8 uses left. Ifeng replied, I have 9 uses left. MOU kindly advised. Then let's rest for a day. We'll start grinding dungeons again tomorrow. Yifeng agreed. Yifeng's radiant smile captivated many young men. One person lavishly praised, "That girl is so beautiful." The others immediately warned, "Shut up, you idiot. The person next to her is a god of slaughter." Yifeng covered her mouth and whispered, "They're all looking at you. It seems your performance on the front lines yesterday has earned everyone's approval." MOU coolly replied, "Let them. Let's go do the dungeon." He nodded solemnly. The number and attributes of the skeleton warriors have increased. My dungeon clearing efficiency is also faster than before. The system displayed. Nama, Lin Montakyu. Class, Necromancer. Level, 25. Strength, Constitution, and Agility. 450 plus, 500 each. Spirit, 2,300 plus, 3,000. MOU internally exclaimed. This time, it took less than 4 hours to reach the boss. The system continued to show his stats. Equipment, Thanatos' Scythe. Level, 25. Title, Dragon Clan War King. All attributes plus 500. Skill cost reduced by 50%. Summoning space, 240/250. Skeleton Warriors, 150. Skeleton Mages, 90. As he unleashed his skill, he muttered to himself, "Sorry, but I'll have to use you to test out my new abilities." Then he activated his skill. Soul Summon. After observing everything, he guessed, it must have succeeded. Holding the Hell's Watchman's trident in her hand, Yifeng pleaded, "Can I have this one too?" She explained, "I have a use for it." He agreed without much thought. "Your stealth-breaking skill has helped me a lot too." Yifeng was overjoyed. "Thank you." The two then continued their dungeon-conquering journey. Yifeng cheerfully said, "Next." Next, a subordinate of Roger's suddenly appeared, blocking their way. "Get out of the way." MOU curiously wondered, now what's happening? Roger's subordinate lunged forward, attacking and shouting, "Get out of the way. Don't block the path." He panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat, and silently wondered, "Why can't I push them?" Roger's subordinate quickly switched hands, arrogantly roaring, "All of you get out now. You're defiling His Highness's red carpet." His arm stiffened as MOU slashed down. Roger's subordinate's jaw dropped as he fell backward, landing with a thud on the ground. He yelled, "How dare you!" Before him was a skeleton whose eyes glowed brightly, exuding. Yifeng cautiously warned, "Be careful. They must be people from the ancient Luo Holy Church." MOU immediately replied, "I know." And he thought, "Is that the Holy Church whose power rivals our own nation?" The person inside the carriage shouted, "Go around. Everyone stop." The space violently shook. A cavalry unit appeared. Someone stepped majestically onto the red carpet. It was Rogers. The people there murmured excitedly, "That's not ordinary golden tier equipment. Those are all golden tier items crafted by a blacksmith." The accessories were also crafted by an alchemist. That person's attire must have been custom-made. Perhaps not as good as the Hell's Watchman attire, but it's definitely much stronger than Nightmare tier gear. Yifeng glanced at Rogers. He froze for 2 seconds. Then he loudly scolded his subordinate. "How could you be so rude? Step back." The subordinate quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Rogers suddenly put on a charming expression and said, "It was my subordinate who was disrespectful first. I apologize on his behalf to the two of you." Then he introduced himself. "I am Rogers from the ancient Luo Holy Church, a level 31 fire god fighter." Upon hearing this, some people there almost buckled at the knees. He's a fire god fighter? I heard the ancient Luo Holy Church worships divine beings. They claim to inherit immense power from the gods. So this fire god fighter is the one who inherited the fire god's power. That sounds incredibly powerful. Some other people scoffed. "Fire god fighter my ass. It's just a legendary tier class, that's all. He's simply a class user with innate fire attribute talent." Exactly. The great deity who annihilated tens of thousands of abyssal demons. That's who's truly powerful. Rogers, captivated by Yifeng's beauty, extended his hand and offered, "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of inviting you to clear this dungeon with me?" MOU angrily stepped in front of her, shielding her and rejecting him with a disdainful tone. "No need. You're not worthy." Rogers' eyebrows furrowed. "You're only level 25. I'm certainly more qualified than you." He spoke in a judgmental manner. "You don't know your place." MOU said nothing, only glaring at Rogers. He taunted, "Your level is so low. It's normal for you not to have foresight. Do you know which dungeon this highness intends to clear?" Then he snarled, "This highness intends to solo the Hell's Watchman dungeon." and claimed the legendary title. Beautiful lady. Once I'm done soloing and acquire the title, I'll invite you again, all right? Ifong couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. A huge question mark appeared in Roger's mind. He felt confused seeing the people around him laughing and asked, "What's going on?" His subordinate, drenched in sweat, ran up and called out, "Your Highness." He whispered into Roger's ear, "Your Highness, the title for the Hell-Tier Watchman dungeon has already been taken." He continued, "By the person right in front of you." Rogers felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Then he turned around and loudly ordered, "All of you come here." He and his subordinates huddled together, discussing their plan. His subordinate worriedly asked again, "Your Highness, are we really going to do this?" This is His Highness's territory. Most of the people around are His Highness's class users. What if something happens? Rogers calmed him down. "We just need to be a little discreet, and everything will be fine." He continued, his voice firm. "Even if they all die, others will just assume they died in the dungeon." Mou spoke up, "Don't mind them. Let's continue clearing the dungeon." Ifong immediately smiled and agreed. The two then stepped through the portal to continue their work. Roger's eyes were filled with cunning and calculation. He activated a dungeon tracking scroll. It allowed him to enter the dungeon by following others. The people present, after witnessing Rogers and his troops pursuing the two, wondered, didn't he say he wanted to solo it? Why is he bringing his whole team in now? Did he just use a scroll? Scene change. Inside the Dragon Clan's frontline watchpost dungeon. Rogers and his group had already entered. He said smugly, "You didn't expect me to follow you, did you?" He provoked. "I heard you soloed the dungeon and got the title. Well, then there's no other way. I'll just have to kill you. Otherwise, I won't get this title." Then he immediately activated skill. Teleportation Sealing Scroll. Ifong panicked, sweat pouring off her like rain. It's a teleportation sealing scroll. Our ability to leave the dungeon is nullified. Roger spread his arms wide and asked arrogantly, "Aren't you feeling utterly desperate? This is the price you pay for angering our ancient Luo Holy Church. This is the price you pay for angering our ancient Luo Holy Church." He flashed a perverted smile. "Don't worry, beautiful lady. I won't kill you. I have a feeling you'll make a very good toy." Mou scoffed. Rogers angrily clenched his teeth. "What are you laughing at?" Mou summoned his weapon and fearlessly challenged him. "You used a teleportation sealing scroll. We can't leave." "I'm sure you can't either, right?" Rogers and his group froze as 7 skeletons attacked. They yelled out, "What the hell is this?" Mou sneered. "Know yourself, know your enemy, and you'll win 100 battles. You don't even know my class or skills, and yet you've run here to seek death." Rogers clearly underestimated him. "You think a few pathetic piles of bones can kill me? My class is the legendary Fire God Fighter." Then he transformed into his Fire God form and ordered his subordinates to attack. He proudly boasted, "This is my skill, Fire God form. In this state, all my attributes are tripled, and my skill attack power is also tripled. I take 300% less damage and am immune to all crowd control skills. What can those paltry skeletons do against me?" His subordinates shouted flatteringly, "Your Highness is invincible. Your Highness will surely win." Rogers laughed gleefully. "Now, I am invincible." Mou thought to himself, "No wonder it's a legendary grade class. The skill's effects are truly powerful." He said casually, "But your teammates probably don't have a skill like that, do they?" Then he quickly cast a skill, Deceleration Curse. Immediately, chains tightly bound Roger's subordinates, making them unable to move. They all cried out in alarm. "It's a debuff curse. Quickly dispel the curse. Hurry, they're coming." Rogers furiously hacked away, cursing bitterly. "Damn it," he thought, a hint of disbelief in his mind. "How can this be? How can these skeletons be so strong?" One of his subordinates used a shield to block a skeleton slash. The shield immediately shattered in half, sending the subordinate flying away as he yelled, "Mouth, agape. What? What kind of power is this?" The ancient Luo Holy Church members were in a panic. "We're screwed. Are we going to die here?" Roger's face contorted. Hundreds of lightning bolts struck, making his subordinates cry out in agony. Your Highness, save me." Mou scoffed. "Only this idiot left. That makes things easier to handle." Rogers roared furiously. "I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you." Mou calmly drew his weapon and said, "Good timing. I was just worrying about not having a chance to test my new skills. And you came right to my doorstep." He used a skill, Soul Summon. His weapon emitted powerful surges of energy. The Outpost Guardian suddenly appeared, freezing Rogers in place. MOU spoke up, asking, "Didn't you want to solo the Hell difficulty dungeon? Try fighting the dungeon boss." Rogers' face dropped. This is the Dragon Clan Guardian? How can he summon a Hell difficulty dungeon boss? The Outpost Guardian attacked him at lightning speed. Rogers hastily raised his sword to block. A deafening explosion rang out, followed by a cough. Rogers was utterly bruised and battered. "Damn it, I'm unrecognizable," he groaned. "One hit shattered my fire god physique. Is this really a Hell difficulty boss?" He collapsed before the Outpost Guardian's massive form. Rogers, still defiant, threatened, You can't kill me. I am a divine envoy of the ancient Luo, Holy Church's temple of fire god. You will die. You cannot kill me." Upon hearing his words, MOU's face darkened, his eyes wide and malicious like a demon god as he stared at him. The Outpost Guardian paid no attention to his words. It punched Rogers once, causing him to explode like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Ifong, holding Rogers' armor in one hand, and standing amidst the swirling dust of the battlefield, said, "These creatures who look down on other people's lives. I never thought they would beg for mercy right before they die." She turned to MOU and said, It's those ancient Luo, Holy Church guys again. Are you scared?" He replied without hesitation, "Not all." Ning E looked at him with an ambiguous gaze and chuckled softly. "No matter what happens, I'll be with you." She asked him, "What should we do with this fire god equipment?" He instructed, "Put it away. Let's focus on leveling up first." She immediately replied. The scene shifts to the ancient Luo, Holy Church headquarters. Someone cried out in panic. Rogers is dead. Go find His Holiness, the Pope, quickly." The scene shifts to the Divine Descent Academy. Yuan was enjoying tea when he saw Tai Yin, wearing dark sunglasses, walk in. As soon as he saw him, Yuan teased, Well, if it isn't old man Ning. What a rare sight. Why the long face as soon as you arrive? Did someone upset you?" Tai Yin, fuming, slammed his hand on the table and questioned, "Old Bai, why did you assign my granddaughter a field trip mission? Tell me the truth. Did that little brat MOU instruct that young scamp-lin to seduce Ning E?" Yuan retorted, not to be outdone. "What nonsense. That kid MOU is so exceptional, he doesn't need to seduce anyone." Tai Yin raised his teacup to cool down and huffed. "So, that kid said he could take Ning E to clear a Hell difficulty dungeon. Who knows if that's true or false?" Yuan sneered. "When he returns, won't we know for sure?" At this moment, inside the dungeon, MOU and Ning E teleported back. The system displayed, Lin MOU, level 26, Spirit Mage, while Ning E had leveled up to level 23, Assassin. She smiled brightly. "My Koan Blade Talisman needs recharging. I'm going back to the academy to turn in the quest." "What about you?" MOU replied, expressionless. "The professional competition is about to start. I'm heading back too. Might as well sell some equipment." The scene shifts to the Imperial Capital Academy. In the trading post, the staff at the counter enthusiastically asked, "A total of 20 million gold coins. Does that sound good to you, sir?" After MOU agreed to the amount and turned to leave, the staff member secretly exclaimed, "Holy Mother, this is Hellguard equipment again. Which great master is this?" Yuan asked MOU through his wrist-worn device. "Zolfast, you're already back." He shared, "My mission is complete. I'm back to turn in the quest." Yuan was stunned. "The mission is complete? Then come here quickly." As he walked, MOU fell into thought. "I'm already level 26? That fast?" Yuan was surprised. "How are you already level 26, kid?" "You leveled up that quickly," MOU explained. "I've just been grinding dungeons, that's all. I barely stopped." Yuan pondered. "But even if you were constantly running nightmare difficulty dungeons, you shouldn't have leveled up that fast." MOU replied, "I was grinding Hell difficulty, and I even brought someone else with me." And when quickly guessed, then burst out laughing. "I knew it. How could this kid solo Hell difficulty dungeons? The person he brought must be old man Ning's precious granddaughter." MOU scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Yuan was nearly bursting with excitement. That title, what he was referring to was MOU's Dragon King of War title, which granted plus 500 to all attributes, and reduced skill consumption by half. He replied with a naive expression, "Yes, I got it." Yuan's eyes crinkled with a smile as he praised him endlessly. "All right, you did great this time, kid. You've used up all the charges on the Koan Blade Talisman, haven't you?" After laying out the pile of spoils on the table, MOU spoke up, requesting a favor. "Lord by God, I couldn't find an alchemist. I'll have to trouble you again. Yuan smirked. You're quite direct, aren't you? Recharging this Kuan blade talisman isn't easy. He quickly agreed. Your performance this time was excellent. I'll do it for you. I'll notify you when it's done. Mou bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, Lord by God. Yuan was curious. It seems you've already heard about the professional competition, haven't you? Mou replied. Yes, I have. Yuan introduced. The professional competition happens once every 5 years. This year, our Divine Descent Empire will be hosting it. It's in 10 days. Suddenly, his expression grew serious as he said, Not only do I want you to participate, but I also want you to win the championship with your team. Mou immediately agreed. As he tidied up the pile of spoils, he spoke, Lord by God, I'll have to trouble you with these things as well. Huh? The golden fire god equipment from the fire god temple of the ancient Luo Holy Church? How did you get your hands on it? Someone speculated. I heard that last year, a warrior from the ancient Luo Holy Church was also given golden fire god equipment. It couldn't be him. Montague explained it. It was in the dungeon. They tried to kill me first. Someone reacted fiercely and emphasized, the ancient Luo Holy Church. The space violently shook, sending rocks flying everywhere. Someone continued, how interesting. They dare to kill our students on our divine descent territory. I heard they use a divine idol resurrection technique. That kid might not even be dead yet. Yuan stopped him and didn't forget to tease old man Meng. You're not hooky. Don't cause a scene in here. Then, turning to Mou, he said, All right, you can go back for now. Leave this matter to me. It's been so many years since I last took action. It seems some people have forgotten my other name. Mou thought to himself. Lord by God's other name is the Divine Descent Godslayer. He froze for a moment. He had heard that Lord by God once single-handedly stormed the Han Nation, killing 2 of their 3 strongest experts. He almost accomplished the great feat of a single person destroying an entire nation. Mou thought, I can't just do this alone. I need to drag old man Ning along too. After a moment of thought, Mou politely bowed to the 2. Yuan then spoke. Old man Meng, recharge the Kuan blade talisman. In the tyrant ring. I'll trouble you with those. Someone replied decisively. No problem. Those guys from the ancient Luo Holy Church dared to treat old man Ning's granddaughter like that. They're about to pay the price. At this moment, at the ancient Luo Holy Church, a fierce magic formation appeared in the sky. One person stood frozen, looking up with an expression of existential doubt. His eyes were wide with a mix of surprise and confusion. The people of the ancient Luo Holy Church screamed, Oh my God, what is that? It's terrifying. Is that a god-level mage's magic? Is it the fire god descending? Look, there are people at the orb. Enemies. They suddenly appeared. They're 3 god-tier professionals. Quick, go call His Holiness the Pope. It turned out the 3 people they spoke of were Ning Taiyin and Wan and Yuan. They fearlessly shouted, Gubbert, get your ass out here. Gubbert, get your ass out here. Gubbert, get your ass out here. Ning Taiyin stood with his arms crossed, ignoring the people below screaming as they were engulfed by the sea of fire. It's over. Our ancient Luo Holy Church is finished. Where is His Holiness? Just before the flames fell, the voices of the people rang out, shouting, His Holiness is here. The elders are here too. Surely everything will be fine, right? Pope Gubbert of the ancient Luo Holy Church, his face filled with rage, bellowed. Who seeks me? How dare you attack the ancient Luo Holy Church? Do you have a death wish? Suddenly, he looked up and saw Ning Taiyan's face looking down, and he was startled, thinking, Ning Taiyan, a god-level professional of the Divine Descent Empire. Gubbert's gaze flickered to Yuan, standing next to him, and he started sweating profusely. His eyes widened as he thought. The Divine Descent God-Slayer. How? How is he here too? Both of them are here. Do they intend to destroy our ancient Luo Holy Church? He immediately forced a smile, made a slight greeting gesture, and spoke softly. Your Excellencies, what an honor you grace us with your presence. Whatever the matter, let's discuss it calmly. If we have offended your Excellencies in any way, I, on behalf of the ancient Luo Holy Church, offer our sincerest apologies. The people below the ancient Luo Holy Church, seeing this, were shocked beyond belief and cried out, Why is His Holiness the Pope? Could it be that the end of our ancient Luo Holy Church has truly arrived? Ning Taiyin, his face filled with rage, questioned in a deep voice, Does your holy church have someone named Rosu? Call him out here. Gubbert immediately turned and ordered his followers. Bring Rosu here. The people quickly responded, yes. He tried to force a pleasant smile, nervously asking, may I ask, what did Rosu do to offend your excellencies? Gubbert secretly pondered. Rosu is a divine son of the fire god temple. If possible, I must try my best to protect his life. Ning Taiyin replied with an impassive face. He didn't offend me. Yuan, nearby, also spoke up. He didn't offend me either. Ning Taiyin's eyes gleamed as his entire body radiated a powerful pressure, and he roared. He offended my precious granddaughter. Yuan calmly added. He offended my beloved disciple. Gubbert gasped and stumbled backward, thinking in horror, it's over. This is even worse than offending both of them directly. Damn that Rosu. What exactly did he do? Below, a weakened Rosu, supported by a church member, stepped out. His face covered in sweat. He looked up at the high sky and cried out in alarm. Is this the fire god descending? Immediately, a surge of light appeared before the astonished eyes of everyone around. Rosu was pulled high into the air. Gubbert reached out to support him and introduced. Your Excellencies, this is Rosu. He unfortunately died 2 days ago. He has just been revived. Ning Taiyin, enveloped in purple light, used mental intimidation and roared. You are the one who used a tracking scroll to hunt down Lin Moyu, a student of our Xiaojing Academy. You even said you wanted my granddaughter as your plaything. That purple light immediately affected Rosu, causing his face to rapidly weaken. His eyes were wide, and his mouth hung open. After Rosu regained his senses, he immediately pointed at the two and shouted, he dared to kill me. That brat dared to kill me. I will kill him sooner or later. His title is mine. That woman is also mine. I want to turn that bitch into my plaything. I want her to wish for death, but never find it. Gubbert's face turned horrified, his mouth agape after hearing Rosu's words. He thought to himself, he's dead. He looked towards Yuan and hesitantly called out, Your Excellency. Ning Taiyin looked at him and said, he died, but he can still be revived. He must have left a spiritual imprint on the divine statue in the Holy Church, right? Well, let's see. Without that divine statue, can he still be revived? Immediately after, he pointed towards the Holy Church below. Flames, following Ning Taiyan's will, surged downwards. Gubbert immediately turned to his subordinates and yelled, Quick, save them. He turned back to look at the sea of fire behind them and shouted, Everyone, run. Rosu looked up at the approaching sea of flames and laughed maniacally, shouting, You can't kill me. I could be revived. He stood still, engulfed by the sea of fire. From within, only one sentence was barely uttered. I want. The fireball descended from above, hurtling towards the Holy Church below. The crowd immediately fled in panic, crying out loudly, Run! The flames quickly touched the roof, and then rapidly spread outwards. Gubbert stood still, hearing Ning Taiyan's voice echo in his ear. If there's a next time, this old man will wipe out the ancient Luo Holy Church completely. He let out a sigh of relief and said, It's good that we're still alive. Given the temperament of those two, it's already merciful that they didn't kill all of us. The other elders cried out. Pope, Gubbert could only offer words of comfort. Remember the Habsburg Kingdom that year? How many people died? The group stood, looking at the ruins of the Holy Church, cursing loudly. Damn Rosu. If it weren't for him, our Holy Church wouldn't have suffered this disaster. The divine statue is destroyed. Our ancient Luo Holy Church has suffered heavy losses. Next, I'm afraid we'll have to lay low for a while. Just being alive is a blessing in disguise. The figures of Ning Taiyin and Yuan appeared in a small corridor. Yuan sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, turning to Ning Taiyin and asking, Old Ning, when did your temper become so good? You're not spoiling your granddaughter too much, are you? Ning Taiyin retorted irritably. Aren't you the same? If this were before, there wouldn't be a single living soul left in the ancient Luo Holy Church. Yuan raised his teacup, closed his eyes, and replied, We're getting old. We need to accumulate some virtue. Better to do fewer acts of slaughter. Killing the ringleader is enough. As for the rest of them, it makes no difference whether we kill them or not. And when heard this, brought his teacup to his lips, took a sip, and said, Aren't you leaving them alive so they can kill more demonic beasts? Saying that, he tossed a small item towards him and said, It's been replenished. Yuan reached out and caught it, asking in surprise, That fast? Ning Taiyin held an item in his hand and shouted, Old Meng, Replenish this for me too. Owen asked irritably. Couldn't you two give them to me at the same time? He heard this and immediately laughed loudly, replying, I forgot. 9 days later. Hot air balloons, displaying banners for the 100th Professional Grand Competition, appeared in the city sky. MOU adjusted the watch on his wrist. With a thoughtful expression, he mused to himself, the Professional Grand Competition is open for registration. Various competition formats flashed through his mind. He frowned and thought. This competition is divided into 3 types of matches: team battles, solo duels, and challenge matches. Every 10 levels are grouped into one bracket. I'm in the level 20 to 29 bracket. The rewards for the champions are very generous. He began to calculate in his mind. 4 team battles under level 40. The champion of each team can obtain 1 beginner skill scroll, 1 beginner divine potion, and 50 million gold coins. The champion rewards appeared in MOU's mind. Beginner skill scroll. Upon use, 100% chance to acquire an unlearned skill. He recalled the rewards for the champions. The solo duel champion can obtain 1 beginner divine potion. The system displayed. Beginner divine potion. Upon use, all base attributes are permanently increased by 200 points. MOU stroked his chin, thinking to himself, the rules and rewards for the challenge matches haven't been announced yet. I wonder what good stuff there will be. But being so mysterious, the rewards surely won't be bad. He frowned, looking at his own attribute panel and weapons. Name, Lin MOU. Class, Necromancer, unique. Level, 26. Title, Dragon Race War King. Strength, 480 plus 500. Constitution, 480 plus 500. Agility, 480 plus 500. Spirit, 2,500 plus 3,000. Equipment, Donato's Scythe. Level, 26. Spirit Power, plus 3,000. Reached max limit. Unlock upon completing the set. Skills, Necrotic Language. Soul, Summoning Space. 250/260. Skeleton Warrior. Quantity, 150. Skeleton Mage. Quantity, 100. Talent, tenfold all-around amplification. Passive skill, Damage Transfer. Active skill, Soul Flame, LV, 26. Summon Skeleton Warrior, LV, 26. Corpse Explosion, LV, 3. Slow Curse, LV, 26. Bone Armor, LV, 26. Summon Skeleton Mage, LV, 26. In his mind, his 2 strongest skeletons reappeared. Silver Tier Skeleton Warrior, level 26. Strength, 7,000. Agility, 7,000. Spirit, 7,000. Constitution, 7,000. Skill, Single Target Frenzy. Lin MOU looked at the second system panel. Silver Tier Skeleton Mage, level 26. Strength, 2,600. Agility, 2,600. Spirit, 10,400. Constitution, 2,600. Feng Tu saw him and immediately called out. MOU. MOU stroked his chin and replied. Xia Shui raised her hand to greet him, then asked, Are you also here to register for the professional competition? MOU asked, puzzled. Are the 3 of you forming a team? She heard him and replied with a smile. Yes, we were actually planning to ask you to join us. But you were already level 22 at the start of the semester. We can't be in the same bracket. Zwame heard and asked with a chuckle. That's right, MOU. What level are you now? Lin MOU stated coldly. 26. She instantly froze. The other 2 looked as if they had taken a heavy blow. Feng Tu's eyes were dazed as he exclaimed. Level 26? Xia Shui covered her mouth in shock and cried out, That fast? Zwame, standing next to her, hugged her chest and declared, Men, shouldn't be too fast. Feng Tu turned to look at her and said, You're not suitable for that. Zwame turned back to him and retorted, If you understood that, then you're just like me. Hearing that, Feng Tu fell silent, not daring to say another word. Suddenly, someone came from behind and raised her hand, shouting, drawing everyone's attention. MOU. Xia Shui turned her head, puzzled, and asked, Who are you? She blushed and introduced herself with a smile. I'm MOU's friend. My name is Ning E. I'm a shadow assassin, level 25. Xia Shui gasped, excitedly yelling. You're already level 25? She whispered to herself. So there's someone else who levels up as fast as MOU. He touched her head and replied awkwardly. It's all thanks to MOU for helping me level up. Xia Shui replied softly. I see. Then she let out a forced laugh, thinking, no wonder she leveled up so fast. She immediately thumped her chest and introduced herself. I'm Xia Shui. I'm MOU's high school classmate. I'm a level 17 elemental mage. Zuomei also raised her hand to greet them. She shouted with a laugh. Xuomei, level 17 infiltrator. Feng Tu beside them continued. Feng Tu, level 17 holy swordsman. Zuomei, seeing the two girls laughing and talking behind them, said, It seems being too excellent also comes with its troubles. Feng Tu quickly responded beside her. Agree. Xia Shui raised her hand and shouted to the group. We're off to find teammates. See you around. Lin MOU, hands in his pockets, called out, If any of you want to raid the desert tyrant, you can call me. E, standing nearby, secretly pondered. High school classmates, huh? She smiled brightly and probed. Your relationship with Xia Shui seems pretty good, doesn't it? MOU coldly glanced at her and replied, Just high school classmates. He put her hands behind her back, leaned forward, and exclaimed, You're such a blockhead. If I had such a beautiful female classmate, I'd definitely pursue her. He stared blankly, silently watching her retreating figure, not replying. Suddenly, a voice rang out, calling you back. MOU. He turned her head to see. Jiang Tao Tao, Spirit Knight, LV 24. Duan Gao, Prophet, LV 21. Miao Yu, Elder, LV 21. He immediately cried out, Sister Tao, are you all here to register too? Tao Tao turned to look at her and replied with a smile. The professional competition only happens once every 5 years. Of course, we can't miss it. Hearing that, he asked, Have you found a team yet, sisters? She quickly replied, Not yet. Miao Yu beside her added, They all said our levels were too low, so no one wanted to team up with us. Duan Gao scratched her head and supplemented with an embarrassed smile. Actually, we don't really want to compete for rankings. We just want to participate for the experience. Suddenly, MOU's voice rang out. Then let's form a team with us. Everyone turned to look at him, but in his mind, he was secretly thinking we can save time finding teammates. Tao Tao lowered her head, secretly pondering. I heard he led 39 people through the desert tyrant dungeon by himself. If we could really team up with him? She looked at MOU's cold face, thinking, we might even be able to secure the championship. Tao Tao immediately raised her hand, her expression serious, and agreed, All right, but there's just one condition. He immediately grabbed her hand excitedly and shouted, What condition? Just say it, Sister Tao. Tao Tao calmly stated her condition. If we can win the championship, the Academy will award contribution points. That's the best reward for us. Miao Yu, standing behind her, immediately raised both hands and added, That's right. We don't need much. Just a few contribution points will be enough. MOU, hands in his pockets, coldly affirmed, All right. Seeing this, Tao Tao let out a sigh of relief, thinking, If he didn't agree, I'm afraid they wouldn't have joined our team. The sky was clear and full of clouds. MOU and his group quickly arrived at the professional competition registration point and lined up to wait. E, walking beside him, spoke up, MOU, thank you. MOU looked at her and replied, It's nothing. On the way to the registration, Bai Li Sheng wore an arrogant expression. His hands in his pockets, he laughed loudly and exclaimed, I'm definitely going to win the championship prize in this professional competition. His subordinate immediately laughed and praised him. With your strength, boss, and a few reliable teammates, the championship is practically in your hands. That subordinate walked forward, forcefully pushing others aside and shouting, Get out of the way. The crowd gasped in surprise. Bai Li Sheng. He's the grandson of the Academy head, Bai Li. Don't provoke him. Suddenly, Bai Li Sheng's gaze swept over and saw Ning E and MOU standing ahead, wondering. Ning E. His eyes widened as he wondered, Who is that person next to her? After seeing MOU's face, Bai Li Sheng thought angrily, Lin MOU. It's this damn guy again. Seeing them about to leave, Bai Li Sheng immediately raised his hand to stop them, shouting, Stop right there. Seeing him, Ning E frowned, thinking Bai Li Sheng. That annoying guy showed up again. Bai Li Sheng clenched his fists and demanded, Ning E, why are you with this guy? Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of Ning Yi's arm hooked around MOU's shoulder. His face immediately darkened. Ning E frowned unhappily and shouted, Who I'm with is none of your business. Hearing this, Bai Li Sheng furiously roared, None of my business? You're telling me it's none of my business? Doesn't everyone know that you're my Bai Li Sheng's fiancé? She pointed at him, yelling furiously, Shut your trap. Is there something wrong with your head? You came to propose, and I rejected you. Yet you keep spreading rumors, saying I'm your fiancé. I'm only tolerating this because our families have known each other for so long. Ning E angrily pointed at her own head and shouted, You've told so many lies that you actually believe them now. Do you want me to find a healer to check your brain? Don't stand here acting crazy. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll tell my grandfather, and he'll sort you out. Mou looked at her furious face, thinking, This is the first time I've seen Ning E so angry. Ning E subtly glanced at him, looking at Mou's calm demeanor, thinking unhappily, Why am I even worried? Mou wouldn't pay attention to someone like him. Bai Li Sheng's expression immediately twisted into a grotesque sneer. He gritted his teeth and furiously shouted, All right. But you, Ning E, you've got some nerve. This isn't over. You are Bai Li Sheng's woman. No one can take you away. He clenched his fists, glaring at Mou, and roared, It's you again. Lin Mou, you've crossed me repeatedly. And now you want to steal my woman? Veins pulsed on Bai Li Sheng's twisted face as he bellowed, The last debt. I haven't settled with you for that yet. Mou scoffed coldly. What a clown. His face, contorted beyond recognition by rage, screamed, You dog, you're dead for sure. Sooner or later, I'll kill you. Ning immediately drew her weapon, standing in front. She yelled at him, If you're so eager to die, just say the word. A blue light began to emanate from Mou's hand. He frowned, thinking if I don't kill this guy, he'll probably keep bothering Ning E later. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Bai Li Sheng look up in terror. Who do you intend to kill? Bai Li Sheng, face filled with dread, looked up at Yuan, who exuded an oppressive aura. When he looked at Bai Li Sheng, Yuan, arms crossed, looked down from above and asked, You want to kill him? Bai Li Sheng looked up and shouted in terror, Lord Bai Shun. Yuan's face was dark as he roared, Bai Li Sheng, I asked you, who do you intend to kill? He frantically collapsed, repeatedly yelling, Lord Bai Shun, I didn't say anything. Yuan raised his hand and roared, Get out. If there's a next time, I'll personally take your head off and deliver it to Bai Li Hao. Hearing this, Bai Li Sheng and his subordinates turned tail and fled. Ning E saw Yuan jump down and stand before her, happily calling out, Old man Bai. Mou, standing beside her, also spoke up, calling out, Lord Bai Shun. Yuan turned to Mou and asked, Mou, if I hadn't shown up, what were you planning to do? Mou replied plainly, his face expressionless. He wanted to kill me. I would have simply killed him first. Yuan heard this and asked in surprise, Aren't you afraid of retaliation from his backing? His grandfather is Bai Li Hao, the head of Bai Li Academy, a peak level 81 professional. Mou lowered his head, his face darkening as he replied, I've thought about it. At worst, I'll just return to the origin battlefield. I'm confident I can survive there. Yuan heard this and laughed, patting Mou vigorously on the shoulder, exclaiming, You rascal, you're something else. You have my spirit from back in the day. When doing things, you can't worry too much about the consequences. Just like when you killed the Pope of the ancient Roman Church. If he's killed, he's killed. Old man Ning flattened the entire church anyway. They won't dare to act recklessly now. He raised a fist, smiling brightly, and said, Remember this, might makes right. Fairness and respect all come from one's own strength. Yuan took Mou's hand, instructing him, I've already sent you the upgrade method. Gather all the materials, and I'll find someone to help you with it. He replied with a simple, Understood. Yuan then reminded him, Your new mission has also been issued. Make sure to use your time wisely to complete it. Yuan turned to look at the three behind them, including Tao Tao, and complimented, You three aren't bad either. After he left, she stepped forward, reaching out a hand, and said, It seems you two are about to get busy again. This competition will be held in Namhong City. We'll meet there when the time comes. Ning E immediately replied with a bright smile. Sister Tao Tao. She approached, looking at Mou's screen. She asked curiously, What mission did old man Bai give you? He looked at the screen and calmly replied, It tells me to go to Fortress number 3 and kill a deep abyss demon. To raise my military rank to 2-star second lieutenant. Ning E, arms crossed, asked in surprise, Is that all? Mou closed his wrist-mounted device and answered, Not just that. An elemental secret realm has appeared at Fortress number 3. Lord Bai Shun wants me to collect elemental crystals from within it. Hearing this, she clasped her hands over her chest, thinking about Fortress number 3, and exclaimed, If I recall correctly, The origin battlefield outside of Fortress Number 3 is also known as the Elemental Plains. A powerful explosion from that year flashed in Ning E's mind as she began to recount. A large-scale battle once erupted there. She calmly stated, nearly 100 elemental mages who had undergone 3 class advancements unleashed over 1,000 forbidden-level elemental spell attacks. Ning E thought about that place and said, that land became elementally saturated. After that, many elemental creatures were born there. She frowned in confusion, exclaiming, elemental creatures? I've never encountered them before. I wonder what they look like. Mou glanced at her and replied, we'll know as soon as we get there. The two entered the Academy's teleportation platform. Quickly, they activated it and departed. In an instant, the two appeared on the teleportation platform of Fortress Number 3. Mou reached out to support Ning E, who was clutching her head, calling out, we've arrived. She weakly exclaimed, I'm still not used to this long-distance teleportation. The system panel immediately displayed notifications. Primary Fire Elemental Core, 100,000 gold coins per piece. Enchantment Material, used for weapons to increase fire elemental damage. Used for defensive equipment to increase fire elemental resistance. Primary Wind Elemental Core, 100,000 gold coins per piece. Primary Water Elemental Core, 100,000 gold coins per piece. Mou's voice rang out, asking, Elemental Cores. They must drop after defeating elemental monsters. It seems to be a specialty of Fortress Number 3. Too bad I don't need them. He led the way forward, thinking, well then, let's go see what kind of elemental monsters are here. Outside the Great Gate. On both sides, soldiers stood guard, alert and serious. A soldier, fully clad in armor, saw Mou approaching and immediately spoke up to deter him. Hey kid, you'll die if you go out there like that. You two can't go outside. It's too dangerous out there. On the plains, the weakest monster is level 33. The two of you are only level 26 at most. Don't go out looking for death. The guard captain heard the commotion and quickly approached to inquire. What's going on? The guard answered. Captain, these two want to go outside. He turned to look at the boy, yelling. Level 26. Level 25. Are you looking for a death wish? Where are your families? What in the world is happening? Why were you two even allowed to come here? Just then, a fiery silhouette came hurtling from the distance. A level 33 fire elemental spirit, radiating searing flames, charged towards them. The guard captain flinched, frozen in place. He turned to see Mou raising his hand, summoning skeletons to surround himself, and exclaimed, What the? The guard captain watched as the skeletons dashed forward with such speed they were mere blurs. He thought in astonishment. So fast. At this speed, I'm afraid those skeletons must have incredibly high stats. A skeleton warrior charged forward, raising its weapon high towards the fire elemental spirit. It used Fury Strike. As soon as it was defeated, a notification sounded in his ear. You have defeated a level 33 fire elemental spirit. Experience plus 165,000. The guard captain gasped in shock. Wah! His heart pounded as he thought. A level 26 skeleton warrior instantly killed a level 33 fire elemental spirit. He turned to look at Mou, exclaiming in surprise. A second lieutenant. He gazed at the metal pin to the boy's chest, thinking, so young, and already a second lieutenant. When I became a second lieutenant, I was already level 38. Ning E clasped her hands in front of her chest, looking up at him and asking, Can we go out now? He nodded and replied, Go on. The two walked out of the fortress. She immediately exclaimed, They're overly cautious, but it's because of dedicated people like them that the land can be as peaceful as it is now. Mou heard her and replied, I understand. Suddenly, Ning E's hair stood on end as if electrified. She yelped in surprise. What in the world is this place? Seeing Mou smile, she indignantly snapped. You're still laughing? What's so funny? In the sky, a blue vortex appeared nearby. A powerful explosion quickly erupted right where the two of them had just been standing. Mou and Ning E, their bodies encased in bone armor, simultaneously looked up towards it. A wind elemental spirit appeared in the sky. The notification screen displayed. Wind elemental spirit. Level 34. Strength 4,000. Agility 4,000. Spirit 7,000. Constitution 5,500. Skills: Wind Orb. Windblade. Trait: Wind Elemental Immunity. It immediately began throwing wind blades at the two of them. A green light emanated from Mou's palm. He glanced at the wind elemental spirit. Skeletons emerged one by one. He stood tall in the middle and asked, "Bullying my elemental mages because they can't fly." Huh? The wind elemental spirit aimed powerful wind blades at the skeletons below, which swiftly dodged them. Various elemental attacks launched by the skeleton struck it, but none had any effect. The flames launched by a skeleton shot straight into the sky, yet failed to inflict any damage on it. Seeing this, MOU was surprised as he realized, elemental life forms have no corpses. If that's the case, I can't use corpse explosion on them. The ground suddenly began to shake violently. Ning E immediately asked, "MOU, do you feel that?" He turned to look behind him and replied, "The ground is trembling. The elements are also in chaos." In the distance, MOU saw streaks of light appear as a group of people struggled to run towards them. He immediately shouted, "People!" In the distance, a brown-haired soldier glanced back and urged, "Run! Faster! Don't get distracted. If we don't escape, we'll die." Behind the fleeing group, hundreds of different elemental spirits were in pursuit. Seeing this scene, Ning E gasped and exclaimed, "Did they provoke an elemental spirit nest?" MOU let out a slight smile and murmured, "A random elemental secret realm has appeared. When it appears, it causes elemental unrest, and it generates a lot of elemental spirits. What a coincidence. I was just worrying about not finding this secret realm." The brown-haired soldier ran up, seeing MOU and Ning E still standing motionless, and shouted loudly, "What are you two just standing there for? Waiting to die? Can't you see all those elemental spirits behind us?" Another voice urged, "Forget about those two fools. Let's just run." MOU raised his hand and began summoning skeletons. As soon as his words faded, dozens of skeletons instantly appeared around them. "Appear." MOU, with a gathering green light in his hand, ordered them forward. Immediately, the skeletons charged swiftly towards the incoming elemental spirits. Both sides quickly clashed and began to fight fiercely. A powerful explosion erupted, and notification sounds echoed continuously. "You have defeated a level 33 fire elemental spirit. Experience plus 165,000. You have defeated a level 34 fire elemental spirit. Experience plus 165,000. You have defeated a level 34 fire elemental spirit. Experience plus 165,000. Suddenly, a sound echoed, making Ning E clutch her head and scream, "What was that?" "My head is spinning." MOU looked up at the kaleidoscopic light before him, unaffected. "My mental attribute points are quite high, so I wasn't affected. That sound must have come from the ruler of the elemental secret realm, the elemental queen." He immediately raised his hand and cast slow curse, creating chains of energy. He shouted slow curse. A green light shot from MOU towards the elemental spirits, striking them. Seeing this, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "We're finally saved. I thought I was going to die. We're saved. Why aren't the elemental spirits chasing us anymore?" From behind, a soldier pointed forward and yelled, "Everyone look!" His face was covered in sweat. Gawking at the massive explosion, he gasped, "Who are they? How are they so powerful? Are those skeletons summoned creatures? They're so strong. What kind of class is that? And to be able to summon something so terrifying. This is unbelievable. Just now, I was calling them insane." Over there, Ning E put her hands to her head, her face pale, and weakly said, "Thank goodness it stopped screaming. My head felt like it was going to explode." MOU looked up at the colorful lights high above and exclaimed, "Elemental crystallization. It only drops from the elemental queen in the secret realm. Let's go." She gasped in surprise. "The scenery is beautiful." He frowned, looking ahead, and said, "Not quite right. It seems like there's something inside." Before them, a purple glowing entrance appeared. MOU exclaimed, "So, it's the secret realm entrance." Ning E beside him urged, "Let's go in." The two quickly stepped into the gate. They appeared in a vast, icy field. Ahead was a massive ice castle. His voice reminded her, a secret realm is different from a dungeon. A secret realm is an independent space. We might encounter other people. Be careful. Ning E looked around and cried out, "This is the Ice Palace." MOU raised his hand, summoned skeletons, and commanded, "Go, scout the path." She smiled brightly and asked him, "Your skeletons can also scout paths?" "How convenient." MOU replied coldly, "Once they find the correct path, we'll go." He turned his head towards one direction and said, "Let's go." They found the way out. Ning E joyfully exclaimed. That was fast. Skeletons are so useful. The two arrived at a spot, seeing a water elemental general standing guard. Immediately, a notification appeared on the screen. Water elemental general. Secret realm boss. Level 37. Strength, 13,000. Agility, 0. Spirit, 13,000. Physique, 16,000. Skills, Deep Ice Pillar Strike, Ice Vortex. Heavenly Deluge. Trait, has physical damage. Immune to water elemental magic. Ning E jumped, dodging his attack, and cried out in surprise. 0 agility? How? MOU also quickly dodged and exclaimed. I get it. It's merged with this ice palace, so it can't move. A surge of green energy appeared in his hand. Parrying the attack, he watched a skeleton warrior stab its sword deep into the water elemental general's neck. Has physical damage. The damage dealt by the skeleton warriors was significantly reduced. Good thing, I have plenty of skeleton warriors. Immediately after, he used Ice Vortex, creating streams of ice arrows that shot down towards the skeleton warriors. He stood still. Around him, streams of ice arrows continuously shot out rapidly. MOU hid behind a large rock. He immediately gathered magic in his palm and commanded, Everyone, return to the summoning space. Immediately, streams of ice arrows shot towards where the two of them were hiding. Seeing that the ice arrows had stopped, MOU immediately poked his head out to check. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in surprise. There's even something like this? MOU watched the water elemental general's body rapidly recover and then realized. So that's how it is. No wonder its agility is 0. It traded agility for powerful regeneration. A black scythe quickly appeared in his hand. He calmly said, But all we need to do is deal damage faster than it can recover, right? MOU raised the scythe high and shouted, Appear! As soon as he finished speaking, the gigantic outpost guard immediately appeared behind him. As soon as he appeared, the attribute system panel immediately popped up. Outpost guard Wraith, level 33. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 13,000. Spirit, 10,000. Physique, 15,000. MOU bowed his head and silently mused. As expected of an hell difficulty dungeon boss. Even at level 33, his attributes are far higher than the level 37 water elemental general. He raised his scythe high and cried out, Warriors, come support us. A gloomy green light appeared behind the outpost guard. He stepped forward. The water elemental general immediately used Ice Vortex, firing hundreds, thousands of ice arrows at the approaching outpost guard. The guard's wings immediately spread wide. The outpost guard flew high, moving closer to the water elemental general. Ignoring the ice arrows hitting him, MOU tilted his head, a cold smile on his face, and shouted, Using the same old trick? It won't work on the outpost guard. The outpost guard led the other skeleton warriors, charging straight with full force towards the unmoving general. Each surge of power from the skeleton warriors continuously struck the water elemental general. Immediately, unable to bear it any longer, he unleashed the heavenly deluge, creating a massive sea of water that submerged all the skeleton warriors within. MOU's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, watching the rising water surge towards where he stood. MOU and Ning E quickly climbed to higher ground, looking down. He looked down at the water below and said, Such a large-scale skill. It completely counters the skeleton warrior's movements. That's honestly quite annoying. Within the surging water, the water elemental general's eyes gleamed with a bluish light. The outpost guard stood tall, ignoring the water rushing towards him. Immediately, dozens of skeleton warriors launched themselves from him, charging rapidly towards the water elemental general. The outpost guard's eyes flashed with a vivid red light as he glanced over. A powerful surge of vivid red energy tore through the water, heading straight for the water elemental general. As the outpost guard was enveloped by the water, the notification sound chimed in at just the right moment. Water elemental general, level 37, defeated. Experience gained, 1,480,000. Obtained 10 water elemental cores. MOU waited for the water to recede. Immediately, he raised his scythe high, swiftly recalling him. He pointed his scythe towards the water elemental general and shouted, Soul Reaver. MOU retracted his scythe and murmured, As expected, pure elemental life forms have no physical body, nor soul. It seems I can't use Soul Reaver on them. He bent down to pick up the water elemental stones on the ground, thinking to himself, to summarize, using the Soul Reaver skill to summon monsters. Even though it only lasts for 3 minutes, it's enough for me to kill a normal boss. Ning E, leaning on his crutch, looked around and said, "It seems the elemental chaos has decreased a bit." MOU looked around and replied, "It's much more comfortable than before. Let's keep going." The two of them stepped out of the ice mountain, walking towards the distant volcano. MOU immediately used bone armor. The two entered the volcano area, surrounded by flames. Ning E, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "Good thing you have bone armor. If another class entered this place, I'm afraid their HP would constantly drain." He glanced around, calculating in his mind. Ice rivers, seas of fire. Next, will there be a wind and thunder elemental realm? MOU looked at the massive volcano in the distance, thinking to himself, "The flaming mountain." As they got closer, Ning immediately cried out, "That's not a mountain. It's a pile of fire." Not far ahead of the two, a dormant volcano was slowly awakening. As soon as it awoke, its attribute panel immediately appeared. Fire Elemental General, Secret Realm Boss. Level 37. Strength, none. Agility, none. Spirit, 20,000. Constitution, 16,000. Skills, Erupting Flame. Exploding Sea of Fire. Traits, reduces physical damage by 50%. Fire Elemental Immunity. Scorching Flames. MOU was startled. He thought, another immobile monster, and it can't be damaged physically either. He looked at the Fire Elemental General and exclaimed, "But I've already got experience with this." Suddenly, it unleashed powerful bursts of fire, slamming down forcefully. The fire bolts landed, immediately causing a powerful explosion. The Fire Elemental General used Erupting Flame, unleashing hundreds of flames in an incessant barrage. MOU saw this and thought, of course it's this wide-range attack again. It used Scorching Flames, incinerating each skeleton warrior that charged forward. He waved his hand, summoning even more skeleton warriors. He waved his hand, retaliating with Frigid Blizzard. Streaks of ice rain rushed towards the Fire Elemental General. It immediately rose, scattering embers everywhere. Instantly, the ground began to crack wide open and shake violently. The Fire Elemental General used Exploding Sea of Fire, causing lava to shoot high from beneath the cracks. MOU grabbed Ning E's arm, leaping up to dodge the lava, and shouted, "Hold on tight. It looks like I can leave the rest to the skeletons." On the other side, the Fire Elemental General was immediately struck by torrents of ice rain. Suddenly, MOU looked forward and said to Ning E, "Here's something for you." Streams of lava shot high, tearing through the ground. Before their eyes, a brilliant burst of fireworks appeared. He turned to her and exclaimed, "Fireworks!" The notification sound also rang out. Fire Elemental General, Level 37, defeated. Experience gained, 1,480,000. Obtained 10 Fire Elemental Cores. Ning E looked at MOU, sitting in front, and teased, "I didn't realize you had a romantic side." He lowered his head, embarrassed, not replying. After a long moment, his urging voice finally broke the silence. "Let's go." On the other side, outside the entrance, the H Nation's professional squad stood gathered. Xiao Fa turned to look at the team leader and exclaimed, "Boss, I can't believe we actually found it." A masked figure immediately spoke up. "The elemental secret realm is here. We've been searching for so many days, and we finally found it." The tall man looked at the empty space in front, bewildered, and exclaimed, "That's odd. Didn't they say there were a lot of elemental spirits outside the secret realm? Why don't we see any creatures now?" The captain heard and replied, "Someone must have already gone in." The long-haired team member saw this and urged quickly, "What are we waiting for then? Let's go in quickly. If we're slow, we'll miss out." The tall man grumbled unhappily, "Can't believe someone beat us to it." The captain pulled down his collar, gave a sinister smile, and declared loudly, "No need to rush. I can sense the lingering elemental aura. They definitely haven't been in long. Someone else has already paved the way for us. It'll save us a lot of effort." There's a saying in the divine underworld empire, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. Today will be that sparrow. The H Nation professional team captain and the others stepped through the teleportation gate. Everyone was excited and full of confidence. "Boss is right. We don't need to be impatient. As long as we're the ones who kill the final boss, that's enough. If anyone dares to stand in our way, we'll deal with both them and the boss." Xiao Fa and the rest couldn't wait any longer and quickly stepped in. That's not a bad idea. Let's go, let's go. After stepping through the teleportation gate, one of the team members knelt, looking at the fresh, glowing footprints on the ground. He turned back and informed the others behind him. Found them. Follow me. Meanwhile, with MOU and Ning E, the two of them delved deeper into the battle zone. Suddenly, something dropped in front of them. Dust and sand from the ground rose, obscuring their vision. Ning E quickly jumped away from the ground to dodge the attack. She raised a hand to her mouth, looking at the thing on the ground. The thing on the ground looked like a sand cyclone, with lightning bolts coiling around its body. Wind and lightning elemental body, secret realm boss. Level 38. Strength, none. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 25,000. Constitution, 20,000. Skills, lightning bolt. Stormy wind, wind and lightning bombardment. Traits, reduces physical damage by 50%. Wind elemental immunity. MOU covered his mouth with his hand and recoiled. It's a combination of two elements, wind and lightning. The wind and lightning elemental unleashed a divine lightning strike directly at MOU. Fortunately, MOU was protected by his armored skeletons, so the attack caused him no harm whatsoever. His eyes changed. Curse of slowing. Then, a series of red chains burst from the ground, shooting straight towards the wind and lightning elemental monster. He unleashed his move, Curse of slowing. The red chains wrapped tightly around the monster's entire body. It struggled, but to no avail. Realizing it couldn't harm MOU, it immediately unleashed a series of divine lightning bolts onto the skeleton warriors below. The other skeleton mages didn't hesitate. They immediately cast spells, attacking the wind and lightning elemental monster. Wave after wave of explosive flames and frigid blizzards rained down. Under the relentless barrage, the monster couldn't retaliate. It thrashed, trying to break free from its chains. The skeleton warriors seized the opportunity, rushing forward to attack the monster. It tried to counterattack, but all its efforts were useless. MOU tightened the chains, trying to restrict its speed. Flying monsters like this are the most troublesome. After a struggle, the wind and lightning elemental monster was knocked to the ground. The skeleton warriors immediately leaped onto it, aiming to finish off the monster. Finally, under MOU's relentless assault, the wind and lightning elemental monster died. The status screen appeared. Wind and lightning elemental body eliminated. Level 38. Experience gained, 1,520,000. Obtained wind elemental core, x10. Obtained lightning elemental core, x10. The magic seal in the air quickly absorbed what remained of the wind and lightning elemental monster. MOU stepped forward. Let's go. Only the elemental queen remains. MOU moved ahead. He said, as long as the elemental source exists, those bosses will quickly reappear. MOU led Ning E forward. The sky had also changed. Auroras stretched endlessly into the distance. After a long journey, the two finally arrived at a castle suspended on a cliff. This was the elemental queen's lair. She sat regally on her throne, surrounded by elemental stones, ready for battle. She calmly glanced at MOU and his group. The status screen appeared. Elemental Queen. Secret Realm Leader. Level 39. Strength, 20,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 20,000. Constitution, 20,000. Skills, Elemental Bombardment. Elemental Fury. Traits, reduces physical and elemental damage by 50%. The skeleton warriors leaped towards her. MOU observed the situation, assessing it. 50% reduction in both physical and elemental damage. Huh? The Elemental Queen paid them no mind. The elemental orbs surrounding her glowed. Elemental Fury. It blasted the approaching skeleton warriors far away. Its entire body was crushed by that light. Bone fragments scattered across the ground. 3 skeleton warriors have been eliminated. MOU frowned slightly. After many battles, the skeleton warriors' bodies were already covered in wounds. Losing patience, she clasped her hands together. Streams of elemental light flashed. Next, she unleashed 3 streams of light, striking directly at MOU. Elemental Bombardment. Each beam of light pierced through the bodies of the skeleton warriors. Their bodies were instantly torn into 100 pieces, scattering across the ground. 5 skeleton warriors have been eliminated. MOU now realized she wouldn't be easy to deal with at all. He silently lamented. Such powerful skills. She truly lives up to her title as the Secret Realm Elemental Queen. The elemental stones shattered one after another. The spiritual energy within them was rapidly absorbed by the elemental queen. Elemental rings coiled around her hands. Elemental fury. With a mere flick of her fire elemental hand, a fierce blaze instantly engulfed the skeleton warriors. She raised her water elemental hand, and a whirlpool immediately appeared. It swept away all the nearby skeleton warriors. Just like that, 11 skeleton warriors were eliminated. MOU looked at the unfavorable situation before him. He sighed, this is a tough fight, all right. Why did Bai Shun give me this mission? He then recalled what he had experienced since stepping into the battlefield. Elemental beings have no souls, nor do they have physical bodies. My ultimate moves, Soul Flame and Corpse Explosion, are completely useless here. Ever since I arrived here, those two skills haven't even been used. Even the Slowing Curse doesn't work either. If this really doesn't work, I'll just have to use Necromancy, summoning the Undead General and the Outpost Guard. Thinking this, he sneered. He ran a hand through his hair, pushing it back. It seems the Elemental Queen is definitely a gimmick boss. I'll need to use the right mechanic to defeat her. Still a bit reckless, charging in head-on without gathering enough information. Meanwhile, the group of adventurers was also nearing the Elemental Queen's castle. One of them pointed at the massive water vortex surrounded by lightning and shouted loudly, "Boss, they're fighting the boss." Another female member quickly asked their leader, "Should we stop them?" He looked at the situation ahead and calmly told her, "Why stop them? Isn't it better to let them and the Elemental Queen destroy each other?" He ordered Xiaofa. "Xiaofa, use your ultimate." She swiftly gripped her staff and replied. She clutched her staff tightly, chanting an incantation. A magic circle had formed beneath her feet. Golden light rose from the ground, swirling around her. Ning E, standing outside, suddenly sensed something amiss. Her assassin's intuition told her danger was approaching. Ning immediately turned her head, looking at MOU and shouting loudly, "MOU, be careful. Someone's ambushing us." No sooner had she finished speaking, a strange seal appeared beneath both their feet. Numerous meteorites also rained down from the sky. Xiaofa laughed gleefully. Inferno annihilation. In contrast to Ning Yi's worry, MOU showed no concern. He curled his lips. Perfect timing. The falling firestones ignited the ground fiercely. After a long while, the flames gradually died down. Thanks to the skeletal armor they wore, MOU and Ning E were completely unharmed. The two turned their heads to see the group of adventurers rushing towards them. The skeleton warriors split into two directions. One group fought the Elemental Queen. The other group advanced to battle the adventurers. The captain looked at the skeleton warriors rushing fiercely towards them, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. He recoiled. His voice held a hint of worry. What the hell is this? Where did all these undead monsters come from? The Elemental Queen has subordinates? Nobody mentioned that. The other team members raised their weapons and began to fight. He confidently reassured everyone. Suddenly, red chains emerged from the ground. They wrapped around the group and locked them tight. Xiaofa's team was immediately restrained by the red iron chains. They panicked. What's happening? It's a curse. MOU, standing in the distance, raised his hand, controlling the chains. Adventurers are different from monsters. It's highly likely that support caster has a curse removal skill. I'll deal with the healer first. MOU's accompanying mages couldn't stand by idly. They began to rush forward, casting spells to confront the adventurer team. Those people, tightly bound by MOU's chains, couldn't move. They could only stand there, wide-eyed, watching as sharp ice shards, thunderbolts, and raging firestorms roared towards them. One by one, they were struck. Their bodies were instantly incinerated. The captain watched his teammates suffer in the flames, unable to hide his worry. He cursed, "Damn it!" The man who had just been burned lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. His entire body trembled, and patches of his flesh were charred black. The captain refused to give up. He once again struggled with all his might to break free from the chains. Group provoke. Flashes of lightning shot out from his body. That was his skill, entangling chains. Entangling chains wrapped around the skeletons. The captain of the adventurer team pulled out a potion bottle. He uncapped it and shouted loudly to those behind him, "Don't hold back anymore. Quickly, drink the curse-cleansing potion." They quickly pulled out similar bottles. They chugged the contents in one gulp. MOU's chains that had bound them gradually vanished. After they finished drinking the potion, their bodies were enveloped in a blue light. Healing art. The man who had just escaped death's door murmured in awe. "Monsters! I almost died." MOU's mages continued to attack them. Another wave of thunderbolts and ice shards came crashing down. The adventurer team reacted quickly. They combined their strength to erect a large shield, encompassing them all. Wide area defense, protected by the shield. This time, the adventurers were no longer as severely injured as before. Under the fierce firestorm and relentless attacks, their initial confidence had vanished, replaced by fear and anxiety. Ning E frowned, looking at them. They're all level 40 already. Wide area defense, the knight's entangling chains, and the Inferno Annihilation the mage used to ambush us earlier are all level 40 skills, acquired after their second-class advancement. MOU silently observed the adventurer team's actions. They even have curse-resisting potions, he thought. Is this the benefit that adventurers who've completed their second-class advancement get? If they can use items like this, level 40 adventurers are truly tough opponents. He wasn't worried at all. A subtle smile played on his lips. But so what? They ambushed us just now. If it weren't for the armored skeletons, he and I would have been in a dire situation right now. We can't go easy on our enemies. MOU waved his hand forward, commanding the skeleton warriors to charge. Those adventurers tried to keep their distance from them. One side focused on maintaining the shield, while the other tried to attack and fight off the other monsters. Against the adventurer team's attacks, the skeleton warriors remained completely unharmed. They continued to rush forward, attacking the adventurers. Seeing their invulnerable bodies, some team members started to panic. What's wrong with those summoned creatures? Why won't they die? Captain, what do we do? The captain had thought he'd easily reap the benefits, but he never expected to get entangled in such a difficult situation. MOU's power was completely beyond his expectations. He frowned, straining to maintain shield. Damn it, I can't believe he's that strong. He's fighting the Elemental Queen and still has enough attention to deal with us. Seeing the shield about to break, the captain yelled at his teammates nearby. It looks like we can only retreat. Retreat? Of course. MOU wouldn't let them retreat so easily. He moved closer to them. He raised his hand and began chanting. A surge of blue spiritual energy shot from his hand. Soul Flame. One of the adventurers took the full brunt of MOU's spiritual energy. He screamed in agony. The captain cried out in alarm. Run. But it was too late. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the captain directly. The shield he had created had absorbed some of the damage, so his life was still preserved. He panted heavily. The captain looked up. His other team members had all been defeated by the skeleton warriors. One by one, they fell. The captain pulled out the potion bottle from earlier. He drank all the liquid in the bottle in one gulp. His body gradually recovered. A skeleton warrior leaped from behind, attempting to ambush him, but was blocked by his protective shield. He seized the opportunity while his armor was still sturdy and quickly turned to flee.